Welcome back, guys. This is Potter Fabric Hub. Here we explore powerful Harry Potter what if story and hidden magic. This video is self-recorded and fully created in line with YouTube's latest policy. What if Ron Weasley betrayal sent Harry Potter back in time to change destiny forever? If you enjoy epic magical videos, subscribe to Potter Fabric Hub. Now, let's the story begins.
Chapter 1: The Final Betrayal. The sky above Hogwarts had turned the color of spilled ink and dying embers. Smoke curled from the shattered towers of the ancient castle, towers that had stood for 1,000 years, now reduced to weeping stone and broken glass. The great hall's enchanted ceiling, once a mirror of the peaceful heavens, reflected nothing but chaos: dragons circling, dark marks burning green against the clouds, and somewhere beneath it all, the wet, rhythmic sound of bodies being carried inside. Harry Potter couldn't feel his right arm anymore. He dragged himself across the courtyard, his nimbus-trained reflexes reduced to animal instinct. Left knee. Right elbow. Drag. Breathe. Left knee again. The flagstones were slick with something that wasn't rain. He didn't look down. He had learned, years ago, not to look down. Potter! The scream came from somewhere behind the collapsed fountain, the one where he'd sat fourth year, watching the merpeople dance in the water, back when the worst thing in his world was a Triwizard tournament and a crush on Cho Chang. He kept moving. Harry! That was Seamus. Or Dean. He couldn't tell anymore. Voices blended together after battles. They became sound without meaning, noise that pushed against his eardrums but never quite reached his brain. He had to reach the Great Hall. He had to find Hermione. The thought of her name carved through the fog in his skull. Hermione. Bushy-haired, book-chewing, insufferably know-it-all Hermione. She had been beside him 6 minutes ago. Or was it 6 hours? Time had stopped working properly after the second wave of Death Eaters breached the viaduct entrance. He remembered her hand in his. He remembered her voice. "Don't you dare die, Harry Potter. I haven't finished yelling at you about your potions homework." Then the wall exploded. Then he was flying, no falling, no crawling. Then she was gone. The Great Hall's doors loomed ahead, blasted half off their ancient hinges. Harry pulled himself through the gap, his glasses cracked down the middle, his vision split into two versions of hell. On his left, the dead, arranged in silent rows beneath grey cloaks. Tonks. Lupin. Fred, with his eyes still open, still surprised, like death had been a joke he hadn't seen coming. On his right, the living, hunched over the wounded, their hands stained red, their faces grey with exhaustion and something worse, the hollow look of people who had stopped believing in happy endings. Harry scanned the faces. Not Hermione. Not Ron. He pushed himself upright, ignoring the fire in his ribs. The broken bone had probably punctured something important. He didn't care. He had survived worse. He had survived a killing curse, for Merlin's sake. A collapsed lung was Tuesday. "Where is she?" His voice came out raw, torn, like it had been dragged across broken glass. Ginny looked up from where she was pressing a cloth against George's arm. Her face was a mask of grief and fury and something else, something that made Harry's stomach drop. "Harry! Where is Hermione?" Ginny's jaw tightened. She looked past him, toward the back of the hall, where the shadows pooled thickest beneath the collapsed balcony. "She went with Ron. 20 minutes ago. They said..." She swallowed hard. "They said they found something. Something that could end it. End it." The words landed in Harry's chest like stones dropping into deep water. They had already found the diadem. He had destroyed it himself, 5 hours ago, or was it 5 years? He couldn't remember anymore. The Hufflepuff cup was gone too, melted down by Crabbe's fiendfire in the room of requirement. The locket had been destroyed months ago. The ring, the diary, all ash and memory. Only Nagini remained. And the fragment inside Harry himself. Something that could end it. Harry's scar burned. Not the sharp, warning pain he usually felt when Voldemort was near. This was different, deeper, older, like something waking up after a long sleep. It pulsed against his forehead in a rhythm that didn't match his heartbeat. What did they find? Ginny shook her head. I don't know. Ron just grabbed Hermione and said he'd figured it out. Said he'd been keeping a secret. Said. She stopped, her fingers tightening on George's sleeve. He said you'd understand? Eventually. The words didn't make sense. Ron keeping a secret? Ron, who couldn't keep a secret if his life depended on it. Ron, whose face turned purple at the slightest lie. Ron, who had walked into the Forest of Dean with him, who had destroyed the Locket Horcrux, who had stood on a broken chessboard at 11 years old, and said, I'm going to be a knight. No. Harry turned away from Ginny and limped toward the back of the hall. The shadows seemed to reach for him as he walked, long fingers of darkness stretching across the floor, curling around his ankles. The enchanted ceiling flickered above, showing glimpses of stars, then smoke, then stars again. The dead watched him pass with empty eyes. He found Neville near the tapestry of Barnabas the Barmy, trying to stop the bleeding from a gash on his forehead. The sword of Gryffindor hung at his side, still gleaming, still hungry. Neville! Neville looked up. His round face was splattered with blood, some his, most not. Harry! Thank God! I've been looking. The back balcony. What's back there? Neville's expression shifted. Confusion. Then recognition. Then something that looked almost like fear. The old passage. The one that leads to the dungeons. But it's been sealed for centuries. Dumbledore said. Ron went in there. Neville went pale. That's not possible. The seal requires blood magic. Old blood. Sacred blood. Only. He stopped. His eyes widened. Only a pure blood line tied to the Founders could open it. Ron was pure blood. Ron was a Weasley. But the Weasleys weren't tied to the Founders. Everyone knew that. They were old, yes, pure, yes, but not sacred. Not like the Blacks. Not like the Gaunts. Unless. The scar burned again. Hotter this time. Harry pushed past Neville and plunged into the darkness. Underscore 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 underscore. The passage behind the balcony was not a corridor, it was a wound. Harry felt it the moment he stepped through the broken seal. The air changed, grew thick, old, heavy with centuries of something that had been locked away for good reason. The walls were not made of stone but of bone, bleached white, stacked in patterns that hurt to look at. They curved inward, pressing close, and the floor beneath his feet was soft. Wet. He didn't want to think about what he was walking on. Flickers of light danced ahead, not his wand, which he'd lost somewhere between the courtyard and the great hall, but something else. Something silver and cold and hungry. His scar was screaming now. Not pain exactly. Recognition. Like two pieces of the same puzzle being dragged toward each other across the dark. Ron? His voice echoed strangely in the bone corridor, too loud, then too soft, then not at all. No answer. He kept moving. The passage sloped downward, taking him beneath the castle, beneath the dungeons, beneath the lake. He could feel the weight of the water above him, pressing down, pressing in. The bone walls began to change, growing thinner, more translucent, until he could see shapes moving on the other side. Shadows. Memories. Ghosts of things that had died here long ago. Then he heard her voice. Ron, no, this isn't right. Hermione. Harry ran. His broken ribs screamed. His legs screamed. Everything screamed. But he ran anyway, because Hermione was ahead and Hermione was afraid and Hermione was never afraid, not of exams, not of Dark Lords, not of anything except the possibility of failure. He burst through the end of the passage and into a chamber that shouldn't have existed. It was round, like the Hall of Prophecy, but smaller, intimate almost. The walls were covered in tapestries depicting scenes Harry didn't recognize, wizards kneeling before something enormous, something made of shadow and teeth and ancient, terrible hunger. In the center of the chamber stood a pedestal made of obsidian, and on that pedestal, Harry stopped breathing. It was a sphere, no bigger than a quaffle. But it pulsed with light the color of dying stars, a pale, sickly silver that seemed to drink the darkness around it. The sphere was cracked down the middle, and from that crack leaked something that looked like smoke but moved like water, curling through the air with slow, deliberate grace. And standing before the pedestal, their backs to him, were Ron and Hermione. Ron had his wand raised. Not at the sphere, at Hermione. "Ron!" Harry's voice came out as a whisper. Then louder. "Ron, what are you doing?" Ron turned. For a moment, just a moment, he looked like the boy Harry had met on the Hogwarts Express. The freckles. The red hair. The ears that stuck out just a little too far. But his eyes were wrong. They were the same blue as always, but empty, scraped hollow, like someone had reached inside and scooped out everything that made Ron Ron. "Harry." Ron smiled. It was not a nice smile. "You came. Good. I was hoping you'd see this." "See what?" Harry took a step forward. His wand hand twitched, but he had no wand, and Ron knew it. "Ron, put down your wand. Whatever this is the end." Ron gestured at the sphere with his chin. "The end of the war. The end of Voldemort. The end of you being the hero." Hermione made a small, wounded sound. Her hands were bound behind her back, rope, ordinary rope, but tied with a knot that Harry recognized. A sailor's knot. Charlie had taught them that knot, summer after second year, when they'd visited the burrow and Ron had wanted to impress Fleur. Ron had remembered. Ron had planned this. "You're not making sense." Harry kept his voice calm, even as panic clawed up his throat. "You're my best friend. You destroyed the locket. You came back. You always come back." "Did I?" Ron tilted his head. "Or did I just get better at pretending?" The sphere pulsed. The light grew brighter, then dimmer, then brighter again, like a heartbeat struggling to keep time. Harry looked at Hermione. Her eyes were wet, but she wasn't crying. She was watching him with an expression he'd seen before, on the faces of soldiers, in the moments before they knew they were going to die. "Harry," she said quietly, "the sphere. It's a time nexus. One of the original 7. Merlin created them to anchor the timeline. If someone..." She stopped. Swallowed. "If someone with the right bloodline breaks it, they can rewrite history." Ron laughed. It was a horrible sound, too loud, too sharp, like breaking glass. "Rewrite history." "Yes. That's what they told me. The ones who found me, after 4th year. After you came back from the graveyard with your story about Cedric and Voldemort and poor brave Harry." The world tilted. Harry remembered 4th year. He remembered coming back to the dormitory, shaking, unable to sleep. He remembered Ron waking up and asking what was wrong. He remembered breaking down, crying, actually crying, in front of his best friend, and Ron putting a hand on his shoulder and saying, "It's okay, mate. I've got you." Had that been real? Had any of it been real? "They approached me at Christmas," Ron continued, his voice dreamy, distant, like he was reciting a story he'd told himself 1,000 times. "The circle of the unbroken. Old families. Sacred families. Families who remembered what the world was like before Dumbledore started letting mudbloods and blood traitors rewrite our laws." His eyes flicked to Hermione. "No offense." Hermione said nothing. "They told me I was special," Ron whispered. "That the Weasleys had fallen from grace, but I could restore us. All I had to do was keep you close. Keep you trusting me. And when the time came..." He looked at the sphere. "When the time came, I could choose a new history. One where I was the hero. One where my name meant something." Harry felt something crack inside his chest. Not His ribs, though those were still broken. Something deeper. Something that had been holding him together since he was 11 years old, and a red-haired boy on a train had offered him a sandwich and a friendship that felt like coming home. So it was all a lie. Ron's smile flickered. For just a moment, something moved behind his eyes, something that looked almost like regret. Not all of it. Some of it was real. I did like you, Harry. I did. But I like being important more. The sphere pulsed again. Faster now. The time nexus, Hermione said urgently. Harry, listen to me. If he breaks it with the right ritual, he can rewrite the past 20 years. He can make himself the boy who lived. He can make you. What? Harry asked. Make me what? Hermione's eyes met his. Make it so you were never born. The words hung in the air like a physical thing, heavy, suffocating, impossible. Ron stepped toward the pedestal. The circle taught me the ritual. All I need is a sacrifice. A soul tied to the timeline. A soul that matters. He looked at Hermione. She was supposed to be enough. The brightest witch of her age. Her death would ripple through history, create enough chaos for me to slip through. No. Harry lunged forward. Ron flicked his wand. Harry flew backward, slamming into the bone wall. The impact drove the air from his lungs and sent lightning bolts of pain through his skull. But then I realized, Ron said, almost conversationally, her death would hurt you. And I do care about you, Harry. I do. So I thought, why not let you watch instead? Why not let you see her die and then... Don't. Harry pushed himself up. Blood dripped from his lip. Don't do this, Ron. Whatever they promise you, whatever they said, it's not worth it. You're not a killer. Ron's face twisted. I'm a Weasley. We're not killers. We're not heroes. We're not anything. Just more mouths to feed, more red hair in the crowd, more blood traitors to be mocked. His voice rose. Do you know what it's like? Growing up in your shadow? Watching you get everything I ever wanted just because some dark wizard couldn't aim a curse properly? Ron. Every year, Harry. Every single year, something happened to you. And every single year, I was there, your loyal sidekick, your faithful Ron, the funny one who couldn't do anything right. Tears were streaming down his face now, but he didn't seem to notice. The locket showed me the truth. In the Forest of Dean. It showed me what I really am, what I've always been. You destroyed the locket, Harry said desperately. You stabbed it. You proved it was wrong. No. Ron shook his head. I proved I could pretend. I've been pretending my whole life. Pretending to be your friend. Pretending to be brave. Pretending I didn't hate you. The sphere's light turned red. Finite. The word came from behind Harry. He turned. Hermione had freed her hands. She was holding something, a small, silver coin, like the ones the DA had used 5th year. But this one was glowing, pulsing with the same light as the sphere. Ron stared at her. How? Protean charm, Hermione said calmly. You taught me, remember? 5th year. You said it was the most useful spell you'd ever learned. She held the coin up. I modified it. Linked it to the time nexus. If you break that sphere, this coin breaks too, and when it breaks, it releases a memory charm key to every witch and wizard in Britain. Ron's face went white. What memory? Hermione smiled. It was not a kind smile. Yours. Every conversation you've had with the Circle. Every promise you made. Every secret you kept. I've been recording them for months, Ron. I knew something was wrong. I just didn't want to believe it. Ron's wand trembled in his hand. You're lying. You couldn't have. Test me. Hermione's voice was steel. Break the sphere. See what happens. The chamber went silent. Harry could hear his own heartbeat, fast, too fast, drowning out everything else. He watched Ron's face cycle through emotions. Rage, fear, desperation, and finally, something that looked almost like relief. I'm sorry, Ron whispered. He pointed his wand at Hermione. Avada Kedavra! The green light filled the chamber. Harry screamed. He threw himself forward, not toward Ron, not toward the sphere, but toward Hermione. He didn't have a wand. He didn't have magic. He only had his body, his broken, bleeding, exhausted body, and he threw it between her and the curse. But he was too slow. The green light struck Hermione in the chest. She didn't fall. She didn't crumple. She simply stopped, froze in place, her eyes wide, her mouth open around words that would never come. The silver coin fell from her fingers and shattered on the floor, releasing a wave of light that rippled outward, through the walls, through the castle, through the world. And then Hermione Granger was gone. Not dead. Not fallen. Gone. Like she had never existed at all. Harry collapsed. His knees hit the soft floor. His hands reached for where she had been, but there was nothing there. No warmth. No body. No proof that she had ever lived at all, except for the shattered pieces of the silver coin and the echo of her voice in his memory. Don't you dare die, Harry Potter! Ron lowered his wand. His face was blank, not cold, not cruel, just empty. Like the boy Harry had loved, like a brother had died years ago, and this was only his shell, walking around and pretending to be human. The ritual doesn't need her now, Ron said quietly. Her death was enough. The timeline is destabilized. I can rewrite it however I want. Harry looked up at him. Something inside him snapped. Not broke, snapped. Like a rubber band stretched too far, finally giving way. The grief, the rage, the exhaustion, all of it collapsed into a single point of cold, clear focus. He had no wand. He had no allies. He had no hope. But he had something else. The scar on his forehead split open. Not metaphorically. Literally. The skin tore apart, and from the wound poured light, golden. Ancient, furious, the light of the Horcrux, the piece of Voldemort's soul that had lived inside him since he was 15 months old. But it wasn't Voldemort's power anymore. It had changed. Grown. Become something else entirely. Harry didn't understand what was happening. He didn't need to. He reached up, touched the blood streaming down his face, and whispered, "You should have killed me first." The golden light exploded outward. Underscore 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 underscore. The battle ended 3 hours later. Harry didn't remember most of it. He remembered flashes, Voldemort's face, twisted in confusion as the golden light ripped the Horcrux from Harry's scar. The Elder Wand flying from the Dark Lord's hand. Nagini's head separating from her body, though he couldn't remember who had swung the sword. He remembered Neville standing over Voldemort's body, the sword of Gryffindor raised high, screaming something that might have been triumph and might have been grief. He remembered walking through the Great Hall, stepping over bodies, looking for faces that weren't there. He remembered finding Ron. Ron was sitting against the far wall, his wand still in his hand, his eyes fixed on nothing. He wasn't crying. He wasn't moving. He was just sitting, waiting. Harry stood over him. "Did you mean it?" Harry's voice was quiet. Calm. Like he was asking about the weather. "Every word?" Ron's lips moved. "Yes. The Horcrux hunt. The locket. The night you came back. All of it." Ron finally looked up. His eyes were red, swollen, but dry. The tears had stopped hours ago. "I came back because the Circle told me to. They said you'd need me for the final battle. That you couldn't win without me. But I did win." "You did." Ron nodded slowly. "Funny, isn't it? All that planning. All that betrayal. And you still won anyway." Harry knelt down in front of him. He could feel the other survivors watching, Ginny, George, Luna, Dean, Seamus, all of them staring at the two boys who had once been inseparable. None of them understood what had happened. None of them knew about Hermione. None of them knew that the war was over, but something worse had just begun. "Where is the circle?" Harry asked. Ron's eyes flickered. "You don't want to find them." "Where?" "You can't beat them, Harry. They're not like Voldemort. They've been playing this game for centuries. They have magic you've never dreamed of." "Where?" Ron was silent for a long moment. Then he laughed, a broken, horrible sound. "The Nexus," he said finally. "The one I broke. The one Hermione died to protect. It's not destroyed. It's just unmoored. Floating through time. They'll find it. They'll use it. And then nothing." Harry stood up. He looked down at Ron, at the boy who had been his brother, his enemy, his shadow. "Because I'm going to find it first." Ron looked up at him. For just a moment, the emptiness in his eyes flickered. Something like fear appeared, then vanished, replaced by resignation. "You can't change the past, Harry." Harry turned away. He walked out of the great hall, past the bodies of the fallen, past the weeping survivors, past everything he had ever known. The castle was dying around him, stones crumbling, magic fading, 1,000 years of history collapsing into ash. But Harry wasn't looking at the castle. He was looking at his hand. The golden light was still there, faint now, barely visible, but present. It pulsed in time with his heartbeat, whispering secrets he couldn't quite hear. It felt ancient. Powerful. Dangerous. It felt like hope. He reached the edge of the courtyard, where the ground had cracked open during the battle, revealing something beneath, something old, something buried. A chamber, maybe? A tomb. A door. The light in his hand grew brighter. "You can't change the past." Harry stepped toward the edge. The ground crumbled beneath his feet. And as he fell, into darkness, into light, into something that was either, he heard Hermione's voice one last time. "Don't you dare die, Harry Potter." He hit the bottom. And the world went white. Chapter 2, The Broken Savior. The white light did not fade. It consumed. Harry floated in it, suspended, directionless, either falling nor rising. There was no ground beneath him, no sky above. Only the light, pressing against his skin, seeping into his lungs, filling every hollow space inside him until he couldn't tell where he ended and it began. He thought he heard voices. The boy who lived. Come to die. Avada Kedavra. The words tangled together, overlapping, layering into a sound like water rushing through a narrow tunnel. Some of the voices he recognized: Dumbledore, calm and certain. Voldemort, high and cold. His mother, though he had never heard her voice before, not really, screaming something in a language he almost understood. Others were strangers. The Nexus is broken. The timeline is collapsing. We have to stabilize. It's too late. He's the anchor. He's dying. Was he dying? Harry tried to remember. The courtyard. The crack in the ground. The fall. Had he hit the bottom, or was this the bottom, this endless ocean of light, swallowing him whole? His chest hurt. Not his ribs this time. Something deeper. Something that felt like his soul had been cracked open and all the warmth was leaking out. Hermione. The thought of her name was a knife between his ribs. He saw her face, frozen, surprised, gone, and the light around him flickered. Turned gray. Turned cold. Asterisk. Don't. Asterisk. A new voice. Deep. Old. It came from everywhere and nowhere, vibrating through the light like a bell being struck. Asterisk. Don't let go, Harry Potter. Not yet. Asterisk. I'm tired. The words came out of his mouth, but he didn't remember speaking them. I'm so tired. Asterisk. I know. Asterisk. The light shifted. Patterns formed within it, swirls of gold and silver and something else, something that looked like liquid starlight. They moved around him, through him, rearranging themselves into shapes he almost recognized. A snake. A cup. A locket. A ring. A diary. A diadem. And at the center of them all, a stone. Black. Rough. Pulsing with darkness so complete it seemed to drink the light around it. The resurrection stone. Harry reached for it. His fingers passed through. The Hallows, the voice said. Asterisk. You united them once. Briefly. In the forest, when you walked to your death. Asterisk. I didn't die. Asterisk. No. You chose to live. That choice. Asterisk. The voice paused. Something shifted in the light, something that felt almost like sadness. Asterisk. That choice had consequences. Asterisk. Harry tried to open his eyes. He didn't know if they were already open. The light was everywhere, inside him, outside him, blurring the boundaries of his body until he wasn't sure he had a body at all. The Hallows, he repeated. The wand. The cloak. The stone. Asterisk. Yes. 3 objects. 3 aspects of death. But there was a 4th, hidden, forgotten, buried by Merlin himself. Asterisk. The light surged. Images flooded through Harry's mind, not memories, not quite visions, but something in between. He saw a wizard in robes of deepest blue, standing before a circle of standing stones. He saw the wizard raise his hands, felt the power gather, tasted the magic on his tongue like copper and honey. He saw the wizard place something into the center of the circle, something small, something that burned with the light of 1,000 dying suns. The Time Nexus, the voice said. Asterisk. Merlin's greatest creation. A fixed point in the fabric of reality. Designed to keep the timeline stable, to prevent the kind of chaos that could unravel existence itself. Asterisk. I saw it. Harry's voice was distant, disconnected. In the chamber. Ron broke it. Asterisk. Not broke. Cracked. The Nexus is old, Harry. Older than Merlin. Older than magic itself, perhaps. It can survive damage, but it cannot survive being used. Asterisk. Used? Asterisk. Your friend, the one who betrayed you, he was not trying to destroy the Nexus. He was trying to activate it. To rewrite history. To make himself the hero. Asterisk. The light flickered again. Gray bled into the gold, spreading like ink through water. Asterisk. But he didn't have the right key. The sacrifice was wrong. The ritual was incomplete. And now. Asterisk. Now what? The voice didn't answer immediately. The light around Harry dimmed, grew heavy, pressed down on him like a physical weight. He felt the darkness creeping in, not the darkness of death, but the darkness of endings. Of things falling apart. Now the timeline is destabilizing. The voice said finally. Asterisk. Cracks are forming. Past, present, future, they're bleeding into each other. If nothing is done, reality will unravel. Every death, every birth, every moment of every life, gone. Erased. As if it never happened. Asterisk. Harry's hands clenched into fists. Or tried to. He wasn't sure if he had hands anymore. Then stop it. He said. You're whatever you are. You're powerful. You can fix this. Asterisk. I am not powerful, Harry. I am old. There is a difference. Asterisk. Who are you? The light shifted again. The pattern swirled faster, forming a shape, a face, perhaps, though the features kept changing, never quite settling. One moment it was Dumbledore, wise and weary. The next it was serious, young and reckless. Then his mother, then his father, then faces he didn't recognize at all. I am what remains, the shape said. Asterisk. The echo of every wizard who ever united the Hallows. The memory of every choice that shaped the world. I am the sum of all the paths not taken. Asterisk. That doesn't make sense. Asterisk. No. It doesn't. But very little does, at the end of things. Asterisk. Harry felt something brush against his consciousness, gentle, questioning. The shape was looking inside him, sifting through his memories like pages in a book. Asterisk. You loved her. Asterisk. The gray light surged. Turned black. Asterisk. The Muggle-born girl. The one who died. Asterisk. Don't. Harry's voice cracked. Don't talk about her. Asterisk. I must. She is important. Her death. Asterisk. Was my fault. The words came out like broken glass, cutting his throat on the way up. I should have seen it. I should have known about Ron. I should have protected her. Asterisk. You cannot protect anyone from everything, Harry. That is not failure. That is being human. Asterisk. I'm not human. Harry laughed, a hollow, terrible sound. I'm a Horcrux. A freak. A weapon. Asterisk. You were a Horcrux. The piece of Voldemort's soul that lived inside you was destroyed when the golden light erupted from your scar. You are free now. Entirely yourself. Asterisk. Harry didn't feel free. He felt empty. Scraped clean. Like everything that had made him Harry, the anger, the hope, the stubborn refusal to die, had been scooped out and thrown away, leaving only this hollow shell floating through endless light. You are not empty, the voice said softly. Asterisk. You are grieving. There is a difference. Asterisk. Same result. Asterisk. No. Grief is not the end. Grief is the doorway. Asterisk. The light changed. Suddenly, Harry could see, not with his eyes, because he still wasn't sure he had eyes, but with something deeper. He saw Hogwarts, crumbling and burning. He saw the Great Hall, filled with the dead and the dying. He saw Ron, still sitting against the wall, still staring at nothing. He saw Hermione. Not the moment of her death. He couldn't look at that, couldn't bear it, but earlier. Years earlier. Hermione in the library, her quill scratching furiously. Hermione in the common room, arguing with Ron about house elves. Hermione in the tent, holding his hand in the darkness, whispering that everything would be okay. She believed in you, the voice said. Asterisk. Even at the end. Even when she knew what Ron had become. She believed you could still win. Asterisk. I didn't win. Voldemort is dead, but... Asterisk. But the war is not over. The circle remains. The nexus is cracked. Reality is bleeding. Asterisk. The images shifted. Harry saw the Chamber of Secrets, empty and dark. He saw the Mirror of Arist, reflecting nothing but dust. He saw the Room of Requirement burning, with fiendfire that would never go out. And beneath it all, beneath the castle, beneath the ground, beneath time itself, he saw something moving. Something vast. Something hungry. The enemy. The voice whispered, and for the first time, Harry heard fear in it. Asterisk. The one who has been watching. Waiting. The one who manipulated your friend, who corrupted the circle, who has been trying to break the nexus for centuries. Asterisk. What is it? Asterisk. I do not know its name. Names have power, and it has hidden its name so deeply that not even Merlin could find it. But I know what it wants. Asterisk. Tell me. Asterisk. It wants to unmake reality. Not destroy it, unmake it. To go back to the beginning, to the moment before the first spark of magic ignited, and rewrite the rules of existence so that it becomes the only power. The only God. Asterisk. Harry felt the weight of those words settle onto his shoulders. He was so tired. So impossibly, endlessly tired. Why are you telling me this? Asterisk. Because you are the only one who can stop it. Asterisk. I can't even save one person. How am I supposed to save everyone? Asterisk. By doing what you have always done, Harry. By refusing to give up. By choosing to fight, even when fighting is hopeless. By loving. Asterisk. Love didn't save Hermione. The words hung in the light, heavy and cold. The shape was silent for a long moment. When it spoke again, its voice was softer. Gentler. Asterisk. No. It didn't. And I am sorry for that. I am sorry for all of it, for the war, for the betrayal, for the weight they placed on your shoulders when you were barely old enough to hold a wand. Asterisk. I was 11. Asterisk. You were a child. You are still a child, though you do not feel like one. And that? Asterisk. The shape's voice broke, just slightly. Asterisk. That is the greatest tragedy of all. Asterisk. Harry closed his eyes. Or tried to. The light was pressing against him again, but differently now, not crushing, but holding. Supporting. Like hands cupping his broken body, keeping him from falling apart entirely. Asterisk. I can send you back. Asterisk. Harry's eyes opened. What? Asterisk. The time nexus is cracked, but not destroyed. I can use the fragments, the pieces scattered across reality, to send your consciousness backward. Not your body. Your memories. Your knowledge. Your scars. Asterisk. Send me back where? Asterisk. To the beginning. To the moment before everything went wrong. To the cupboard under the stairs, where you first learned that you were a wizard. Asterisk. Harry's heart, if he still had a heart, stopped. You're talking about time travel. Asterisk. I am talking about a second chance. Asterisk. No. The word came out sharp, automatic. No, I've seen what time travel does. Hermione showed me. The laws of magic. Asterisk. Are not as fixed as you believe. Merlin proved that. The Nexus proves that. Time is not a line, Harry. It is a river. And rivers can be redirected. Dammed. Split into new channels. Asterisk. At what cost? The shape flickered. For a moment, Harry saw something beneath the shifting features, something ancient and sad and terribly, terribly lonely. Cost. The voice repeated. Asterisk. Yes. There is always a cost. If I send you back, you will remember everything. The war. The deaths. The betrayal. You will carry those memories with you, and they will change you. You will not be the innocent boy who walked into the Great Hall for the first time, wondering where he belonged. Asterisk. I haven't been that boy for years. Asterisk. No. You haven't. But going back will not undo that. It will only add more weight to the burden you already carry. Asterisk. I don't care about the weight. Asterisk. You should. Asterisk. Harry was silent. The lights swirled around him, slower now, almost peaceful. He thought about Privet Drive. About the cupboard. About the first time Hagrid had knocked down the door and told him he was a wizard. He had been so happy that day. So full of hope. He had thought, asterisk finally, asterisk, that his life was about to get better. And it had. In some ways. He had found Ron and Hermione. He had found a family. He had found a purpose. And then he had lost it all. If I send you back, the voice said, asterisk, there is no guarantee that things will be better. You might make different choices and still end up here, broken, grieving, watching the world burn. Asterisk. Or I might save them. Asterisk. Or you might make things worse. Asterisk. Harry thought about Hermione's face in the moment before the green light struck. The way her eyes had widened, not with fear, not with surprise, but with love. She had known she was going to die. She had known, and she had looked at him anyway, and she had loved him anyway. Asterisk. Don't you dare die, Harry Potter. Asterisk. I have to try. The shape was silent. I know, it said finally. Asterisk. That is why you are the only one who can do this. Not because you are powerful. Not because you are the chosen one. Because you cannot stop trying. Even when trying breaks you. Even when trying kills you. Asterisk. Is that a compliment? Asterisk. It is a warning. Asterisk. The light began to change. The gold and silver swirled together, forming a spiral that pulled Harry toward its center. He felt the past reaching for him, not memories this time, but time itself. Years and years of it, folding in on themselves, compressing into something small enough to fit inside his chest. When you wake up, the voice said, asterisk, you will be 11 years old. You will be in the cupboard. Your relatives will be upstairs, pretending you do not exist. And you will remember everything. Asterisk. Everything? Asterisk. Everything. The battles. The deaths. The name of every person you could not save. And the name of the one who betrayed you. Asterisk. Harry's throat tightened. Ron. Asterisk. Yes. Ron Weasley. The boy who was meant to be your brother. The boy who chose power over love. Asterisk. He wasn't always like that. Asterisk. No. He was not. The circle corrupted him. The enemy manipulated him. But the choices he made, the choices to listen, to believe, to betray, those were his own. Asterisk. I know. Asterisk. Will you kill him? When you go back? Will you prevent the betrayal before it can begin? Asterisk. Harry opened his mouth. Closed it. He thought about the first time he had met Ron, on the Hogwarts Express, with the sandwiches and the rat and the easy, awkward friendship that had felt like sunlight after years of darkness. He thought about the chess game, the spiders, the midnight duel. He thought about Ron standing on a broken leg and saying asterisk. If you want to kill Harry, you'll have to kill us too. Asterisk. That boy had been real. That friendship had been real. Something had corrupted it, twisted it, poisoned it, but underneath all the lies and manipulation, there had been a boy who just wanted to matter. I don't know, Harry said finally. I don't know what I'll do. Honest, the voice said. Asterisk. Good. The past will not be changed by certainty, Harry. It will be changed by choices. Hard choices, painful choices, choices that will make you question everything you believe about yourself and the people you love. Asterisk. I've made hard choices before. Asterisk. Not like these. Before, you were fighting Voldemort. A clear enemy. A monster. Now. Asterisk. Now I'm fighting time. Asterisk. Now you are fighting yourself. Asterisk. The spiral tightened. The light grew brighter, hotter, not painful, but overwhelming. Harry felt his consciousness beginning to fray at the edges, felt the memories of the past few hours, the battle, the betrayal, Hermione's death, sliding away from him, not disappearing but folding, compressing, becoming part of something larger. One more thing, the voice said. What? Asterisk. The enemy, the one who corrupted Ron, the one who wants to unmake reality. It knows you are coming. It cannot see the future, not clearly, but it can feel the ripples, the cracks in time. It will be watching you, waiting for you to make a mistake. Asterisk. Great. Harry's voice was dry. Another Dark Lord trying to kill me. I was getting bored. The shape almost laughed. Asterisk. You are braver than you know, Harry Potter. Braver than anyone has ever given you credit for. But bravery will not be enough. Not this time. This time, you will need something more. Asterisk. What? Asterisk. Wisdom. Patience. The ability to trust, even when trust has burned you. The willingness to forgive, even when forgiveness feels impossible. Asterisk. Forgive Ron? Harry's voice rose. After what he did. Asterisk. Forgive yourself? Asterisk. The spiral swallowed him. The light turned to fire, and the fire turned to darkness, and the darkness turned into something that felt like falling through years, through memories, through moments that hadn't happened yet and moments that had happened 1,000 times. He heard Hermione's voice one last time. Asterisk. Don't you dare die, Harry Potter. Asterisk. Then the world snapped into focus. He woke up in darkness. Small. Enclosed. Smelling of dust and old socks and the faint, lingering scent of fear. The cupboard. He was in the cupboard under the stairs. Harry lay still for a long moment, feeling the weight of his 11-year-old body, smaller, lighter, unmarked by battles and curses and years of running. His scar was there, he could feel it, a thin line on his forehead, but it was quiet. Still. The Horcrux was gone. He was himself. His hands trembled as he raised them in front of his face. Small hands. Soft hands. Hands that had never held a wand, never cast a curse, never watched a friend die. But his mind was full of ghosts. He remembered everything. The war. The Horcruxes. The final battle. Ron's betrayal. Hermione's death. The light. The voice. The choice. He remembered it all, and the weight of those memories pressed down on him like the cupboard itself was collapsing. I can do this, he whispered to the darkness. The words felt hollow. He was 11 years old. He had no wand, no allies, no proof that any of it had been real except for the ache in his chest where Hermione's memory lived. But he had something else. He had knowledge. He knew about the Horcruxes. He knew about Pettigrew. He knew about the Chamber of Secrets, the Triwizard Tournament. The prophecy. He knew which teachers to trust and which to fear. He knew that Dumbledore was hiding secrets. He knew that Snape was not the enemy, not really, not in the end. And he knew that Ron Weasley, the boy who would become his brother and his betrayer, was currently at the Burrow, probably eating breakfast, probably laughing, probably completely innocent of the darkness that would one day consume him. Asterisk. Wisdom. Patience. Trust. Forgiveness. Asterisk. Harry closed his eyes. When he opened them again, he was not the same boy who had fallen asleep in this cupboard 1,000 years ago. He was Harry Potter. The boy who lived. The boy who died. The boy who came back. And he had a world to save. Above him, the floorboards creaked. Aunt Petunia's voice drifted down, sharp and nasal. Asterisk. Boy. Get up. Letters today. Asterisk. Letters. The Hogwarts letter. Harry smiled, a thin, cold smile that did not reach his eyes. Asterisk. Let's begin. Asterisk hashtag Chapter 2, The Broken Savior. The white light did not fade. It consumed. Harry floated in it, suspended, directionless, neither falling nor rising. There was no ground beneath him, no sky above. Only the light, pressing against his skin, seeping into his lungs, filling every hollow space inside him until he couldn't tell where he ended and it began. He thought he heard voices. The boy who lived. Come to die. Avada Kedavra. The words tangled together, overlapping, layering into a sound like water rushing through a narrow tunnel. Some of the voices he recognized: Dumbledore, calm and certain. Voldemort, high and cold. His mother, though he had never heard her voice before, not really, screaming something in a language he almost understood. Others were strangers. The Nexus is broken. The timeline is collapsing. We have to stabilize. It's too late. He's the anchor. He's dying. Was he dying? Harry tried to remember. The courtyard. The crack in the ground. The fall. Had he hit the bottom, or was this the bottom, this endless ocean of light, swallowing him whole? His chest hurt. Not his ribs this time. Something deeper. Something that felt like his soul had been cracked open and all the warmth was leaking out. Hermione. The thought of her name was a knife between his ribs. He saw her face, frozen, surprised, gone, and the light around him flickered. Turned gray. Turned cold. Asterisk. Don't. Asterisk. A new voice. Deep. Old. It came from everywhere and nowhere, vibrating through the light like a bell being struck. Asterisk. Don't let go, Harry Potter. Not yet. Asterisk. I'm tired. The words came out of his mouth, but he didn't remember speaking them. I'm so tired. Asterisk. I know. Asterisk. The light shifted. Patterns formed within it, swirls of gold and silver and something else, something that looked like liquid starlight. They moved around him, through him, rearranging themselves into shapes he almost recognized. A snake. A cup. A locket. A ring. A diary. A diadem. And at the center of them all, a stone. Black. Rough. Pulsing with darkness so complete it seemed to drink the light around it. The resurrection stone. Harry reached for it. His fingers passed through. The Hallows, the voice said. Asterisk. You united them once. Briefly. In the forest, when you walked to your death. Asterisk. I didn't die. Asterisk. No. You chose to live. That choice. Asterisk. The voice paused. Something shifted in the light, something that felt almost like sadness. Asterisk. That choice had consequences. Asterisk. Harry tried to open his eyes. He didn't know if they were already open. The light was everywhere, inside him, outside him, blurring the boundaries of his body until he wasn't sure he had a body at all. The Hallows, he repeated. The wand. The cloak. The stone. Asterisk. Yes. 3 objects. 3 aspects of death. But there was a 4th, hidden, forgotten, buried by Merlin himself. Asterisk. The light surged. Images flooded through Harry's mind, not memories, not quite visions, but something in between. He saw a wizard in robes of deepest blue, standing before a circle of standing stones. He saw the wizard raise his hands, felt the power gather, tasted the magic on his tongue like copper and honey. He saw the wizard place something into the center of the circle, something small, something that burned with the light of 1,000 dying suns. The Time Nexus, the voice said. Asterisk. Merlin's greatest creation. A fixed point in the fabric of reality. Designed to keep the timeline stable, to prevent the kind of chaos that could unravel existence itself. Asterisk. I saw it. Harry's voice was distant, disconnected. In the chamber. Ron broke it. Asterisk. Not broke. Cracked. The Nexus is old, Harry. Older than Merlin. Older than magic itself, perhaps. It can survive damage, but it cannot survive being used. Asterisk. Used? Asterisk. Your friend, the one who betrayed you, he was not trying to destroy the Nexus. He was trying to activate it. To rewrite history. To make himself the hero. Asterisk. The light flickered again. Gray bled into the gold, spreading like ink through water. Asterisk. But he didn't have the right key. The sacrifice was wrong. The ritual was incomplete. And now. Asterisk. Now what? The voice didn't answer immediately. The light around Harry dimmed, grew heavy, pressed down on him like a physical weight. He felt the darkness creeping in, not the darkness of death, but the darkness of endings. Of things falling apart. Now the timeline is destabilizing, the voice said finally. Asterisk. Cracks are forming. Past, present, future, they're bleeding into each other. If nothing is done, reality will unravel. Every death, every birth, every moment of every life, gone. Erased. As if it never happened. Asterisk. Harry's hands clenched into fists. Or tried to. He wasn't sure if he had hands anymore. Then stop it, he said. You're whatever you are. You're powerful. You can fix this. Asterisk. I am not powerful, Harry. I am old. There is a difference. Asterisk. Who are you? The light shifted again. The pattern swirled faster, forming a shape, a face, perhaps, though the features kept changing, never quite settling. One moment it was Dumbledore, wise and weary. The next it was serious, young and reckless. Then his mother, then his father, then faces he didn't recognize at all. I am what remains, the shape said. Asterisk. The echo of every wizard who ever united the Hallows. The memory of every choice that shaped the world. I am the sum of all the paths not taken. Asterisk. That doesn't make sense. Asterisk. No. It doesn't. But very little does, at the end of things. Asterisk. Harry felt something brush against his consciousness, gentle, questioning. The shape was looking inside him, sifting through his memories like pages in a book. Asterisk. You loved her. Asterisk. The gray light surged. Turned black. Asterisk. The Muggle-born girl. The one who died. Asterisk. Don't. Harry's voice cracked. Don't talk about her. Asterisk. I must. She is important. Her death. Asterisk. Was my fault. The words came out like broken glass, cutting his throat on the way up. I should have seen it. I should have known about Ron. I should have protected her. Asterisk. You cannot protect anyone from everything, Harry. That is not failure. That is being human. Asterisk. I'm not human. Harry laughed, a hollow, terrible sound. I'm a Horcrux. A freak. A weapon. Asterisk. You were a Horcrux. The piece of Voldemort's soul that lived inside you was destroyed when the golden light erupted from your scar. You are free now. Entirely yourself. Asterisk. Harry didn't feel free. He felt empty. Scraped clean. Like everything that had made him Harry, the anger, the hope, the stubborn refusal to die, had been scooped out and thrown away, leaving only this hollow shell floating through endless light. You are not empty, the voice said softly. Asterisk. You are grieving. There is a difference. Asterisk. Same result. Asterisk. No. Grief is not the end. Grief is the doorway. Asterisk. The light changed. Suddenly, Harry could see, not with his eyes, because he still wasn't sure he had eyes, but with something deeper. He saw Hogwarts, crumbling and burning. He saw the Great Hall, filled with the dead and the dying. He saw Ron, still sitting against the wall, still staring at nothing. He saw Hermione. Not the moment of her death. He couldn't look at that, couldn't bear it, but earlier. Years earlier. Hermione in the library, her quill scratching furiously. Hermione in the common room, arguing with Ron about house elves. Hermione in the tent, holding his hand in the darkness, whispering that everything would be okay. She believed in you, the voice said. Asterisk. Even at the end. Even when she knew what Ron had become. She believed you could still win. Asterisk. I didn't win. Voldemort is dead, but... Asterisk. But the war is not over. The circle remains. The nexus is cracked. Reality is bleeding. Asterisk. The images shifted. Harry saw the Chamber of Secrets, empty and dark. He saw the Mirror of Arist, reflecting nothing but dust. He saw the Room of Requirement, burning with fiend fire that would never go out. And beneath it all, beneath the castle, beneath the ground, beneath time itself, he saw something moving. Something vast. Something hungry. The enemy. The voice whispered, and for the first time, Harry heard fear in it. Asterisk. The one who has been watching. Waiting. The one who manipulated your friend, who corrupted the circle, who has been trying to break the nexus for centuries. Asterisk. What is it? Asterisk. I do not know its name. Names have power, and it has hidden its name so deeply that not even Merlin could find it. But I know what it wants. Asterisk. Tell me. Asterisk. It wants to unmake reality. Not destroy it, unmake it. To go back to the beginning, to the moment before the first spark of magic ignited, and rewrite the rules of existence so that it becomes the only power. The only God. Asterisk. Harry felt the weight of those words settle onto his shoulders. He was so tired. So impossibly, endlessly tired. Why are you telling me this? Asterisk. Because you are the only one who can stop it. Asterisk. I can't even save one person. How am I supposed to save everyone? Asterisk. By doing what you have always done. Harry. By refusing to give up. By choosing to fight, even when fighting is hopeless. By loving. Asterisk. Love didn't save Hermione. The words hung in the light, heavy and cold. The shape was silent for a long moment. When it spoke again, its voice was softer. Gentler. Asterisk. No. It didn't. And I am sorry for that. I am sorry for all of it, for the war, for the betrayal, for the weight they placed on your shoulders when you were barely old enough to hold a wand. Asterisk. I was 11. Asterisk. You were a child. You are still a child, though you do not feel like one. And that. Asterisk. The shape's voice broke, just slightly. Asterisk. That is the greatest tragedy of all. Asterisk. Harry closed his eyes. Or tried to. The light was pressing against him again, but differently now, not crushing, but holding. Supporting. Like hands cupping his broken body, keeping him from falling apart entirely. Asterisk. I can send you back. Asterisk. Harry's eyes opened. What? Asterisk. The time nexus is cracked, but not destroyed. I can use the fragments, the pieces scattered across reality, to send your consciousness backward. Not your body. Your memories. Your knowledge. Your scars. Asterisk. Send me back where? Asterisk. To the beginning. To the moment before everything went wrong. To the cupboard under the stairs, where you first learned that you were a wizard. Asterisk. Harry's heart, if he still had a heart, stopped. You're talking about time travel. Asterisk. I am talking about a second chance. Asterisk. No. The word came out sharp, automatic. No, I've seen what time travel does. Hermione showed me. The laws of magic. Asterisk. Are not as fixed as you believe. Merlin proved that. The Nexus proves that. Time is not a line, Harry. It is a river. And rivers can be redirected. Dammed. Split into new channels. Asterisk. At what cost? The shape flickered. For a moment, Harry saw something beneath the shifting features, something ancient and sad and terribly, terribly lonely. Cost. The voice repeated. Asterisk. Yes. There is always a cost. If I send you back, you will remember everything. The war. The deaths. The betrayal. You will carry those memories with you, and they will change you. You will not be the innocent boy who walked into the Great Hall for the first time, wondering where he belonged. Asterisk. I haven't been that boy for years. Asterisk. No. You haven't. But going back will not undo that. It will only add more weight to the burden you already carry. Asterisk. I don't care about the weight. Asterisk. You should. Asterisk. Harry was silent. The lights swirled around him, slower now, almost peaceful. He thought about Privet Drive. About the cupboard. About the first time Hagrid had knocked down the door and told him he was a wizard. He had been so happy that day. So full of hope. He had thought, finally, that his life was about to get better. And it had. In some ways. He had found Ron and Hermione. He had found a family. He had found a purpose. And then he had lost it all. If I send you back, the voice said, there is no guarantee that things will be better. You might make different choices and still end up here, broken, grieving, watching the world burn. Or I might save them. Or you might make things worse. Harry thought about Hermione's face in the moment before the green light struck. The way her eyes had widened, not with fear, not with surprise, but with love. She had known she was going to die. She had known, and she had looked at him anyway, and she had loved him anyway. Don't you dare die, Harry Potter. I have to try. The shape was silent. I know, it said finally. Asterisk. That is why you are the only one who can do this. Not because you are powerful. Not because you are the chosen one. Because you cannot stop trying. Even when trying breaks you. Even when trying kills you. Asterisk. Is that a compliment? Asterisk. It is a warning. Asterisk. The light began to change. The gold and silver swirled together, forming a spiral that pulled Harry toward its center. He felt the past reaching for him, not memories this time, but time itself. Years and years of it, folding in on themselves, compressing into something small enough to fit inside his chest. When you wake up, the voice said, asterisk, you will be 11 years old. You will be in the cupboard. Your relatives will be upstairs, pretending you do not exist. And you will remember everything. Asterisk. Everything? Asterisk. Everything. The battles. The deaths. The name of every person you could not save. And the name of the one who betrayed you. Asterisk. Harry's throat tightened. Ron. Asterisk. Yes. Ron Weasley. The boy who was meant to be your brother. The boy who chose power over love. Asterisk. He wasn't always like that. Asterisk. No. He was not. The circle corrupted him. The enemy manipulated him. But the choices he made, the choices to listen, to believe, to betray, those were his own. Asterisk. I know. Asterisk. Will you kill him? When you go back? Will you prevent the betrayal before it can begin? Asterisk. Harry opened his mouth. Closed it. He thought about the first time he had met Ron, on the Hogwarts Express, with the sandwiches and the rat and the easy, awkward friendship that had felt like sunlight after years of darkness. He thought about the chess game, the spiders, the midnight duel. He thought about Ron standing on a broken leg and saying asterisk. If you want to kill Harry, you'll have to kill us too. Asterisk. That boy had been real. That friendship had been real. Something had corrupted it, twisted it, poisoned it, but underneath all the lies and manipulation, there had been a boy who just wanted to matter. I don't know, Harry said finally. I don't know what I'll do. Honest, the voice said. Asterisk. Good. The past will not be changed by certainty, Harry. It will be changed by choices, hard choices, painful choices, choices that will make you question everything you believe about yourself and the people you love. Asterisk. I've made hard choices before. Asterisk. Not like these. Before you were fighting Voldemort. A clear enemy. A monster. No. Asterisk. Now I'm fighting time. Asterisk. Now you are fighting yourself. Asterisk. The spiral tightened. The light grew brighter, hotter, not painful, but overwhelming. Harry felt his consciousness beginning to fray at the edges, felt the memories of the past few hours, the battle, the betrayal, Hermione's death, sliding away from him, not disappearing but folding, compressing, becoming part of something larger. One more thing, the voice said. What? Asterisk. The enemy, the one who corrupted Ron, the one who wants to unmake reality, it knows you are coming. It cannot see the future, not clearly, but it can feel the ripples, the cracks in time. It will be watching you, waiting for you to make a mistake. Asterisk. Great. Harry's voice was dry. Another Dark Lord trying to kill me. I was getting bored. The shape almost laughed. Asterisk. You are braver than you know, Harry Potter. Braver than anyone has ever given you credit for. But bravery will not be enough. Not this time. This time, you will need something more. Asterisk. What? Asterisk. Wisdom. Patience. The ability to trust, even when trust has burned you. The willingness to forgive, even when forgiveness feels impossible. Asterisk. Forgive Ron? Harry's voice rose. After what he did. Asterisk. Forgive yourself? Asterisk. The spiral swallowed him. The light turned to fire, and the fire turned to darkness, and the darkness turned into something that felt like falling, falling through years, through memories, through moments that hadn't happened yet and moments that had happened 1,000 times. He heard Hermione's voice one last time. Asterisk. Don't you dare die, Harry Potter! Asterisk. Then the world snapped into focus. He woke up in darkness. Small. Enclosed. Smelling of dust and old socks and the faint, lingering scent of fear. The cupboard. He was in the cupboard under the stairs. Harry lay still for a long moment, feeling the weight of his 11-year-old body, smaller, lighter, unmarked by battles and curses and years of running. His scar was there, he could feel it, a thin line on his forehead, but it was quiet. Still. The Horcrux was gone. He was himself. His hands trembled as he raised them in front of his face. Small hands. Soft hands. Hands that had never held a wand, never cast a curse, never watched a friend die. But his mind was full of ghosts. He remembered everything. The war. The Horcruxes. The final battle. Ron's betrayal. Hermione's death. The light. The voice. The choice. He remembered it all, and the weight of those memories pressed down on him like the cupboard itself was collapsing. I can do this, he whispered to the darkness. The words felt hollow. He was 11 years old. He had no wand, no allies, no proof that any of it had been real except for the ache in his chest where Hermione's memory lived. But he had something else. He had knowledge. He knew about the Horcruxes. He knew about Pettigrew. He knew about the Chamber of Secrets, the Triwizard Tournament, the prophecy. He knew which teachers to trust and which to fear. He knew that Dumbledore was hiding secrets. He knew that Snape was not the enemy, not really, not in the end. And he knew that Ron Weasley, the boy who would become his brother and his betrayer, was currently at the Burrow, probably eating breakfast, probably laughing, probably completely innocent of the darkness that would one day consume him. Asterisk. Wisdom. Patience. Trust. Forgiveness. Asterisk. Harry closed his eyes. When he opened them again, he was not the same boy who had fallen asleep in this cupboard 1,000 years ago. He was Harry Potter. The boy who lived. The boy who died. The boy who came back. And he had a world to save. Above him, the floorboards creaked. Aunt Petunia's voice drifted down, sharp and nasal. Asterisk. Boy. Get up! Letters today! Asterisk. Letters. The Hogwarts letter. Harry smiled, a thin, cold smile that did not reach his eyes. Asterisk. Let's begin. Asterisk. Hashtag Chapter 3, Back to the Beginning. The cupboard smelled of dust and spiders and the particular brand of neglect that the Dursleys had perfected over 11 years. Harry lay on the thin mattress, staring at the sliver of light beneath the door, and counted his heartbeats. 72 since he had opened his eyes. 72 beats of proof that he was alive, truly alive, not floating in that endless ocean of light, not burning up in golden fire. 72 beats of the same heart that had watched Hermione die. He pressed his palm flat against his chest, feeling the rhythm. Asterisk thump thump. Thump thump. Asterisk so steady. So ordinary. As if the world hadn't ended yesterday, or 12 years from now, or whatever time it had been when Ron had raised his wand and said those 3 words that had changed everything. Asterisk. Avada Kedavra. Asterisk. Harry's hand curled into a fist. A door slammed upstairs. Uncle Vernon's voice rumbled through the ceiling like distant thunder. Asterisk. Petunia! Where's my coffee? Asterisk. Asterisk Aunt Petunia's shrill reply. Coming, Vernon! Asterisk. And then, softer but still sharp enough to cut. Asterisk. Boy! Get up! Letters today! Asterisk. Letters. Harry's breath caught. He remembered this morning. Not clearly. The memory had faded over the years, buried under 7 years of better mornings and worse ones. But he remembered the basics. Dudley had gotten a new computer. Aunt Petunia had made a special breakfast. And Harry had been locked in the cupboard until noon, until the smell of bacon became unbearable, and he had pressed his eye to the keyhole, and watched his cousin unwrap presents that cost more than everything Harry owned. But that wasn't what mattered. What mattered was the letter. The Hogwarts letter. The first one. Harry sat up slowly, testing the limits of his small body. He was so short, his legs barely reached the end of the mattress, and his arms looked like twigs when he held them out. The muscles he had built over years of Quidditch and combat were gone, replaced by the soft weakness of a boy who had never been fed properly, and never been allowed to run. But his mind was sharp. His mind remembered. The first letter comes at breakfast, he thought. * Vernon. Takes it. Reads it. Turns purple. And then, *. And then everything changed. Harry swung his legs over the side of the mattress and stood. The floor was cold beneath his bare feet. His clothes, hand-me-downs from Dudley, 3 sizes too large, hung off his thin frame like flags on a broken mast. His glasses were held together with tape, and one of the lenses was cracked. He looked like what he was, an unwanted orphan, shoved into a cupboard, waiting to be forgotten. But his eyes belonged to someone else. He caught a glimpse of himself in the small mirror Aunt Petunia had nailed to the inside of the cupboard door, so he could check his appearance before answering the door. She had said, "Can't have the neighbors thinking we keep a street urchin in here." The face staring back at him was 11 years old, pale, too thin, with messy black hair and those unmistakable green eyes. But the eyes were wrong. They were too old. Too tired. Too knowing. Harry looked away. He couldn't afford to think about what he had lost. Not yet. If he started thinking about Hermione, about the way the green light had swallowed her, about the way she had simply stopped, he would break. And breaking wasn't an option. He had a plan. Not a detailed plan. Not yet. Just the shape of one, a skeleton that he would have to flesh out hour by hour, day by day, as the past unfolded around him. Step 1 get the letter. Step 2 get to Hogwarts. Step 3 prevent the war before it begins. And underneath it all, coiled like a snake in the grass. Step 4 watch Ron. Wait. Decide. The floorboards creaked above him. Footsteps, heavy, deliberate, crossed the kitchen. Uncle Vernon was pacing. That meant the bacon was gone, the coffee was cold, and the mail had arrived. Harry pressed his ear to the cupboard door. What's this? Vernon's voice. Confused. Then irritated. Petunia! What is it, Vernon? There's a letter here. Addressed to the boy. A pause. That's impossible. No one knows we have him. Well, someone does. It's addressed to Mr. H. Potter, the cupboard under the stairs. Harry closed his eyes. He remembered this conversation, remembered it almost word for word, though it had been nearly 2 decades ago, from his perspective. But hearing it again, in real time, with the weight of everything he knew pressing down on him, it felt different. It felt like the first note of a symphony he had already heard 1,000 times. He knew every crescendo, every key change, every discordant crash. He knew where the music led. And he knew he had to change the melody. Give it here, Petunia said. The sound of paper tearing. A sharp intake of breath. Vernon. It's from them. Them? The freaks. The ones who. A crash. Harry flinched. Vernon had probably slammed his fist on the table. He remembered that slam, remembered the way the coffee cups had rattled, the way Dudley had stopped chewing and looked up with his small, vacant eyes. How dare they? Vernon's voice rose to a bellow. After everything we've done for him? After we took him in, gave him a roof over his head. Asterisk. Vernon, calm down. Asterisk. I will not calm down. They want him at their school? With their freakishness? Asterisk. Harry listened to the familiar rant, but his mind was elsewhere. They want him at their school. Yes. They did. And he would go, not because he was an 11-year-old boy desperate to escape, not because he wanted to learn magic and make friends and finally belong somewhere. He would go because the war was coming. Because Voldemort was out there, bodiless but not destroyed, already plotting his return. Because the Horcruxes were waiting, the diary, the locket, the cup, the diadem, the ring, Nagini, and the fragment that had once lived inside Harry's own scar. Because the Circle of the Unbroken was already watching, already manipulating, already planting the seeds of betrayal that would bloom into tragedy. A decade from now. And because Ron Weasley, 11 years old, freckled, nervous, desperate to prove himself, was about to board a train and offer Harry Potter a sandwich. What do I do about Ron? The question had been circling his mind since he woke up. The voice in the light had told him to forgive, not Ron, but himself. But that didn't answer the practical question. Should he befriend Ron? Pretend nothing was wrong? Try to save him from the Circle's influence? Or should he push Ron away? Refuse the friendship? Let the timeline shift in whatever direction it chose? Harry didn't know. The uncertainty tasted like ash in his mouth. We're moving him, Vernon declared from the kitchen. Asterisk. Tonight. To the smallest bedroom. And we're locking that door. Asterisk. But Vernon, the letter said. Asterisk. I don't care what the letter said. Asterisk. Harry stepped back from the door. He knew what came next. The letters would keep coming, hundreds of them, pouring through every crack and crevice until the Dursleys finally gave up and fled to a shack on a rock in the middle of the sea. And then Hagrid would arrive, bursting through the door, and Harry's real life would begin. Just like before. But this time, Harry would be ready. The day passed in a blur of familiar misery. Harry was allowed out of the cupboard at noon to make lunch, sandwiches for Dudley and his friends, who had arrived to admire Dudley's new computer. Harry moved through the kitchen like a ghost, slicing bread and spreading butter, his mind churning beneath the surface of his 11-year-old face. The Horcruxes. He needed a plan for the Horcruxes. The diary was at Malfoy Manor, waiting to be slipped into Ginny Weasley's cauldron at Flourish and Blotts. That wouldn't happen until second year. But Harry could prevent it, easily, if he was careful. A word to Dumbledore. A warning about Lucius Malfoy. But warning Dumbledore meant revealing that he knew things he shouldn't. And Dumbledore was not stupid. If Harry showed too much knowledge too quickly, the old headmaster would start asking questions Harry wasn't ready to answer. Trust, the voice had said. The ability to trust, even when trust has burned you. But Dumbledore had kept secrets. Had raised Harry like a pig for slaughter. Had manipulated and schemed and withheld information that could have saved lives. Could Harry trust him this time? He didn't know. The locket. It was hidden in a cave, protected by potions and inferi. Harry knew how to get there, knew how to get past the defenses. But he couldn't destroy the locket himself. Not without the sword of Gryffindor or basilisk venom. The cup. In Bellatrix Lestrange's vault at Gringotts. Breaking into Gringotts had nearly killed him the first time. He would need help, trustworthy help, to do it again. The diadem. Hidden in the room of requirement. That one was easy. He could destroy it within weeks of arriving at Hogwarts. The ring. In the ruins of the Gaunt House, guarded by a curse that had nearly killed Dumbledore. Harry would need to be careful with that one. Nagini, bound to Voldemort. Harry couldn't destroy her until Voldemort returned to full power, unless he found a way to kill her while she was still a snake, still vulnerable. And the fragment that had once lived inside him was gone. The golden light had destroyed it. Ripped it out of his scar and scattered it across the void. Harry touched his forehead. The scar was there, faint, silvery, barely visible, but it felt different. Empty. Like a wound that had finally healed, leaving only a scar to remember it by. He doesn't know, Harry realized. Voldemort doesn't know the Horcrux is gone. That was an advantage. A small one, but he would take it. Asterisk. Boy. Asterisk. Petunia's voice cut through his thoughts. Asterisk. The dishes. Now. Asterisk. Harry picked up the sponge. And he let his mind drift to Ron. Hagrid arrived at midnight. Harry heard the knock on the door of the shack, felt the building shudder. As the giant's fist connected with the wood, and his heart lurched in his chest. He remembered this moment. Not clearly, he had been 11, terrified, confused, but he remembered the feeling of it. The way the door had splintered. The way Hagrid had filled the entire doorway, half-giant and wild-haired and wonderful. The way he had said, "Sorry about that," and handed Harry a slightly squashed cake. Harry's eyes burned. He blinked the tears away. Not now, he told himself. Asterisk. Not yet. You can't fall apart now. Asterisk. The door burst open. Sorry about that, Hagrid said, and held out a slightly squashed cake. Harry took it. And for one perfect moment, he forgot about time travel and Horcruxes and betrayal. He forgot about Hermione's empty eyes and Ron's twisted smile. He forgot about the war and the deaths and the unbearable weight of knowing. He just looked at Hagrid. Hagrid, his first friend, the first person who had ever made him feel like he mattered, and he smiled. It was a small smile. Fragile. But it was real. I got your letter, Hagrid said, settling onto the sofa and causing it to groan in protest. And I'm here to take you to Hogwarts. Dudley, who had been hiding behind Aunt Petunia, let out a high-pitched whimper. It's a school, isn't it? Harry asked. He already knew the answer. He had known for years, had lived it, breathed it, bled for it. But the 11-year-old boy he was supposed to be wouldn't know. Wouldn't understand. Play the part, he told himself. At least for now. You're a wizard, Harry, Hagrid said, and his eyes crinkled with joy. You're a wizard, and I'm here to take you to Hogwarts. The words washed over Harry like warm water. He had heard them before. Twice, now, once in this timeline, and once in the one that no longer existed. But they still had power. Still made something in his chest loosen and expand. I'm a what? A wizard. O' course, I was expectin' it sooner. Your parents were witch and wizard, some o' the finest I ever knew, but Dumbledore had his reasons fair keep in your ear. And now it's time. Dumbledore had his reasons. Harry's jaw tightened. He knew the reasons now. The blood protection. The trace of Lily's sacrifice, woven into Petunia's bloodline, keeping Harry safe from Voldemort's reach. Dumbledore had explained it all, eventually. But he hadn't explained it to the 11-year-old boy who had spent a decade locked in a cupboard, starving and lonely and desperate for any sign that he mattered. That will be different this time, Harry vowed silently. I won't let him keep secrets that cost lives. Are you all right, Harry? Hagrid asked, peering at him with concern. You look a bit pale. I'm fine, Harry said. It's a lot to take in. Course it is. Course it is. Hagrid beamed. But don't worry. You're gonna love Hogwarts. Best school of witchcraft and wizardry in the world. And you're gonna make friends, good friends, the kind that last a lifetime. Harry's stomach turned to ice. Asterisk good friends. The kind that last a lifetime, asterisk. Except when they don't. He forced another smile. I hope so. Hagrid launched into an explanation of Hogwarts, the houses, the classes, the magic, and Harry let the words wash over him. He had heard it all before. But hearing it again, with the weight of everything he had lost pressing down on him, it felt like coming home. And it felt like dying. The next morning, Hagrid took Harry to Diagon Alley. The leaky cauldron was exactly as Harry remembered it, dim, dusty, smelling of old wood and older magic. Tom the barman nodded at them as they passed, and Harry felt a jolt of recognition so sharp it almost made him stumble. He had been here before. A lifetime ago. No, he corrected himself. A timeline ago. The entrance is in the back, Hagrid said, leading him through the pub to a small, walled courtyard. Just gotta tap the bricks, see? He raised his pink umbrella and tapped the wall. The bricks began to move. Harry watched them shift and slide, revealing the cobbled street beyond, and for a moment, just a moment, he was 11 years old again. Really 11. Not a soldier trapped in a child's body, but a boy seeing magic for the first time. Gringotts loomed at the end of the street, white and glittering. Ollivanders waited on the left, narrow and mysterious. The cauldron shop, the apothecary, the bookshop. And there, tucked between two larger buildings, was the entrance to Nocturne Alley. Harry's eyes lingered on the dark opening. Later, he thought. There's time. Come on, then, Hagrid said, clapping a hand on Harry's shoulder that nearly sent him sprawling. First stop, Gringotts. Gotta get your gold. The goblins were exactly as Harry remembered them, sharp-faced, sharp-toothed, and utterly indifferent to anything that wasn't gold. Griphook led them to the powder vault on a rattling cart, and Harry watched the underground tunnels flash past, faster than a broom, faster than falling. And then they were there. Vault 687. Harry's vault. Hagrid opened the door, and Harry stepped inside. Mountains of gold. Stacks of silver. Piles of bronze. More money than he had ever dreamed of, back when he was just a boy in a cupboard. But Harry wasn't looking at the gold. He was looking at the back of the vault, at a small, nondescript package wrapped in brown paper. The package Hagrid would pick up in a moment, the package that contained the Philosopher's Stone. The stone. Harry's heart began to race. He had forgotten about the stone, not forgotten, exactly, but pushed it to the back of his mind. The events of first year seemed so small compared to what came after, the war, the Horcruxes, the betrayal. But the stone was important. The stone was a trap. And Voldemort is already looking for it. Just a bit of Hogwarts business, Hagrid said, scooping up the package. Nothing for you to worry about. Harry said nothing. He watched Hagrid tuck the stone into his pocket. And he made a decision. I have to tell Dumbledore. Not everything. Not yet. But enough to make him listen. Enough to make him understand that the boy standing in front of him was not what he appeared to be. But how? He didn't have an answer. Not yet. The rest of the morning passed in a blur. Robes. Cauldron. Scales. A telescope. A pewter potion set. Harry moved through the shops on autopilot, buying everything on the list, nodding at Hagrid's enthusiastic commentary, keeping his eyes open and his mouth shut. And then, Ollivander's. The little shop was exactly as Harry remembered, dusty, silent, filled with thousands of wands waiting to be chosen. Mr. Ollivander appeared from the shadows, his pale eyes gleaming, and Harry felt a shiver run down his spine. Mr. Potter, Ollivander said softly. You have your mother's eyes. Harry nodded. It seems only yesterday she was in here, buying her first wand. Holly and Phoenix Feather. 10¼ inches. Nice and supple. Holly and Phoenix Feather. Harry remembered his wand. Remembered how it had felt the first time he held it, like warmth spreading through his fingers, like coming home, like magic. But he also remembered the brother wand. The one that had chosen Voldemort. The one that had connected them in ways he still didn't fully understand. Let's see, Ollivander said, pulling out a measuring tape. Which arm is your wand arm? I'm right-handed, Harry said. The measuring tape began to move on its own, measuring his arm, his fingers, the space between his nostrils. Harry stood still and let it happen. Ollivander pulled wand after wand from the shelves. Harry tried them all, rosewood, ebony, maple, and each one felt wrong. Dead. Like holding a stick instead of a piece of his soul. And then, ah, Ollivander breathed. I wondered when I'd see this one. Holly and Phoenix Feather. 11 inches. Nice and supple. The wand was in Harry's hand before Ollivander finished speaking. Warmth exploded up his arm. Light, golden light, like the light from the void, flickered at the tip of the wand. And Harry felt something he had forgotten. Power. Not borrowed power. Not the power of prophecy or destiny or the peace of Voldemort's soul that had lived inside him. Just power. His own. Pure and bright and alive. Curious, Ollivander said, his pale eyes fixed on Harry's face. Very curious. What's curious? Harry asked, though he already knew. I remember every wand I've ever sold, Mr. Potter. And I remember the phoenix whose tail feather rests in this wand. She gave one other feather. Just one. Voldemort, Harry said. Ollivander's eyes widened. You know? I've heard the name. Lie. But Ollivander didn't push. He just nodded slowly, his expression thoughtful, and said, The wand chooses the wizard, Mr. Potter. It always has. Harry looked down at the wand in his hand. Holly. Phoenix feather. 11 inches. The wand that had seen him through 7 years of war. The wand that had saved his life 100 times. The wand that had failed him, in the end, because wands were just tools, and tools couldn't fix what was broken inside the people who wielded them. 7 galleons, Ollivander said. Harry paid. And as he left the shop, the holly wand warm in his pocket, he caught a glimpse of his reflection in the window. The same pale face. The same messy hair. The same 2 old eyes. But something else, too. Something that looked almost like hope. Asterisk. You can't change the past, Harry. Asterisk. Ron's voice. Echoing through time. Harry turned away from the window and walked into the sunlight. Watch me. Chapter 4. A Boy Changed by War. The month between Diagon Alley and the Hogwarts Express was the longest of Harry's life. Not because it was painful, though it was, in ways he hadn't expected, but because he had nothing to do but think. And thinking, he was discovering, was dangerous. It led to remembering. And remembering led to the kind of grief that made his 11-year-old body feel like it was being crushed from the inside. The Dursleys, true to their word, had moved him out of the cupboard and into Dudley's second bedroom. They didn't speak to him. Didn't look at him. They moved around him like he was a piece of furniture, an ugly one, best ignored until it could be thrown away. Harry preferred it that way. He spent his days in the small bedroom, sitting on the bed, staring at the ceiling, and planning. The Hogwarts letter had given him a list of required books. He had bought them all in Diagon Alley, Hogwarts, a history a beginner's guide to transfiguration, 1,000 magical herbs and fungi, and he read them obsessively, not because he needed to learn the material, he had lived it, after all, but because he needed to remember what it felt like to be a student. To be someone who learned magic instead of fighting it. But the books couldn't distract him forever. The memories always came back. Hermione. Her name was a wound that wouldn't close. He saw her everywhere, in the shadows of the bedroom, in the dust motes dancing through the afternoon light, in the spaces between words when he read. He heard her voice when he was trying to sleep. Don't you dare die, Harry Potter. He felt her hand in his when he closed his eyes, small, warm, callous from years of gripping a quill too tightly. She had been his anchor. His conscience. His best friend. And she was gone. No, he reminded himself, for the 1000th time. She's not gone. She's 11 years old. She's at her parents' house in London, probably reading a book about the history of magic. Probably driving her mother crazy with questions about Hogwarts. She was alive. They all were. Sirius. Remus. Tonks. Fred. Colin. Lavender. Dobby. All of them, alive. Harry clung to that thought like a drowning man clinging to driftwood. They were alive. He could save them. He could save all of them, if he was smart enough, strong enough, cold enough to make the hard choices. But what about Ron? That was the question he couldn't answer. He had tried, in the weeks since waking up in the cupboard, to separate the Ron he knew from the Ron who had betrayed him. It wasn't easy. The memories were tangled together, years of friendship and laughter and shared danger, all leading to that final moment in the bone chamber. He remembered Ron teaching him how to play chess. He remembered Ron standing on a broken leg, facing down a killer. He remembered Ron coming back in the Forest of Dean, saving his life, destroying the locket. But he also remembered the look in Ron's eyes when he raised his wand at Hermione. The emptiness. The hatred. The satisfaction. He wasn't always like that, Harry told himself. The circle changed him. Corrupted him. If I can stop them, if I can find them before they find him, But could he? He didn't even know where the circle was based. Ron had never told him. And in the original timeline, Harry hadn't discovered their existence until it was too late. I need information. He thought about the restricted section. About the books Dumbledore had hidden, the ones that contained secrets about the time nexus, about Merlin, about the ancient magic that underpinned reality itself. I need to get there. But first, he had to get to Hogwarts. The night before he was supposed to leave for King's Cross, Harry couldn't sleep. He lay on the narrow bed in the second bedroom, Dudley's old room, still faintly smelling of sweat and video game cartridges, and stared at the ceiling. The streetlight outside cast shifting patterns across the plaster, shadows that looked almost like faces. He thought about the first time he had made this journey. He had been terrified. Excited. He had barely known what a wizard was, let alone how to become one. He had packed his trunk 3 times, then unpacked it, then packed it again. He had worried about everything, missing the train, getting lost, being sorted into the wrong house, making a fool of himself in front of the other students. This time, he thought, I know exactly what I'm walking into. And that's the problem. Because knowing changed everything. He knew that Professor Quirinus Quirrell was hosting Voldemort's wraith on the back of his head. He knew that the Philosopher's Stone was hidden in the 3rd-floor corridor, guarded by a series of traps that he had already solved once. He knew that Snape wasn't the enemy, not really, not yet, and that Dumbledore's plans for him were more complicated than he had ever imagined. But knowing also meant he couldn't be innocent anymore. He couldn't look at Quirrell and see a stuttering, nervous professor. He would see the turban. The smell of garlic. The pale, trembling hands that hid a monster. He couldn't look at Snape and see a greasy-haired bully. He would see a man torn between loyalty and hatred, a man who had loved his mother and despised his father, a man who would die to protect him, eventually, after years of bitterness and regret. He couldn't look at Dumbledore and see a kindly grandfather. He would see a strategist. A manipulator. A man who believed that the ends justified the means, even when the means were cruel. Can I trust him? The question had been circling his mind for weeks. In the original timeline, Dumbledore had kept secrets from him, dangerous secrets. He had known about the Horcruxes long before he told Harry. He had suspected that Harry would have to die. He had raised Harry like a lamb for slaughter, hoping that love would be enough to save him. And it had been. But that didn't erase the betrayal. I cared about you too much, Dumbledore had said in the limbo between life and death. I cared more for your happiness than your knowing the truth. The words rang hollow now. Dumbledore's care had cost lives. Had cost Sirius his freedom, and then his life. Had cost Harry years of fear and confusion and loneliness. But I can't fight this war alone. He needed allies. He needed people he could trust. Hermione, he thought. If I can get to her before Ron does, if I can tell her the truth. But would she believe him? She was 11 years old. Brilliant, yes, but still a child. Still innocent. Still convinced that the world made sense, that authority figures could be trusted, that hard work and intelligence would always win the day. Telling her the truth would shatter that innocence. I have to try. Because Hermione was not just brilliant. She was loyal. Brave. Fierce. She had stood by him through everything, the war, the Horcrux hunt, the endless running, And she had never wavered, not once, not even when Ron had abandoned them. She believed in me, Harry thought. Even at the end. Even when she knew she was going to die. He owed her the truth. He owed her everything. The next morning, Harry woke before dawn. He dressed quickly, jeans, a t-shirt, Dudley's old jacket, and checked his trunk for the 100th time. Cauldron. Books. Wand. The small pouch of gold from Gringotts. Everything was in its place. He glanced at Hedwig's cage. The owl was watching him with large, amber eyes. She had arrived 3 days ago, delivered by a scruffy-looking wizard who had muttered something about a gift from Professor Dumbledore, before disapparating with a loud crack. Harry had named her Hedwig without thinking. The name had slipped out, a reflex, an echo of the future that no longer existed. But when he looked at the snowy owl, he felt the same warmth he had felt the first time, all those years ago. She's mine, he thought. She's always been mine. He opened the cage door. Hedwig hopped onto his arm, her talons gentle through the fabric of his jacket, and nipped at his ear affectionately. I miss you, Harry whispered. The owl hooted softly, as if she understood. She probably does, Harry thought. Animals always know more than we give them credit for. The doorbell rang. Harry froze. He hadn't expected anyone, hadn't wanted anyone. The Dursleys were still asleep, and the sun was barely over the horizon. Who could be visiting at this hour? He crept to the window and peered through the curtains. A car was parked outside, an old Ford Anglia, light blue, looking slightly out of place on Privet Drive's manicured street. Harry's heart stopped. No. No, no, no. He knew that car. He had flown it. Crashed it. Watched it disappear into the forbidden forest, wild and untamed, after saving him from the spiders. The Ford Anglia belonged to Arthur Weasley. And that meant... A loud crash echoed from downstairs. The kitchen door. Someone was inside the house. Harry grabbed his wand from the bedside table, holly and phoenix feather, warm in his grip, and moved toward the bedroom door. His heart was pounding so hard he could feel it in his throat. It's too early, he thought. The Weasleys aren't supposed to be here until the car. Until the bars on the window. Until the rescue. But I don't need rescuing. I know how to get to King's Cross. I know about platform 9 3/4. Harry! The voice was familiar. Too familiar. It belonged to a red-haired boy with freckles and a nervous smile. Harry opened the bedroom door and walked to the top of the stairs. Ron Weasley was standing in the hallway, looking up at him with wide blue eyes. He was 11 years old, smaller than Harry remembered, with ears that stuck out too far and hands that looked too big for his wrists. His hair was the same shade of red as Arthur's, as Ginny's, as all the Weasleys. The same red hair that watched Hermione die. Blimey, Ron said, grinning. You're Harry Potter, aren't you? Harry's hand tightened on his wand. Kill him. The thought came from nowhere, dark and violent, and utterly wrong. Harry shoved it down, buried it deep, forced himself to breathe. He's 11, he reminded himself. He hasn't done anything yet. He's just a boy. I'm Ron said, seemingly unaware of the war raging behind Harry's eyes. Ron Weasley. My mum's downstairs. She wants to know if you need help getting to King's Cross. Behind Ron, the kitchen door opened. A woman with bright red hair and a kind, tired face poked her head into the hallway. Ron, don't crowd the boy, Molly Weasley said. Then she saw Harry, really saw him, and her expression softened. Oh dear. You look just like your mother. Come down, dear. We've got breakfast. Harry forced his legs to move. He walked down the stairs, past Ron, past Molly, into the kitchen where Arthur Weasley was already making himself at home at the Dursleys' table. Harry! Arthur said warmly. Good to meet you. I work at the Ministry, Misuse of Muggle Artifacts office. Fascinating stuff, Muggles. Is that a telephone? Yes. Harry said. Extraordinary. Arthur beamed. Molly bustled around the kitchen, pulling food out of a wicker basket: eggs, bacon, sausages, toast, more food than Harry had seen in one place since the Hogwarts feasts of his memory. Eat up, dear, she said, pushing a plate toward him. You look half-starved. Harry sat down. Ron sat across from him, watching him with open curiosity. So, Ron said, shoveling eggs into his mouth. Is it true? You've got the you-know. He touched his own forehead. Harry nodded. Wicked, Ron breathed. Wicked. The word echoed in Harry's ears like a gunshot. Wicked. You're wicked, Harry. The boy who lived. The chosen one. The one who gets all the attention, all the glory, all the... Asterisk. Do you know what it's like? Growing up in your shadow? Asterisk. Harry dropped his fork. The sound was too loud in the quiet kitchen. Everyone stopped eating. Molly looked at him with concern. Arthur looked up from the telephone. Ron just stared, his blue eyes wide and unblinking. Are you all right, dear? Molly asked. Fine, Harry said. I just... He couldn't finish the sentence. Because Ron was sitting across from him, eating eggs, being 11, and Harry wanted to hate him. He wanted to curse him, to hurt him, to make him pay for what he would do a decade from now. But I think they're joking. They're not, Harry thought. But the troll isn't until Halloween. He filed that information away for later. The journey to King's Cross was surreal. Harry sat in the back of the Ford Anglia with Ron, watching the buildings of Surrey give way to the streets of London. Arthur drove with the enthusiasm of a man who had never fully understood how cars worked, and Molly navigated with a map spread across her knees, occasionally shouting directions. Fred and George were in the way back, their heads together, whispering and laughing. Ginny sat between them, her eyes fixed on Harry with an intensity that made him uncomfortable. She'll be fine, he told himself. The diary won't get her this time. But would it? He didn't know how much his presence had already changed. The butterfly effect, Hermione had explained it once, during their 6th year, when they were studying the laws of time travel. Small changes could have big consequences. A word spoken here, a choice made there, and the entire future could shift. I have to be careful. I have to be smart. I can't save everyone if I'm reckless. The car pulled into King's Cross Station, and Harry's heart began to pound. Platform 9 3/4. He remembered walking through the barrier for the first time, the fear, the excitement, the rush of magic that had made him feel like he was finally home. This time, he knew what waited on the other side. The Hogwarts Express. Crimson and gold. Billowing steam. The train that would take him to his destiny. Asterisk. You can't change the past, Harry. Asterisk. Watch me. All right, dear, Molly said, handing him his trunk. Just walk straight at the wall between platforms 9 and 10. Don't stop, and don't be scared. It's enchanted. I know, Harry said. Then he froze. I know. He had said it without thinking. Without remembering that he wasn't supposed to know. That he was supposed to be an innocent 11-year-old, seeing magic for the first time. Molly blinked at him. You know? Harry's mind raced. Asterisk think. Think. Cover it up. Asterisk. Ron told me, he said quickly. Earlier. When you were in the kitchen. Ron looked confused for a moment, then caught on. Yeah. I told him. About the barrier and everything. Molly's expression cleared. Oh. Well, that's good. Saved me the trouble of explaining. She smiled at Harry, warm, genuine, motherly, and Harry felt something twist inside his chest. She doesn't know, he thought. Asterisk, she doesn't know what Ron will become. What her son will do. Asterisk. Could I tell her? Could I warn her? What would she even say? He pushed the thought away. Not now. Not yet. One thing at a time. Ready? Ron asked. Harry looked at the barrier between platforms 9 and 10. He thought about Hermione. About the train. About the moment he would sit down in a compartment and wait for the future to unfold. He thought about all the things he would change. And all the things he couldn't. Ready, he said. He pushed his trolley toward the wall. And he didn't look back. Chapter 5 The Train Ride of Destiny. The Hogwarts Express was exactly as Harry remembered it. The scarlet steam engine gleamed under the grey London sky, its brass fittings polished to a mirror shine. Smoke billowed from the chimney in thick, white clouds, carrying the scent of coal and magic and something else, something that smelled like anticipation. Students swarmed the platform, their parents calling out last-minute instructions, owls hooting from their cages, cats winding between legs in search of attention. Harry stood at the edge of the chaos, his trunk beside him, Hedwig's cage in his hand, and felt the weight of everything pressing down on his shoulders. I'm back. I'm actually back. He had walked through the barrier without hesitation, had felt the cold wash of magic pass over him, had watched the ordinary brick wall dissolve into the impossible expanse of platform 9 3/4, and for one perfect moment, he had been 11 years old again. Innocent. Hopeful. Ready to begin. Then the moment passed, and the memories returned. He scanned the platform, his eyes moving from face to face, cataloging who was there and who wasn't. He saw Neville Longbottom, round-faced and nervous, being lectured by a stern-looking woman in an emerald green dress, his grandmother, probably, though Harry had never met her. He saw Draco Malfoy, pale and pointed, standing with his parents, Lucius, cold and elegant, and Narcissa, beautiful and sad in a way Harry had never noticed before. He saw the Weasleys, Molly fussing over Ron's robes, Arthur shaking hands with Fred and George, Ginny clutching her father's arm and staring at the train with wide, hungry eyes. And then he saw her. Hermione Granger. She was standing near the front of the train, her parents beside her, two dentists, ordinary and muggle and utterly out of place among the witches and wizards. Her bushy brown hair was already escaping from the ponytail she had tried to tame it into. Her nose was buried in a book, Hogwarts, a history *, Harry noticed, and she was frowning at the pages like they had personally offended her. She was 11 years old. She was alive. And she had no idea what was coming. Harry's throat tightened. He wanted to run to her. Wanted to grab her, hold her, tell her everything, about the war, about the betrayal, about the green light that would end her life if he didn't change it. He wanted to warn her, to protect her, to wrap her in so much safety that nothing could ever hurt her again. But he couldn't. Because if he ran to her now, if he told her the truth before she was ready, he would ruin everything. She wouldn't believe him. She would think he was crazy. And he would lose her before he ever had the chance to save her. Patience, he told himself. Wisdom. Trust. He forced himself to look away. Harry! Ron's voice cut through the noise. Over here! Let's find a compartment before they're all full. Harry turned. Ron was waving at him from beside the train door, his freckled face flushed with excitement. His trunk was already on board, levitated by one of the twins, probably, and he was bouncing on his heels like a dog about to be let off its leash. This is the moment, Harry thought. The moment I have to choose. In the original timeline, he had sat with Ron. They had shared a compartment, bought snacks from the trolley, and become friends before the train even reached Hogsmeade. That friendship had defined his life, for better and for worse. But this timeline was different. This Harry was different. He had seen where that friendship led. He had watched it curdle into jealousy, then resentment, then betrayal. He had watched Ron raise his wand and speak words that could never be unsaid. Could I still sit with him? Could I pretend that nothing had changed? Could I look at his 11-year-old face and not see the man who killed Hermione? No. No, he couldn't. Not yet. Go ahead, Harry said. I'll find you in a minute. I want to look around first. Ron's face fell slightly. Oh. All right. Don't take too long, yeah? The train leaves at 11. He climbed aboard, his red hair disappearing into the corridor, and Harry let out a breath he didn't know he had been holding. One choice, he thought. Asterisk one small change. And already, the timeline is shifting, asterisk. He walked away from the Weasleys, pushing his trolley through the crowd, his eyes scanning the windows of the train. Compartments were filling up quickly, groups of students laughing and shouting, first years huddling together, older students pretending they weren't nervous. And then he saw it. A compartment near the back of the train, mostly empty. Two figures sat inside, a boy with a round, anxious face, and a girl with straggly blonde hair and eyes that seemed to see things no one else could. Neville Longbottom. Luna Lovegood. Harry's heart skipped a beat. Asterisk they're not supposed to be together, asterisk he realized. Asterisk not yet. Luna doesn't start Hogwarts until next year. She shouldn't be on this train at all, asterisk. But there she was, small, pale, with radish earrings dangling from her ears and a copy of the Quibbler open on her lap. She was reading upside down, Harry noticed, and she didn't seem to care. Something has already changed. The butterfly effect. My presence alone. He didn't have time to analyze it. He grabbed his trunk, hauled it up the steps, and walked down the corridor until he reached the compartment. The door slid open with a soft hiss, and both Neville and Luna looked up. Neville's face went pale. Oh, you're Harry Potter, aren't you? Yes, Harry said. I'm Neville. Neville Longbottom. The boy stuck out his hand, then pulled it back, then stuck it out again. I mean, it's nice to meet you. I hope. Are you going to sit here? If that's all right. Yes. Neville's voice cracked. I mean, yes. That would be fine. Great. Wonderful. Luna said nothing. She just watched Harry with those strange, silvery eyes, her head tilted slightly to the side, like she was listening to something no one else could hear. Harry sat down across from her. I'm Luna Lovegood, she said finally. Her voice was soft, dreamy, like she was speaking from a great distance. My daddy edits the Quibbler. He says you're very interesting. Does he? Yes. He says the boy who lived must have seen things other people haven't. Things that would make them think he was crazy. She smiled, a small, gentle smile. I told him that being crazy isn't so bad. It's the sane people you have to watch out for. Harry stared at her. He had forgotten, or maybe he had never fully appreciated, how strange Luna was. Not strange in a bad way. Strange in a way that made the world feel bigger and more mysterious than he had ever imagined. She sees things, he thought. Things other people miss. Maybe she can help me. Neville cleared his throat nervously. So Harry, is it true? That you know. Defeated you-know-who when I was a baby? Harry finished. Yes. But I don't remember it. I was only 15 months old. Right. Right, of course. Neville nodded vigorously. My Gran says, well, she says a lot of things. Most of them are about how I'm not living up to my parents. But she also says you're probably very brave. Harry said nothing. Brave. He didn't feel brave. He felt tired. Hollow. Like someone had carved out his insides and filled the empty space with memories of a future that no longer existed. The compartment door slid open again. 3 people stood in the doorway. Draco Malfoy, flanked by his 2 goons, Crabbe and Goyle, both already large and stupid and utterly loyal to the Malfoy family fortune. Draco's eyes swept over the compartment, taking in Neville's trembling hands, Luna's upside-down magazine, and finally, Harry. So, Draco said, his voice dripping with practiced arrogance. It's true. The famous Harry Potter is on the train. Harry looked up at him. In the original timeline, this moment had been his first real interaction with Draco, a spoiled rich boy who had offered friendship and been refused. That refusal had made an enemy for life. What if I handled this differently? Harry wondered. What if I... No. Draco Malfoy was not his enemy. Not really. In the end, Draco had been as much a victim of Voldemort as anyone else, a boy forced into service, forced to choose between his family and his conscience, forced to watch as everything he loved was destroyed. But he was also a bully. A bigot. A boy who believed that blood purity mattered more than kindness. Harry couldn't befriend him. But he didn't have to make him an enemy, either. "My name is Harry Potter," Harry said evenly. "And you are?" Draco's eyes widened slightly. He was used to being recognized, used to people knowing who he was, what his father did, how much money his family had. "I'm Malfoy," he said. "Draco Malfoy." He said it like it should mean something. Harry nodded politely. "Nice to meet you, Draco. I'm afraid this compartment is full. But I'm sure you'll find somewhere else." Draco's pale cheeks flushed. "Full? There's only 3 of you. And 2 of them are." He glanced at Neville and Luna, his lip curling. "Nobody's. Neville Longbottom," Neville squeaked. "My grandmother is." "I know who your grandmother is, Longbottom." Draco's voice was dismissive. "And I know she's disappointed in you." Neville shrank back in his seat. Luna turned a page of the Quibbler. "He's trying to make you feel small," she said without looking up. "Because he feels small himself. His father probably doesn't hug him enough." Draco's jaw dropped. "What did you say?" Luna looked up, her silvery eyes wide and innocent. "I said your father doesn't hug you enough. It's not your fault. Some fathers are like that. They forget that children need affection." Crabbe and Goyle exchanged confused glances. Draco's hand moved toward his wand. Harry stood up. He was shorter than Draco, shorter than almost everyone on the train, but the movement was sudden enough to make the other boy step back. "I think you should leave," Harry said. His voice was quiet, calm. But there was something underneath it, something cold, something old, something that had seen war and death and betrayal and refused to be intimidated by an 11-year-old boy with a rich father. Draco's eyes flickered. He didn't know what he was seeing. Couldn't possibly understand. But some part of him, some deep, animal part, recognized that Harry Potter was not a normal child. "This isn't over," Draco said finally. He turned and stalked down the corridor, Crabbe and Goyle lumbering after him like poorly trained dogs. Harry sat back down. His hands were shaking. Not from fear, from rage. From the effort of not cursing Draco into next week. From the weight of all the magic he could use, all the spells he knew. All the ways he could hurt people if he let himself. Control, he thought. "I have to stay in control." "That was brilliant," Neville breathed. "Absolutely brilliant. You stood up to him like you weren't even scared." "I've faced worse," Harry said. Neville looked like he wanted to ask what could possibly be worse than Draco Malfoy, but something in Harry's expression made him stop. Luna turned another page of the Quibbler. "There's a Nargle in the corner," she said conversationally. "It's been watching you since you sat down. I think it likes you." Harry glanced at the corner. There was nothing there. "I'm sure it does," he said. The train began to move. The platform slid away, replaced by the grey sprawl of London, then the green fields of the countryside. Harry watched it all through the window, the trees, the hills, the occasional glimpse of a river, and tried to calm his racing mind. "I've made the first change. I'm not sitting with Ron. I'm sitting with Neville and Luna." But what would that mean? Would Ron find other friends? Would he become jealous earlier? Or would the distance between them prevent the friendship from forming at all? "I don't know. I don't know anything anymore." "Harry?" Neville's voice was hesitant, almost frightened. Harry turned. "Are you all right? You look like you've seen a ghost." "I've seen a lot of ghosts," Harry thought. "Most of them are still alive." "I'm fine," he said. "Just thinking." "About what?" "About the sorting. About which house I'll be in." Neville nodded. "My Gran wants me to be in Gryffindor. She says the Longbottoms have always been Gryffindors. But I'm not brave." Not like my parents. Your parents were tortured into madness, Harry thought. Asterisk, and you watched them in St. Mungo's, year after year, and you never stopped loving them. That's bravery, Neville. That's the bravest thing I've ever seen, asterisk. But he couldn't say that. Neville was 11. He didn't know about his parents' fate. The truth was still hidden, still waiting to be discovered. I can't tell him, Harry thought. Asterisk, not yet. It would break him, asterisk. Instead, he said, bravery isn't about not being scared. It's about being scared and doing the right thing anyway. Neville stared at him. That's really wise, he said. Did you read that in a book? No, Harry thought. I learned it from a woman who died for me. Something like that, he said. The lunch trolley came and went. Harry bought enough food for all three of them, chocolate frogs, cauldron cakes, pumpkin pasties, and watched as Neville and Luna ate with the enthusiasm of children who had never been truly hungry. Neville chattered nervously about his toad, Trevor, who had escaped again. Luna talked about the crumplehorn snorkack and whether she thought they'd find one in the Forbidden Forest. Harry listened. And he waited. Because he knew, that at some point, Ron would come looking for him. The question was, when? The answer came an hour outside of London. The compartment door slid open. Ron Weasley stood in the doorway, his face flushed, his hands stuffed in his pockets. Behind him, Harry could see the twins lingering in the corridor, pretending not to watch. Harry, Ron said. There you are. I've been looking everywhere. Of course you have, Harry thought. Asterisk, because in the original timeline, I was your ticket to relevance. Your chance to escape the shadow of your brothers. Asterisk. Is that still true? Or have I already changed it? I found a compartment, Harry said. Neville and Luna are keeping me company. Ron's eyes flicked to Neville, then to Luna. His expression flickered, confusion, then dismissal, then something that looked almost like disappointment. Right, he said. Well, I thought we could, sit together. Since we're both first years. And my mum said I should look after you. Look after me. The words landed like stones in Harry's chest. In the original timeline, Ron had looked after him. Had stood by him. Had fought for him. And then, years later, had raised his wand and... Stop. Harry forced himself to breathe. He's 11. He hasn't done anything. He's just a boy who wants a friend. You can sit with us, Harry said. If you want. Ron's face brightened. Really? Really? Ron practically fell into the seat next to Harry, his two long legs sprawling across the floor. He was grinning, that wide, awkward grin that Harry remembered so well, and for a moment, just a moment, Harry forgot about the future. Brilliant, Ron said. Absolutely brilliant. He looked at Neville. All right, Longbottom? Neville nodded nervously. Ron looked at Luna. Who are you? Luna Lovegood. Never heard of you. Most people haven't, Luna said serenely. I'm not very important. Ron frowned, as if he wasn't sure whether she was making fun of him. Then he shrugged and pulled a sandwich out of his pocket, corned beef, by the smell of it, and bit into it with enthusiasm. So, he said, his mouth full, what do you think the sorting will be like? My brothers said. Ignore your brothers, Harry said. They're probably lying. Ron blinked. How do you know my brothers? Because I've known you for 10 years, Harry thought. Asterisk, because I've eaten at your table, slept in your room, fought beside you and against you. Because you're the reason I'm here, and the reason I almost wasn't. Asterisk. Lucky guess, he said. Ron laughed. It was a good laugh, warm, genuine, unguarded. The laugh of a boy who hadn't yet learned to hide his feelings behind sarcasm and resentment. Harry's chest ached. This is the Ron I loved, he thought. The Ron I would have died for. This is the Ron I still have to save. The rest of the journey passed in a blur of conversation and sweets, and the growing darkness outside the window. Neville relaxed as the hours went by, his stutter fading as he talked about his herbology collection and the plants his grandmother grew in their greenhouse. Luna read her magazine, occasionally interjecting with strange facts about magical creatures that no one else had ever heard of. Ron told stories about the twins, their pranks, their schemes, their endless campaign of terror against Percy's organization system. And Harry listened. He watched. He learned. Neville was braver than he knew. Even now, even as a nervous first year, there was a core of steel inside him, a refusal to give up, to give in, to become the failure his grandmother expected. Luna was stranger than he remembered, but also kinder. She didn't laugh when Ron mocked her beliefs. She didn't get angry when Neville asked if the crumplehorn snorkack was real. She just smiled and said asterisk. Maybe. Maybe not. But it's more fun to believe, isn't it? Asterisk. And Ron. Ron was still Ron. He was loud, messy, insecure, desperate for attention. But he was also funny, loyal, for now, and genuinely excited about the prospect of having a friend. Can I save him? Or am I doomed to watch him fall again? The train slowed. Lights flickered in the darkness outside. A station, small and old and marked with a sign that Harry couldn't read from this distance. Hogsmeade Station, Ron said, bouncing in his seat. We're here. We're actually here. Harry stood up. He looked at Neville. At Luna. At Ron. These are my allies, he thought. These are the people I will trust. These are the people I will save. First years! A voice boomed from outside. First years, this way! Harry grabbed his trunk, his cage, his wand. And he stepped off the train. The lake was black and cold beneath the starry sky. Harry stood in the small boats with the other first years, Neville trembling beside him, Luna gazing up at the stars, Ron trying not to look scared, and watched as Hogwarts rose out of the darkness. The castle was beautiful. It had always been beautiful. Even at the end, even when it was burning and crumbling and covered in the bodies of the dead, it had been beautiful. But tonight, seeing it for the first time, again, Harry felt something he hadn't expected. He felt hope. This is where it begins, he thought. This is where I change everything. The boats glided across the black water, carrying them toward the future. And Harry Potter, 11 years old, 70 years old, a boy and a soldier and a broken savior, raised his eyes to the castle and made a silent vow. I will save them. All of them. Or I will die trying. The boats reached the shore. The first years climbed out, shivering and chattering, and followed Hagrid up the stone steps toward the great oak doors. Behind them, the lake whispered secrets to the night. And above them, the stars burned cold and bright, watching everything, waiting to see what the boy who lived would do with his second chance. Chapter 6, Secrets of the Sorting Hat. The great hall blazed with floating candles. Hundreds of them drifted just beneath the enchanted ceiling, which reflected a perfect replica of the night sky, deep velvet black scattered with diamonds of starlight. The 4 long house tables stretched from the doors to the staff table at the far end, laden with golden plates and goblets that gleamed in the candlelight. Ghosts drifted between the students, translucent and silver, their voices murmuring in tones that sounded like distant wind chimes. Harry stood with the other first years in a huddled cluster near the entrance, his heart pounding so hard he was sure the students at the nearest table could hear it. Not from fear, he told himself. From anticipation. He had done this before. 7 years of Hogwarts. 7 years of feasts and classes and battles and goodbyes. He knew every stone of this castle, every secret passage, every hidden room. But standing here now, in his 11-year-old body, wearing robes that were slightly too large and shoes that pinched his toes, he felt like a stranger in his own skin. When I call your name, Professor McGonagall said, her voice crisp and commanding, asterisk, you will come forward, sit on the stool, and place the sorting hat upon your head. The hat will then place you into your house. Asterisk. She paused, her sharp eyes sweeping across the group of trembling first years. Gryffindor, she continued, asterisk. Hufflepuff, Ravenclaw, or Slytherin. Your house will be like your family at Hogwarts. Your triumphs will earn you points. Your missteps will cost them. The House Cup is awarded at the end of each year to the house with the most points. Asterisk. Harry remembered those words. He remembered the fear that had gripped him the first time, the terror of being sorted into Slytherin, of being judged unworthy, of being sent away from the only place that had ever felt like home. This time, he wasn't afraid. He was something worse. He was prepared. The Sorting Hat will take your choice into account, McGonagall added asterisk. But it will also see what lies beneath. Be honest. Be brave. And trust in the magic of Hogwarts. Asterisk. She unrolled a long parchment scroll. Asterisk. Abbot Hannah! Asterisk. A blonde girl with rosy cheeks stumbled forward, sat on the stool, and had the hat placed on her head. It twitched for barely a second before shouting, asterisk. Hufflepuff! Asterisk. The table draped in yellow and black erupted in applause. Harry watched the sorting unfold, his mind churning. He knew where almost everyone would go. Hannah Abbott to Hufflepuff. Susan Bones to Hufflepuff. Terry Boot to Ravenclaw. Mandy Brocklehurst to Ravenclaw. Lavender Brown to Gryffindor, where she would die years from now, torn apart by Fenrir Greyback in the final battle. No, Harry thought. Asterisk, not this time. This time, I'll save her. Asterisk. Asterisk. Finch Fletchley, Justin. Asterisk. Asterisk. Granger, Hermione. Asterisk. Harry's breath caught. Hermione walked toward the stool, her bushy hair bouncing with each step, her expression a mixture of nervousness and determination. She sat down, and the hat was placed on her head. Asterisk. Gryffindor. Asterisk. The hat barely touched her hair before shouting. Harry watched her walk to the Gryffindor table, her cheeks flushed with pride, and felt something twist in his chest. She's alive. She's here. And she doesn't know me yet. The sorting continued. Neville was called, trembling, pale, nearly tripping over his own feet, and the hat hesitated for a long moment before sending him to Gryffindor. Luna Lovegood was called next. The hat sat on her head for a full 2 minutes before sending her to Ravenclaw. Harry filed that information away. Asterisk Luna in Ravenclaw. Good. That's where she belongs. Asterisk. Then. Asterisk. Malfoy, Draco. Asterisk. Draco swaggered to the stool, his pointed chin raised, his expression smug. The hat barely touched his white blonde hair before shouting, asterisk. Slytherin! Asterisk. Draco smiled and walked to the table draped in green and silver, where older students pounded the table in welcome. Asterisk. Potter, Harry! Asterisk. The hall went silent. Harry walked forward. He felt the eyes of every student, every teacher, every ghost boring into him. He heard the whispers, asterisk, Harry Potter, asterisk, asterisk. The boy who lived, asterisk, asterisk. Is that really him? Asterisk, and felt the weight of their expectations pressing down on his shoulders. They don't know, he thought. Asterisk, they don't know what I've seen. What I've lost. What I've become, asterisk. He sat on the stool. McGonagall lowered the sorting hat onto his head. And the world went dark. Interesting, a voice said. The hat. Harry remembered its voice from the first time, crackling, ancient, amused. But this time, there was something else underneath the amusement. Something that sounded almost like wonder. Asterisk. You're different, Harry Potter. Very different from the boy I remember. Asterisk. Harry said nothing. Asterisk. No, don't bother hiding. I can see everything. Every memory. Every scar. Every choice you've made, and every choice that was made for you. Asterisk. The hat's voice softened. Asterisk. You've been through much. More than any child should endure. More than most adults could survive. Asterisk. You see the future? Harry asked silently. Asterisk. I see possibilities. Paths. The choices that lead to certain ends. But your future. Asterisk, the hat paused. Asterisk. Your future is not like the others. It has already been written once. And now you are rewriting it. Asterisk. I have to. Asterisk. Yes. I know. Asterisk. The hat fell silent for a moment. Harry could feel it sifting through his memories, not invading, not violating, but tasting. Like it was sampling the contours of his soul, trying to understand the shape of the man who sat beneath it. You were a Gryffindor, the hat said finally. Asterisk. In the timeline that no longer exists. You were brave and reckless and foolish and noble. You threw yourself into danger without thinking. You loved without counting the cost. Asterisk. And now? No. The hat's voice grew heavy. Asterisk. Now you are something else. Something I have not seen in centuries. A boy who carries the weight of a man's grief. A soldier who has forgotten how to be a child. Asterisk. I don't want to be a child, Harry said. Children can't save anyone. Asterisk. Children aren't meant to save anyone. That's the tragedy of your life, Harry Potter. You were never allowed to be young. Asterisk. The words landed like stones in deep water. Harry blinked. The sorting hat does not merely sort by traits, the hat continued. Asterisk. It sorts by potential. By the shape of the soul. By the choices a person is capable of making, not just the ones they have made. Asterisk. So where do I belong? Asterisk. Where do you want to belong? Asterisk. Harry thought about it. He had been a Gryffindor. He had been proud of that, proud to be in the house of the brave, the house of his parents, the house that stood against darkness. But Gryffindor's bravery had cost him everything. Bravery had made him walk into the forbidden forest to die. Bravery had made him trust Ron over and over, even when the trust was misplaced. You could be in Slytherin, the hat said, and there was no judgment in its voice. Asterisk. You have ambition. You have cunning. You have a hunger to change the world, to reshape it into something better. Asterisk. I'm not a Slytherin. Asterisk. You could be. You have more of Salazar in you than you know. The darkness you've faced, the choices you've made, they have left marks. Scars that will never fully heal. Asterisk. I'm not evil. Asterisk. No. You are not. But Slytherin is not evil, Harry. It is merely pragmatic. And you, more than anyone, understand that sometimes the hard choice is the right choice. Asterisk. Harry was silent. You could be in Ravenclaw. The hat continued. Asterisk. You seek knowledge, not for its own sake, but for what it can do. You want to understand time, magic, the nature of the enemy you face. You want to learn so you can fight. Asterisk. I'm not smart enough for Ravenclaw. Asterisk. Intelligence takes many forms. You are not bookish, no. But you are perceptive. Strategic. You see connections that others miss. That is a kind of wisdom. Asterisk. Harry shook his head. And Hufflepuff? Asterisk. Hufflepuff values loyalty above all else. And you? Asterisk. The hat's voice softened. Asterisk. You have been betrayed. Deeply. Terribly. And yet you still believe in loyalty. You still want to trust. That is the most Hufflepuff thing I have ever seen. Asterisk. Harry felt tears prick at his eyes. He blinked them away. But you were a Gryffindor, the hat said. Asterisk. And Gryffindor is where you belong. Not because you are brave, though you are, but because bravery is the mask you wear to hide the fear underneath. You are terrified, Harry Potter. Terrified of failing. Terrified of losing the people you love. Terrified that no matter what you do, the future will still end in blood and fire. Asterisk. And Gryffindor will fix that? Asterisk. No. But Gryffindor will give you the courage to try. Asterisk. Harry took a breath. Then Gryffindor, he said. If that's where I belong. The hat was silent for a long moment. Then it spoke, and its voice was different. Deeper. Older. Like something had woken up inside it, something that had been sleeping for centuries. Before I place you, the hat said, asterisk. I must warn you. Asterisk. Harry went cold. Warn me about what? Asterisk. The magic you carry, the memories of the future, they have changed you. Altered your soul in ways that cannot be undone. The Sorting Hat is not just a hat, Harry. It is a relic of the Founders. A piece of the original magic that built this castle. Asterisk. I know. Asterisk. Do you know that using time magic damages reality? That every jump, every change, every rewritten moment creates cracks in the fabric of existence? Asterisk. Harry's blood ran cold. Tell me. Asterisk. The voice you heard, the one in the light, it told you about the enemy. The one who wants to unmake reality. But it did not tell you everything. Asterisk. What didn't it tell me? Asterisk. That enemy is awake now. It felt you come back. It felt the ripples of your passage through time. And it is hungry. Asterisk. Harry's hands clenched on his knees. What is it? Asterisk. I do not know its name. Names have power, and it has hidden its name so deeply that not even the Founders could find it. But I know what it wants. Asterisk. Tell me. Asterisk. It wants to consume the cracks in time. To grow strong on the chaos you create. Every change you make, every person you save, every death you prevent, will make it stronger. Until eventually it will be strong enough to break free. Asterisk. Harry felt the world tilt beneath him. You're saying I shouldn't change anything? Asterisk. I am saying that every choice has a cost. You knew that already. But now you must understand, some costs are higher than others. Some choices echo across centuries. Asterisk. Then what do I do? Harry demanded. Do I just let everyone die? Let Ron betray me? Let Hermione? Asterisk. No. Asterisk. The hat's voice was firm. Asterisk. You fight. You save who you can. You change what you must. But you do it with your eyes open. You do it understanding that the enemy is watching. And you do it knowing that the final battle will not be against Voldemort. Asterisk. Harry's throat went dry. It will be against the thing behind him. Asterisk. Yes. Asterisk. The hat fell silent. Harry sat in the darkness, feeling the weight of the prophecy, the real prophecy, the one Dumbledore had never told him, settling onto his shoulders. One more thing, the hat said. What? Asterisk. The boy. Ron Weasley. You are wondering whether you can save him. Asterisk. Harry's heart clenched. Can I? Asterisk. I do not know. His soul is not yet corrupted. The darkness that will consume him has not yet taken root. But the potential is there, the jealousy, the resentment, the hunger for recognition. The circle of the unbroken will sense that potential. They will cultivate it. Water it. Feed it until it grows into something monstrous. Asterisk. Then I have to stop them. Asterisk. Yes. But stopping them will not be enough. You must also reach Ron. Before they do, you must show him that he matters, not because he is your friend, not because he is a Weasley, but because he is himself. Asterisk. How do I do that? Asterisk. I cannot tell you. That is a choice only you can make. Asterisk. The hat shifted on Harry's head. Asterisk. Are you ready? Asterisk. No, Harry said honestly. But I never am. Asterisk. Good. That is the mark of a true Gryffindor. The ones who think they are ready are the ones who fall. Asterisk. The hat opened its brim. And shouted for the entire hall to hear. Asterisk. Gryffindor! Asterisk. The Gryffindor table erupted. Harry walked toward the sea of red and gold, his legs moving on autopilot, his mind still spinning. He saw Fred and George pounding the table, Percy clapping politely, Ron grinning like he had just won the lottery. And then he saw Hermione. She was watching him with curious brown eyes, not worshipful, not fawning, just curious. Like she was trying to solve a puzzle that didn't quite make sense. Harry sat down across from her. Ron immediately slid into the seat beside him. "That was brilliant," Ron said. "The hat took ages with you. We thought something was wrong." "Something was wrong," Harry said quietly. Ron frowned. "What do you mean?" "Nothing." Harry shook his head. "Just, the hat said some things. About the future." Ron's eyes widened. "The future? Can the hat see the future?" "No," Harry thought. Asterisk, but it can see me. And it saw what I've been through, asterisk. "Eat your dinner," Harry said, pushing a plate toward Ron. "You look like you haven't eaten in weeks." Ron's confusion vanished, replaced by enthusiasm. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. He loaded his plate with roast beef and mashed potatoes and Yorkshire pudding, and Harry watched him with a mixture of affection and dread. "I have to save him. I have to. But what if I can't?" The feast ended. Dumbledore stood, his silver beard gleaming in the candlelight, his half-moon spectacles glinting. He spoke about the start of term, about the Forbidden Forest being forbidden, though his eyes twinkled as he said it, about the third-floor corridor being off-limits to anyone who didn't want to die a most painful death. The students laughed. Harry didn't. He knew what was in that corridor. Knew about Fluffy, about the Devil's Snare, about the keys and the chess game and the troll and the potions and the Mirror of Arist. He knew that Quirinus Quirrell was already host to Voldemort's wraith. He knew that the Philosopher's Stone was already in danger. And now, thanks to the Sorting Hat, he knew that something worse than Voldemort was watching. Waiting. Growing stronger with every change he made. "But I can't stop," he thought. "I can't give up. Too many people are counting on me." The feast ended. The prefects led the first years to the Gryffindor common room, and Harry followed, his eyes scanning the familiar portraits, the familiar stairs, the familiar corridors. The fat lady swung open. The common room was warm and welcoming, with its overstuffed armchairs and crackling fire and windows that looked out over the Black Lake. Harry found a bed in the first-year dormitory, his old bed, the one he had slept in for 6 years, and collapsed onto the mattress. Ron was in the bed next to him, already snoring. Neville was across the room, clutching Trevor the Toad and whispering prayers to his grandmother. The other boys, Seamus, Dean, were talking quietly, getting to know each other, laughing at jokes Harry didn't hear. Harry lay on his back and stared at the canopy above his bed. "I'm here. I'm really here. And I have no idea what comes next." He closed his eyes. And for the first time since waking up in the cupboard, he let himself cry. Not loud sobs, nothing that would wake the others. Just silent tears, sliding down his cheeks and into his pillow, soaking the fabric with grief he had been carrying for so long it felt like part of his bones. He cried for Hermione. He cried for Sirius, for Remus, for Tonks, for Fred. He cried for the boy he used to be, the innocent, hopeful boy who had believed that friendship was forever, that love could conquer anything, that happy endings were real. And when the tears finally stopped, he wiped his face, took a deep breath, and made a decision. "Tomorrow," he thought, "I start. Tomorrow, I change everything." He rolled onto his side and watched the moonlight filter through the window, casting silver patterns on the stone floor. Somewhere in the castle, Voldemort was plotting. Somewhere beyond time, the ancient enemy was waking. And somewhere in the future that no longer existed, Hermione was gone. Not anymore, Harry thought. Not anymore. He closed his eyes. And for the first time in a very long time, he slept without dreaming. Chapter 7, The First Crack in Fate. The first week of Hogwarts passed in a blur of classes, corridors, and careful observation. Harry moved through the castle like a ghost, present, but not quite there. He went to his classes. He took notes. He answered questions when asked, and stayed silent when he wasn't. He ate meals in the Great Hall, sitting between Ron and Neville, nodding along to conversations about Quidditch and homework, and which teachers were the strictest. But his mind was elsewhere. It was always elsewhere. The Sorting Hat's warning echoed in his skull like a bell that wouldn't stop ringing. Asterisk, the enemy is awake now. It felt you come back. And it is hungry. Asterisk. Harry didn't know what the enemy was. Didn't know its name, its shape, its weaknesses. All he knew was that it was ancient, powerful, and patient. It had been waiting for centuries, maybe longer, for someone to crack the timeline open. And now Harry had done exactly that. Every change makes it stronger. The thought was a cold weight in his chest. But he couldn't stop changing things. That was the trap, the cruel, perfect trap. If he did nothing, the future would unfold as it always had. Ron would betray him. Hermione would die. Voldemort would rise and fall, leaving a trail of bodies behind him. But if he did something, if he saved even one person, prevented even one death, he would feed the enemy. Make it stronger. Bring the final destruction closer. Damned if I do, he thought. Damned if I don't. He pushed the thought away. There was no point in spiraling. He had made his choice when he agreed to come back. He would save as many people as he could, defeat as many enemies as he could, and when the ancient thing finally came for him, he would be ready. Or he wouldn't. Either way, he would fight. By Friday, Harry had established a routine. He woke before the other boys, before dawn, when the dormitory was still dark and silent, and lay in bed, running through his mental checklist. The Horcruxes. The Stone. Pettigrew. Sirius. The Tournament. The Prophecy. The Circle. So many pieces? So little time. He dressed quietly and made his way down to the common room, where the fire had burned down to embers and the only light came from the gray dawn filtering through the windows. He sat in his favorite armchair, the same one he had claimed in the original timeline, without even thinking about it, and pulled out a piece of parchment. He had started keeping notes. Not a diary, that would be too dangerous, too easy to find. But a coded list of dates and events, written in a shorthand that only he could understand. He added to it every morning, recording everything he remembered, everything he had changed, everything he still needed to do. Asterisk September 1st, train. Sat with Neville and Luna instead of Ron alone. Small change. Unknown impact. Asterisk. Asterisk September 2nd, first day of classes. Flitwick, McGonagall, Snape. Snape still hates me. No change there. Asterisk. Asterisk September 3rd, charms. Hermione answered every question. Ron called her a nightmare. I didn't laugh. Ron looked confused. Asterisk. Asterisk September 4th, transfiguration. McGonagall turned her desk into a pig. Neville set his teacup on fire. Ron made a joke about it. I didn't laugh at that either. Asterisk. Asterisk September 5th, potions. Snape took points from Gryffindor because I breathed too loudly. Hermione knows the answers to everything but doesn't raise her hand anymore. She's watching me. Asterisk. That last line made Harry pause. She's watching me. He had noticed it 2 days ago, the way Hermione's eyes followed him across the classroom, the way she seemed to be studying him, the way she studied her textbooks. She hadn't spoken to him yet, not directly. But she was paying attention. She's too smart, Harry thought. She knows something is wrong. He folded the parchment and tucked it into his pocket. The common room door opened. Harry looked up. Hermione stood in the doorway, her bushy hair even messier than usual, her robe clutched around her like a shield. She was holding a book, asterisk Hogwarts, a history asterisk, Harry noticed, and her eyes were wide with surprise. You're awake, she said. So are you. Ah, yes. She stepped into the common room, her slippers shuffling on the stone floor. I couldn't sleep. Too much to think about. I thought I'd get some reading done before breakfast. Harry nodded. Hermione hesitated for a moment, then sat down in the armchair across from him. She opened her book, but she didn't read. She just stared at the pages, her brow furrowed, her lips pressed together. "You're Harry Potter," she said finally. "Yes. I'm Hermione Granger." "I know." Her eyes flicked up to meet his. "How do you know?" "Because I've known you for 10 years, Harry thought. Asterisk because you're my best friend. Because I watched you die. Asterisk. Everyone knows your name," he said carefully. "Professor Flitwick called on you at least 12 times in Charms. And McGonagall said you were one of the brightest first years she'd seen in years." Hermione's cheeks flushed. "She said that?" "Word for word." "Oh." Hermione looked down at her book. Thank you for telling me." Silence fell between them. It was not an uncomfortable silence, not quite. But there was something in the air, something electric, something that made Harry's scar tingle even though Voldemort was nowhere near. She knows, he thought. Asterisk, she doesn't know what she knows. But she knows something. Asterisk. "Can I ask you something?" Hermione said. "Sure." "Why did you look at me?" "On the train. When I was getting sorted. You looked at me like—" She stopped, searching for words. "Like you knew me. Like you were happy to see me. But we've never met." Harry's heart skipped a beat. She noticed. Asterisk, of course she noticed. She notices everything. Asterisk. "I don't know," he said. "Maybe I just have one of those faces." Hermione's eyes narrowed. "That's not an answer. It's the only one I have." She stared at him for a long moment, longer than was comfortable, longer than most 11-year-olds could hold a gaze. Harry stared back, refusing to look away, refusing to show weakness. "She's testing me," he realized. "She's trying to figure out what I'm hiding. Good luck with that," he thought. "I've been hiding things from people who are much better at interrogation than you." Finally, Hermione looked away. "Fine," she said. "Keep your secrets. But I'll figure it out eventually." "Maybe," Harry said. "Maybe not." He stood up, stretched his arms over his head, and walked toward the portrait hole. "Where are you going?" Hermione asked. "Breakfast. It's almost 6:30. The house elves will have started setting up." Hermione checked her watch, a complicated gold thing that looked like it had more gears than a clock tower, and her eyes widened. "How did you know what time it was? You didn't look at a clock." "Because I've eaten breakfast in this castle 1,000 times, Harry thought. Asterisk, because my internal clock is set to the rhythm of Hogwarts. Because I'm not a normal 11-year-old, and I'm getting tired of pretending. Asterisk. "Lucky guess," he said. He climbed through the portrait hole. Behind him, he heard Hermione scramble to her feet and follow. The great hall was mostly empty at this hour, just a few older students nursing cups of coffee and a ghost or two drifting through the walls. Harry sat down at the Gryffindor table and filled his plate with eggs and toast and bacon. Hermione sat across from him. "You're strange," she said. "Thank you." "It wasn't a compliment." "I know." She frowned at him, clearly frustrated. Harry hid a smile behind his goblet of pumpkin juice. This is the Hermione I remember, he thought. Asterisk, the one who never let anything go. The one who asked questions until she got answers. The one who refused to accept "I don't know" as an excuse. Asterisk. I've missed her. God, I've missed her. "Can I ask you something else?" Hermione said. "You can ask. I might not answer." "Fair enough." She leaned forward, her elbows on the table, her brown eyes intense. "Why didn't you laugh? In Charms, when Ron called me a nightmare. Everyone else laughed. Even Neville. But you didn't." Harry set down his fork. "Because I know what you're going to become," he thought. Asterisk, because I know that you're not a nightmare, you're a miracle. Because I watched you die for me, and the least I can do is not laugh when some idiot calls you names. Asterisk. Because it wasn't funny, he said. Hermione's expression softened, just slightly, just for a moment. "Thank you," she said quietly. "Don't thank me. Just—" Harry hesitated. Just don't let him get to you. Ron. He's not a bad person. He's just insecure. He'll come around. How do you know? Because he always does, Harry thought. Until he doesn't. Call it a hunch, he said. The first crack in fate came on Tuesday. Harry was walking to Charms, alone, because Ron was still in the dormitory looking for his missing quill and Neville was already lost somewhere in the East Wing, when he heard the sound. A scream. High-pitched. Terrified. Coming from the girls' bathroom on the third floor. Harry's blood ran cold. Not yet, he thought. Asterisk, it's too early. The troll isn't supposed to attack until Halloween. Asterisk. But the scream came again, louder this time, more desperate, and Harry was running before he could stop himself. He burst through the bathroom door. The room was chaos. Stalls were shattered, sinks were cracked, and water was flooding across the floor in dark, murky waves. In the center of the room, silhouetted against the broken window, stood a troll. It was enormous, 12 feet tall, at least, with gray, lumpy skin and a club the size of a small tree. Its face was a mask of mindless rage, and its small, bloodshot eyes were fixed on the source of the screaming. A small first-year girl. Harry didn't know her name. She had mousy brown hair and a Hufflepuff tie, and she was huddled against the far wall, her wand clutched in her trembling hands, tears streaming down her cheeks. The troll raised its club. Harry moved. He didn't think. Didn't plan. His body reacted on instinct, the same instinct that had kept him alive through 7 years of war. He dodged between the troll's legs, stupid, so stupid asterisk, and came up behind it, his wand already raised. Petrificus totalis! The spell hit the troll's back. Nothing happened. Trolls were resistant to magic. Harry had forgotten that, or maybe he had just hoped it wouldn't matter. The beast turned, its tiny eyes fixing on him, and a low, rumbling growl escaped its throat. Great, Harry thought. Now I've made it angry. The troll swung its club. Harry ducked. The club smashed into the wall behind him, sending chunks of stone flying. Harry rolled to the side, came up on his knees, and cast again, Locomotor Wibbly! But the spell just glanced off the troll's thick hide. I need something bigger. Something stronger. Something. Wingardium Leviosa, The voice came from behind him. Harry turned. Hermione stood in the doorway, her wand outstretched, her face pale but determined. She was aiming not at the troll, but at the club, and as Harry watched, the massive weapon rose into the air, wobbling slightly, until it hovered directly above the troll's head. Now! Hermione shouted. Harry understood. Descendo! He cried. The club dropped. It landed on the troll's head with a sickening crunch, and the beast swayed for a moment, once, twice, before collapsing face first into the flooded floor. Silence. Harry stood there, breathing hard, his heart pounding so loud he could hear it in his ears. Water lapped at his shoes. Dust motes danced in the morning light. Hermione lowered her wand. Her hands were shaking. How did you know? Harry started. I didn't, Hermione said. I heard screaming. And I followed the sound. And then I saw you fighting a troll, and I thought. She burst into tears. Harry crossed the room in 3 steps and pulled her into his arms. She was smaller than he remembered, smaller than she had been at 11, or maybe he just remembered her as being larger than life. She fit against his chest like she belonged there, and when she cried, he felt the sobs shake through both of them. It's okay, he said, though it wasn't. It's okay. You're safe. You were fighting a troll, Hermione said into his robe. You're 11 years old. You could have died. So could you. I know. She pulled back, wiping her eyes with the back of her hand. I know. But I couldn't let you. You saved my life, Harry said. I levitated a club. You saved my life. Hermione stared at him. There was something in her eyes, something that looked like recognition, like understanding, like the first glimmer of a truth she wasn't ready to face. "You're not normal," she said. "No," Harry agreed. "I'm not." "Who are you?" Harry thought about lying. Thought about deflecting, changing the subject, pretending he was just a boy who had gotten lucky. But looking at Hermione, alive, whole, here, he couldn't. "I'm someone who knows things," he said. "Things I shouldn't know. Things that haven't happened yet." Hermione's breath caught. "What kind of things?" "The kind that get people killed." The bathroom door burst open. Professors McGonagall, Snape, and Quirrell stood in the doorway, their wands raised, their faces a mixture of shock and fury. Behind them, Harry could see Ron and Neville and a dozen other students, all peering over the teachers' shoulders. "Explain yourselves," McGonagall said coldly. Harry looked at Hermione. Hermione looked at Harry. And in that moment, something passed between them, something that felt like the beginning of a conversation they hadn't started yet. "I tried to fight it alone," Harry said. Asterisk. Hermione came to help. "She saved my life." Asterisk. McGonagall's eyes narrowed. "And why, precisely, were you fighting a troll in the first place, Mr. Potter?" Harry had no good answer. But Hermione did. "It was my fault, Professor," she said, stepping forward. "I was in the bathroom when the troll attacked. Harry heard me scream and came to help. If he hadn't..." She didn't finish the sentence. McGonagall's expression shifted. The fury didn't disappear, but something else joined it, something that looked almost like respect. 5 points will be taken from Gryffindor for being out of bounds," she said. "And 5 points will be awarded to both of you for sheer, reckless courage." She turned to the crowd of students. "The rest of you, get to class. Now." The crowd dispersed. Ron lingered for a moment, his eyes fixed on Harry, his expression unreadable. Then he turned and walked away without a word. Harry watched him go. "He's jealous," Harry realized. Asterisk, he wanted to be the hero. And now Hermione has taken that from him. Asterisk. The first crack. The first change. What comes next? That night, Harry sat in the common room, staring into the fire. Hermione sat beside him, a blanket wrapped around her shoulders, a cup of tea cooling in her hands. They hadn't spoken since the troll, not really. But they hadn't needed to. "You knew," Hermione said finally. Harry turned to look at her. "Knew what?" "About the troll. Before it happened. You knew it was going to attack." Harry was silent. "Don't lie to me," Hermione said. "I saw your face when you heard the scream. You weren't surprised. You were expecting it." She's too smart, Harry thought. She always has been. "Yes," he said. Hermione's hands tightened around her cup. "How?" Harry took a breath. This was the moment. The moment he had been dreading and anticipating in equal measure. The moment when he had to decide whether to trust her, really trust her, with the truth. Asterisk. Wisdom. Patience. The ability to trust, even when trust has burned you. Asterisk. "I'm going to tell you something," Harry said. "And you're not going to believe me. Not at first. But I need you to listen. Really listen. Because what I'm about to say could save lives." Hermione's eyes widened. "Tell me," she whispered. Harry leaned forward. And he began. Chapter 8, Dumbledore's Suspicion. The fire in the Gryffindor common room had burned down to glowing embers by the time Harry finished speaking. Hermione sat perfectly still, her cup of tea long since gone cold, her blanket slipping from her shoulders. Her face was pale. In the dim light, paler than Harry had ever seen it, and her eyes were fixed on something in the middle distance, something that wasn't there. Harry waited. He had told her everything. Not all at once. He had been careful, measured, watching her reactions as he spoke. He had started with the small things, the troll, the stone, the third-floor corridor. Then he had moved to the larger truths: Voldemort's return, the prophecy, the war. And finally, he had told her about Ron. The betrayal. The circle. The green light that had ended her life in a future that no longer existed. Hermione had not interrupted. Had not cried. Had not screamed or called him crazy or run from the room. She had just sat there, her hands clasped in her lap, her breathing steady, and listened. Now the silence stretched between them like a physical thing. "You're not lying," Hermione said finally. It wasn't a question. "No," Harry said. "I can tell. When people lie, their eyes shift to the left. Their breathing changes. Their hands move more than they should. Yours didn't do any of that." She paused. "Either you're telling the truth, or you're the best liar I've ever met." "I'm not a good liar." "No. You're not." Hermione turned to look at him, and her eyes were wet, but she wasn't crying. "You died. In the forest. You let Voldemort kill you so the Horcrux inside you would be destroyed." "Yes." "And then you came back." "Yes." "And then," her voice cracked, "and then I died. Ron killed me." Harry reached out and took her hand. It was smaller than he remembered, smaller than it had been in the tent, smaller than it had been in the final battle. But it was warm. Alive. Real. "That's not going to happen," Harry said. "Not this time." "How do you know?" "Because I'm going to stop it." Hermione looked down at their joined hands. Her fingers curled around his, squeezing tightly, and Harry felt something loosen in his chest, something that had been tight since the moment he woke. Up in the cupboard. "You trust me," she said. "You told me all of this, and you trust me not to tell anyone. You're the smartest person I've ever known. If I can't trust you, I can't trust anyone." Hermione was silent for a long moment. Then she said, "We need to make a list." Harry blinked. "A list?" "Of everything you remember. Every Horcrux. Every death. Every betrayal. Every date and location and name. We need to write it all down, somewhere safe, somewhere no one else can find it." Her mind was already racing, her eyes sharp and focused. "And we need to figure out what we can change and what we can't. The troll attacked today, that wasn't supposed to happen until Halloween. Something is already different. I know. The question is whether the difference is because of you, or because of something else." The enemy, Harry thought. The ancient thing watching from beyond time. But he didn't say that. Not yet. Hermione was already carrying enough weight. "Tomorrow," Harry said. "We'll start tomorrow. Right now we need to sleep. You look like you're about to fall over." "I'm fine." "You're not fine. You just found out that your best friend—" Harry stopped. Corrected himself. "That Ron is going to betray you in a future that might not even happen anymore. That's not something you process in one night." Hermione opened her mouth to argue. Then she closed it. "You're right," she said. "I hate it when you're right. I'm right most of the time. Modest, too." Harry almost smiled. Almost. He stood up, pulling Hermione to her feet, and walked her to the staircase that led to the girls' dormitory. She paused at the bottom step, her hand on the railing, and looked back at him. "Harry? Yes? Thank you. For telling me the truth. You deserve to know." "No." Hermione shook her head. "I mean, thank you for trusting me. Even after what happened with Ron. Even after—" She swallowed hard. "Even after I died." Harry's throat tightened. "You're the reason I came back," he said. "You and everyone else I couldn't save. But mostly you." Hermione's eyes glistened. Then she turned and climbed the stairs without another word. Harry watched her go. And when she was out of sight, he walked back to the armchair, sat down, and stared at the dying embers until the sun rose over the black lake. Dumbledore's suspicion began, as many things did, with a single piece of parchment. It was Wednesday morning, barely 24 hours after the troll attack, and Harry was walking to Transfiguration when a first-year Hufflepuff girl intercepted him in the corridor. "Professor Dumbledore wants to see you," she said breathlessly. "In his office. Right now." Harry's stomach dropped. He knows. Or he suspects. Or, did he say why? Harry asked. The girl shook her head. "Just that it was urgent. He sent me to find you." Harry glanced at Hermione, who was walking beside him. Her face was carefully neutral, but her eyes were wide with fear. "Go to class," Harry mouthed. Hermione hesitated, then nodded and continued down the corridor. Harry followed the Hufflepuff girl to the stone gargoyle that guarded the entrance to Dumbledore's office. "Sherbet lemon," he said. The gargoyle sprang aside. Harry climbed the spiral staircase, his heart pounding in time with his footsteps. He had been in this office 100 times, had sat in that chair, drunk that tea, listened to that old man's secrets and lies. But this time was different. This time, Dumbledore didn't know him. Not really. Not yet. The door opened. Dumbledore's office was exactly as Harry remembered it, a circular room lined with portraits of former headmasters and headmistresses, all of them snoozing in their frames. Delicate silver instruments sat on spindle-legged tables, emitting puffs of smoke and the occasional soft chime. Fawkes the Phoenix perched on his golden stand near the door, his bright eyes fixed on Harry with an intensity that made the hair on the back of Harry's neck stand up. And behind the massive oak desk, his half-moon spectacles glinting in the candlelight, sat Albus Dumbledore. "Ah, Harry," Dumbledore said warmly. "Please sit." Harry sat. He had learned, over 7 years of war, not to fidget. Not to show fear. Not to let Dumbledore see anything he didn't want him to see. He reads people, Harry reminded himself. Asterisk, that's his gift. He looks at you and sees your childhood, your fears, your secrets. Asterisk. I can't let him see mine. "Lemon drop?" Dumbledore offered, pushing a small bowl across the desk. "No thank you, Professor." Dumbledore's eyes twinkled, but there was something else there, too. Something calculating. Something that looked almost like concern. "You've had quite an eventful first week," Dumbledore said. "A troll attack. A heroic rescue. I hear you and Miss Granger have become quite close. We're friends." "Friends? Yes." Dumbledore leaned back in his chair, his long fingers steepled beneath his chin. "You know, Harry, I've been a teacher for a very long time. I've seen thousands of students pass through these halls. And in all that time, I've learned to recognize something." "What's that?" "The ones who are running from something." Harry said nothing. Dumbledore's eyes didn't leave his face. "You arrived at Hogwarts with a knowledge that most first years don't possess. You knew about the third-floor corridor before it was announced. You knew about the troll before it attacked. You looked at Professor Quirrell on the first day of class, not with curiosity, but with recognition." He noticed. Of course he noticed. He's Dumbledore. "I read about the corridor in Hogwarts, a history," Harry said carefully. "And I heard rumors about the troll from some older students." Dumbledore's expression didn't change. "Did you?" "Yes." "And the way you handled yourself during the troll attack? Miss Granger tells me you cast several spells, including a full body-bind curse, without hesitation. Most first years freeze in the face of danger. You did not." Hermione told him. The thought stung, but Harry pushed it aside. Of course Hermione had told him. She had been debriefed by McGonagall, and McGonagall would have reported everything to Dumbledore. "I've read a lot of books," Harry said. "Books can teach you spells. They cannot teach you the reflexes of a seasoned duelist." Dumbledore leaned forward, his voice dropping. "Harry, I am not trying to trap you. I am not trying to punish you. I am trying to understand." "Understand what?" "What happened to you before you came to Hogwarts?" "The Dursleys?" Dumbledore paused, choosing his words carefully. "I am aware that your home life has not been easy. But there is something else. Something beneath the surface. A weight you carry that no 11-year-old should bear. Harry's hands clenched in his lap. He's too good. He sees too much. I don't know what you mean, Harry said. Dumbledore studied him for a long moment. Then he did something unexpected. He stood up, walked to the window, and looked out at the grounds. His back was to Harry, his silver hair catching the morning light, and when he spoke, his voice was softer than Harry had ever heard it. When I was a young man, Dumbledore said, I made a terrible mistake. I fell in love with power, with the promise of changing the world, of reshaping it into something better. I made friends with a man named Gellert Grindelwald, and together, we dreamed of a new order. A world ruled by the wise for the benefit of all. Harry knew this story, had heard it in snatches, in fragments, over the years. But he had never heard Dumbledore tell it himself. It took me years to realize what I had become. Dumbledore continued. Years of watching Grindelwald's darkness spread across Europe. Years of knowing that I could have stopped him earlier, if I had been brave enough to face my own mistakes. He turned back to face Harry. By the time I finally defeated him, I had learned a painful lesson: power is not evil. But the desire for power, the hunger for control, can corrupt even the purest heart. Why are you telling me this? Because I see something in you, Harry. Something I have seen in very few people. You have power, real power, power you don't fully understand yet. And you have a hunger too. Not for glory or recognition. For a change. You want to fix things that are broken. Save people who are suffering. Prevent tragedies before they happen. Harry's blood ran cold. He knows. He knows I'm from the future. I don't. Let me finish. Dumbledore held up a hand. I am not accusing you of anything. I am simply observing. You are a remarkable young man, Harry. Remarkable and mysterious. And I want you to know that you can trust me. Can I? The question slipped out before Harry could stop it. Dumbledore's eyes widened, just slightly, just for a moment, and something flickered across his face. Pain, maybe? Or regret? I hope so, Dumbledore said quietly. I have made many mistakes in my life, Harry. I have kept secrets I should have shared. I have manipulated people I should have trusted. I have believed that the ends justify the means, and I have been wrong, more often than I care to admit. Harry stared at him. He's confessing, Harry realized. He's confessing to things that haven't happened yet. Does he know? Can he possibly know? But I have also learned, Dumbledore continued, that the greatest weapon we have against darkness is not power or knowledge or strategy. It is trust. Connection. The willingness to be vulnerable with the people we love. He sat back down behind his desk and folded his hands on the blotter. Whatever you are carrying, Harry, whatever burden you have placed upon your own shoulders, you do not have to carry it alone. I am here. The other teachers are here. Your friends, the ones you have made, and the ones you have yet to make, are here. Harry said nothing. His mind was racing. He doesn't know about the time travel. He suspects something, but he doesn't know. He's fishing. And if I'm not careful, he'll catch me. Thank you, Professor, Harry said finally. I'll keep that in mind. Dumbledore nodded slowly. There is one more thing, he said. What's that? The Sorting Hat. When it was on your head, it hesitated. Longer than it has for anyone in living memory. Some of the older professors, those who remember the old magic, are curious about what it said to you. Harry's heart lurched. It said I belonged in Gryffindor, he said. That's all. Is it? Yes. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled, but the twinkle was sad, somehow. Weary. Very well, he said. You may go. Harry stood up. He was halfway to the door when Dumbledore spoke again. Harry? Harry turned. Be careful, Dumbledore said. The castle is not always what it seems. And neither, I suspect, are you. Harry held his gaze for a long moment. Then he walked out of the office, down the spiral staircase, and into the corridor. His hands were shaking. He found Hermione in the library. She was sitting at a table in the far corner, surrounded by books, stacks of them, piles of them, more books than any 11-year-old should be able to carry. Her quill was moving furiously across a piece of parchment, and she didn't look up when Harry sat down across from her. "He knows something," Harry said quietly. Hermione's quill stopped. "What did he say?" Harry told her. "Everything. The questions about the troll. The observations about his behavior. The strange confession about Grindelwald and the nature of power." When he finished, Hermione leaned back in her chair and stared at the ceiling. "He's testing you," she said. "Trying to see how you'll react. Trying to figure out what you're hiding." "I know. The question is, what do we do about it?" Harry thought for a moment. "We lie," he said finally. "Not about everything, but about enough. We tell him that I've been having visions, prophetic dreams, about the future. That would explain why I know things I shouldn't." Hermione's eyes widened. "That's brilliant. And it's not even a lie, really. You have seen the future. Just not in dreams. It's close enough to the truth that Dumbledore might believe it. Or he might investigate further. He's not stupid, Harry. If he suspects time travel. He doesn't. Not yet. And by the time he figures it out, I'll have proven that I'm on his side." Hermione was silent for a moment. Then she nodded. "All right," she said. "We'll do it your way. But we need to be careful. One mistake, one slip, and everything falls apart." "I know." Harry looked around the library, at the shelves upon shelves of books, at the students hunched over their homework, at Madame Pants sharpening her quill behind the desk. It was so peaceful. So normal. So completely, utterly disconnected from the war that was coming. "Hermione," he said. "Yes?" "Thank you for believing me." Hermione reached across the table and took his hand. "You saved my life," she said. "In the future that no longer exists. The least I can do is listen." Harry squeezed her fingers. Then he let go, pulled out a piece of parchment, and began to write. Horcrux number 1, The Diary, Malfoy Manor, Ginny Weasley, Summer 1992. Horcrux number 2, The Ring, Gaunt Shack, guarded by curse. Horcrux number 3, The Locket Cave, Potion, Inferi. Horcrux number 4, The Cup, Bellatrix's Vault, Gringotts. Horcrux number 5, The Diadem, Room of Requirement, Hogwarts. Horcrux number 6, Nagini, Voldemort's Familiar. Horcrux number 7, Harry Potter, Destroyed by Golden Light, Timeline Unknown. He stared at the list. 7 Horcruxes. 7 pieces of evil. And somewhere, hidden in the shadows, the circle of the unbroken, already watching, already planning, already reaching for Ron. One step at a time, Harry told himself. One Horcrux at a time. One friend at a time. He picked up his quill and kept writing. That night, Harry dreamed. He was standing in a vast, empty space, not the void from before, but something different. Something colder. The ground beneath his feet was made of cracked glass, and through the cracks, he could see everything. Hogwarts. Privet Drive. The Burrow. The Ministry. The Forest. All of them, layered on top of each other, bleeding together like watercolors in the rain. And in the distance, far, far away, something moved. It was massive. Larger than a mountain, larger than the sky, larger than the concept of large itself. It had no shape, no color, no form that human eyes could comprehend. But Harry could feel it watching him. "You," a voice said. Not spoken aloud. Not heard with ears. But felt, deep in his bones, deep in his soul, deep in the cracks of the timeline that his journey had created. "You are the one who broke the world." Harry tried to speak. He couldn't. I have been waiting for you, Harry Potter. Waiting for someone foolish enough to crack the fabric of time. Waiting for someone desperate enough to give me what I need. What do you want? Harry thought. Everything. The thing moved closer. The glass beneath Harry's feet shattered. And he fell. Into darkness, into light, into a future that hadn't been written yet. He woke up gasping, his scar burning, his sheets soaked with sweat. Ron was snoring in the bed next to him. Neville was mumbling in his sleep. And somewhere, beyond the walls of Hogwarts, beyond the boundaries of reality itself, the ancient enemy was smiling. It knows, Harry thought. It knows I'm here. And it's coming. He didn't sleep again that night. He just lay in the darkness, staring at the canopy above his bed, and waited for the dawn. Chapter 9, The Hidden Manipulator. October arrived at Hogwarts like a wounded animal, limping, bleeding, dragging gray clouds across the sky and leaving frost on the castle windows. The students wrapped themselves in scarves and thick robes, huddling closer to the fires in the common rooms, their breath misting in the cold corridors. Harry watched the days pass with a growing sense of dread. He had been back for a month now. A month of classes and meals and careful conversations. A month of pretending to be an 11-year-old boy while carrying the weight of a war inside his chest. A month of watching Ron. Ron, who laughed too loud at Harry's jokes. Ron, who followed him to classes like a shadow. Ron, who had started looking at Hermione with something that wasn't quite dislike but wasn't quite friendship either. The jealousy is already there, Harry realized. It's small now, a seed, not a tree. But it's growing, He didn't know how to stop it. He couldn't befriend Ron the way he had before, couldn't share his secrets, couldn't trust him with his fears. But he couldn't push Ron away either. That would only feed the resentment, drive him faster toward the Circle's waiting arms. I have to find them, Harry thought. The Circle of the Unbroken. If I can find them, expose them, destroy them, But how? He didn't know where they met. Didn't know who their leaders were. Didn't know how they had contacted Ron in the original timeline. Hermione, he thought. If anyone can figure it out, it's Hermione. The library became their headquarters. Every night, after dinner, Harry and Hermione met in the far corner, the same corner where, in another timeline, they had spent hours researching Horcruxes and Hallows and the secrets of Voldemort's past. Hermione brought stacks of books. Harry brought his memories. Together, they built a map of everything they knew. The Circle of the Unbroken, Hermione said one evening, her quill tapping against her parchment. You said Ron mentioned them. That they approached him after fourth year. That they were old families. Sacred families. That's all I know. Then we need more. Hermione pulled a heavy leather-bound book toward her. Secret Societies of the Wizarding World, a Comprehensive History. There must be records. References. Something. Harry watched her read, the way her eyes moved across the page, the way her lips moved silently as she absorbed the words, the way her brow furrowed when she found something interesting. This is what I missed, he thought. This is what I lost when she died. I'm not losing it again. Here, Hermione said suddenly. Listen to this. She read aloud. The Circle of the Unbroken emerged in the early 14th century, following the Great Schism of the Wizarding Council. Unlike the pureblood supremacy movements that would arise later, the Circle did not advocate for the extermination of Muggleborns or the enslavement of Muggles. Instead, they sought something more subtle: control. Control of the Ministry. Control of Hogwarts. Control of the very fabric of magical society. Harry leaned forward. Go on. The Circle believed that magic was a finite resource, that each new generation of witches and wizards diluted the power of those who came before. Their solution was not genocide, but selection. They sought to identify the most powerful magical bloodlines and guide them towards strategic marriages, ensuring that magic remained concentrated in the hands of the worthy. That sounds familiar, Harry said darkly. Hermione nodded. It's the same ideology as the pure-blood supremacy movements, just dressed up in fancier language. But listen to this part. She continued reading. Asterisk. Unlike Voldemort's Death Eaters, who operated through terror and violence, the Circle preferred infiltration. They placed their members in key positions throughout the Ministry, the Wizengamot, and even Hogwarts. Their influence was subtle, a word here, a favor there, a quiet manipulation that steered the course of wizarding history without anyone noticing. Asterisk. Hogwarts, Harry repeated. They have people inside Hogwarts. It says had. This book was published in 1952. But if the Circle is still active, they are. Ron told me. They approached him after 4th year. That means they were watching him. Watching me. Hermione's face paled. If they have people at Hogwarts now, teachers, maybe, they could be watching you already. Harry's mind raced. Teachers. Who could be a member of the Circle? Not Dumbledore. His entire life was dedicated to fighting exactly this kind of ideology. Not McGonagall, she was too fair, too just. Not Flitwick or Sprout. But Snape? Snape had been a Death Eater. Had spied for Dumbledore. Had played both sides for years. Could he also be working for the Circle? No, Harry thought. Asterisk. Snape's loyalties were complicated, but in the end, he died for the right side. He loved my mother. He wouldn't, asterisk. Would he? Harry didn't know. And not knowing was terrifying. We need a list, Hermione said, her quill moving again. Every teacher. Every staff member. Every prefect and head boy and head girl who might have connections to old pure-blood families. We'll research each one. That could take months. Then we'd better start now. The first person on their list was Quirinus Quirrell. Harry had been avoiding Quirrell since the first day of class, not obviously, not in a way that would raise suspicion, but deliberately. He sat in the back of Defense Against the Dark Arts. He didn't raise his hand. He didn't make eye contact. Because every time he looked at Quirrell, he saw the turban. And beneath the turban, the face of Voldemort. He's already hosting the Dark Lord's wraith, Harry thought. He's already plotting to steal the stone. But is he connected to the Circle? He asked Hermione to research Quirrell's background while he focused on other targets. She returned 3 days later with a thick folder. Quirinus Quirrell. She read. Born 1967 to a moderately wealthy pure-blood family. Top marks at Hogwarts, Ravenclaw, interestingly. Spent several years traveling abroad after graduation. Albania, specifically. Returned to England in 1990 and applied for the Defense Against the Dark Arts position. Albania, Harry said. That's where Voldemort was hiding. Exactly. Hermione's eyes were bright with excitement. I think Quirrell encountered Voldemort during his travels. I think Voldemort, or whatever remains of him, possessed Quirrell and convinced him to return to Hogwarts. But is Quirrell connected to the Circle? Hermione hesitated. That's the interesting part. His family has no known ties to any secret societies. But, she pulled out a piece of parchment covered in notes. His grandmother was a Malfoy. Distant cousin, but still. And the Malfoys have definite connections to the pure-blood supremacy movements. So Quirrell could be a pawn. Used by both Voldemort and the Circle. Or he could be working for one and the other is simply taking advantage. Harry rubbed his temples. This was too complicated. Too many layers. In the original timeline, he had just fought, charged ahead, wand blazing, trusting his instincts and his friends. Strategy had been Hermione's job. Planning had been Hermione's job. Now he was trying to do both, and his head felt like it was going to split open. We need help, he said. Hermione looked up. What kind of help? Someone who knows more about pure-blood politics than we do. Someone who grew up in that world. Someone we can trust. Hermione's eyes widened. You're not thinking. Neville. Harry, Neville's grandmother is one of the most vocal opponents of pure-blood supremacy in the Wizengamot. She's spent decades fighting against exactly the kind of ideology the Circle promotes. If anyone knows who the players are. Exactly. Harry stood up. Where are you going? Hermione asked. To find Neville. Neville was in the greenhouse. It was Saturday afternoon, and most of the students were either in Hogsmeade, the first visit of the year, which Harry had declined to attend, or lazing about in the common rooms. But Neville had discovered the greenhouse 3 weeks ago, and he had spent every free moment there since. Harry found him kneeling in the dirt, his hands buried in a pot of something that looked like writhing green vines. Neville! Neville looked up, his face smudged with soil, his eyes wide. Harry? What are you doing here? I thought you'd be at Hogsmeade with Ron. I wanted to talk to you. Oh. Neville wiped his hands on his robes. Is something wrong? Did I do something? Because I know I messed up the potion yesterday, but Professor Snape said. You didn't do anything wrong. Harry sat down on the bench beside the potting table. I need to ask you something. And I need you to be honest. Neville's face went pale. Okay. Your grandmother. She knows a lot about pureblood families, doesn't she? Neville blinked. Ah, yes. She's always going on about who's related to who. She says it's important to know our history so we don't repeat the mistakes of the past. Has she ever mentioned a group called the Circle of the Unbroken? Neville's expression flickered. Harry caught it immediately. He knows something. The Circle? Neville's voice was barely a whisper. How do you know about them? Answer the question, Neville. Have you heard of them? Neville looked around the greenhouse, at the other students, at Professor Sprout's office, at the windows that looked out onto the grounds. Then he leaned closer to Harry, his voice dropping. My Gran talks about them sometimes, he said. When she thinks I'm not listening. She says they're worse than the Death Eaters. Because the Death Eaters, at least, you know where they stand. The Circle. He swallowed. The Circle hides. They smile at you. They invite you to dinner. And then they steal everything you have. What do they want? The same thing they've always wanted. Neville's hands were trembling. Control. They want to control magic. Control who gets to use it. Control who gets to pass it on to their children. And they recruit from pureblood families? Neville nodded. My Gran says they've been trying to recruit the Longbottoms for centuries. But we've always refused. That's why. His voice cracked. That's why they might have had something to do with what happened to my parents. Harry's blood ran cold. Asterisk the Longbottoms. Tortured into madness by Bellatrix Lestrange and the other Death Eaters. Asterisk. But what if the Death Eaters weren't the only ones involved? What if the Circle was pulling the strings? Neville, Harry said carefully, I need to ask you something. And I need you to answer honestly, even if it's hard. Neville's eyes were wet, but he nodded. When your parents were attacked, do you know why? I mean, the official story is that the Lestranges were trying to find Voldemort after he fell. That they tortured your parents because they thought they knew where Voldemort was hiding. That's what my Gran says. But do you believe it? Neville was silent for a long moment. Then he said, No. Why not? Because my parents weren't part of the Order of the Phoenix. Not really. They were Aurors, good ones, but they weren't close to Dumbledore. They didn't know where Voldemort was hiding. Everyone knew that. Even the Death Eaters. Then why were they targeted? Neville looked down at his hands. Because they wouldn't join. He whispered. The Circle approached them. Years before the attack. Wanted them to marry other pureblood families. Wanted them to have more children, strong children, to carry on the Longbottom line. My parents refused. Harry's heart was pounding. Go on. My Gran said the Circle doesn't forgive refusal. They don't attack immediately. That would be too obvious. They wait. They watch. And when the opportunity comes, Neville's voice broke. They destroy you. The Lestranges were members of the Circle. Or they were pawns of the Circle. Either way. Neville, I need you to tell me everything your grandmother has ever said about the Circle. Every name. Every date. Every suspicion. Neville looked up at him. Why? Because I think they're targeting someone I care about. And I need to stop them. Neville stared at Harry for a long moment. Then he nodded. Okay, he said. But not here. Not where anyone can hear. The room of requirement, Harry said. Tonight. 9 o'clock. I'll bring Hermione. Neville's eyes widened. Hermione Granger? The Muggleborn? She's my best friend. I trust her with my life. Neville hesitated, then nodded again. Tonight, he said. Tonight. The room of requirement appeared as a small sitting room, warm, private, with a crackling fire and comfortable chairs. Harry had walked past the blank wall 3 times, thinking I need a place to talk where no one will find us, and the room had provided. Hermione arrived first, her arms full of books. Neville arrived second, looking pale and nervous. Ron arrived third. Harry froze. Ron? What are you? Followed you, Ron said, his face flushed. You've been acting weird all week. Sneaking around with Hermione. Whispering in corners. I wanted to know what's going on. Harry's mind raced. He can't be here. He can't hear this. Asterisk, not yet. Not when I don't know if he's already been compromised. Asterisk. Ron, this is private. Private? Ron's voice rose. We're supposed to be friends. Best friends. But you've been keeping secrets from me since the train. I'm not keeping secrets. Yes, you are. Ron's fists were clenched at his sides. I'm not stupid, Harry. I see the way you look at me. Like you're waiting for me to do something wrong. Like you already know what I'm going to do. He's perceptive, Harry realized. More perceptive than I gave him credit for. Or maybe he already knows. Maybe the circle has already started their work. Ron, Hermione said carefully, this isn't about you. We're trying to. To what? Save the world? Ron laughed, a bitter, sharp sound. Your 2 first years. And Neville Longbottom. What could you possibly? Ron. Harry's voice was quiet, but it cut through the room like a blade. Sit down. Ron stopped. I'll explain everything. But you have to promise me, promise, that you'll listen. Without interrupting. Without getting angry. Just listen. Ron stared at him. Then, slowly, he sat down in the chair closest to the fire. Harry took a breath. This is a mistake, he thought. I'm not ready. He's not ready, But if I push him away now, I might lose him forever. He began to speak. Not everything, not the time travel, not the future betrayal, not the green light that had ended Hermione's life. But enough. Enough about the circle. Enough about the pure-blood conspiracies. Enough about the war that was coming. Ron listened. His face changed as Harry spoke, the flush fading, replaced by something paler, something colder. His hands stopped clenching. His breathing slowed. When Harry finished, the room was silent except for the crackle of the fire. So, Ron said finally, you think someone is trying to manipulate me. I think someone will try to manipulate you, Harry said. In the future. If we don't stop them. Why me? Harry hesitated. This was the dangerous part. The part that could push Ron toward the very thing he was trying to prevent. Because you're important, Harry said. Not because of your family name, or your blood status, or anything like that. Because you're you. You're brave and loyal and funny and good. And the circle wants to take those things and twist them into something else. Ron's eyes glistened. You really think I'm? Yes. Harry meant it. Even now. Even knowing what Ron would become in another timeline. He meant it. Wisdom. Patience. Trust. Forgiveness. Ron looked down at his hands. My whole life, he said quietly, I've been overlooked. My mum and dad love me, I know that. But I'm not Percy with his perfect grades or the twins with their jokes or Ginny with her everything. I'm just Ron. The spare. You're not a spare. Hermione said fiercely. You're not a spare, and you're not invisible, and you're not unimportant. Ron looked up at her. For a moment, just a moment, something passed between them. Something that looked like understanding. Maybe, Harry thought, maybe this is the moment. The moment when everything changes, asterisk. Maybe I can save him after all. Okay, Ron said. Tell me what to do. Harry looked at Hermione. At Neville. At Ron. 3 people. 3 allies. 3 chances to change the future. First, Harry said, we find the circle. We figure out who they are, where they meet, how they recruit. Second, Hermione added, we figure out how to stop them. Third, Neville said softly, we survive. Ron nodded. Fourth, he said, we win. The fire crackled. The shadows danced on the walls. And somewhere, beyond the edges of the world, the ancient enemy smiled. Chapter 10, The Air of Time. November brought rain. Not the gentle English drizzle that Harry remembered from his first year, but something harder, meaner, like the sky itself was angry. It hammered against the castle windows in relentless waves, turning the grounds into a swamp of mud and fallen leaves. The lake rose, lapping at the stone foundations of the castle, and the forbidden forest seemed to crouch in the distance like a wounded animal waiting to strike. Harry stood at the window of the Gryffindor common room, watching the grey water slide down the glass, and thought about the Horcruxes. He had been back for 2 months now. 2 months of classes and secrets and careful, calculated moves. 2 months of watching Ron for signs of the darkness that would one day consume him. 2 months of lying to Dumbledore's face and hoping the old man didn't see through the cracks. The diary was still at Malfoy Manor. The ring was still in the Gaunt Shack. The locket was still in the cave. The cup was still in Bellatrix's vault. The diadem was still in the room of requirement, so close Harry could almost feel it, hidden among centuries of forgotten junk, waiting to be found. I could destroy it tonight, he thought. Walked to the 7th floor, paced 3 times, walked through the wall. Find the diadem. Stab it with basilisk venom, End it. 1 Horcrux gone. But he didn't. Because destroying the diadem would raise questions. How did a first year know about the room of requirement? How did he know what was hidden inside? How did he get his hands on basilisk venom, when the Chamber of Secrets hadn't even been opened yet? Patience, he told himself. Wisdom. The Horcruxes aren't going anywhere. But the enemy was. He felt it sometimes, late at night, when the castle was silent and the other boys were snoring. A presence at the edge of his awareness. A weight pressing against the boundaries of reality. It was getting stronger. He could feel it growing, feeding on the cracks he had created simply by existing in this timeline. Every change makes it stronger. But I can't stop changing things. I won't. Harry? He turned. Hermione stood behind him, wrapped in a thick woolen blanket, her hair wild and wet from the walk back from the library. She had dark circles under her eyes, they both did, these days, and she was holding a book so old its leather cover was crumbling at the edges. What's that? Harry asked. Hermione held it up. The title was written in a language Harry didn't recognize, something angular, ancient, with symbols that seemed to shift when he looked at them directly. But beneath the foreign script, someone had scrawled a translation in faded ink. The Air of Time, Merlin's Lost Prophecies. Harry's heart stopped. Where did you find that? The restricted section, Hermione said. Hidden behind a bookshelf that hadn't been moved in 50 years. I think. She lowered her voice. I think someone wanted it to stay hidden. Who? I don't know. But look. She opened the book to a page marked with a strip of black ribbon. The symbols on the page were different from the rest, newer, sharper, written in a hand that Harry recognized. Dumbledore's handwriting. He was the one who hid it. Harry took the book from Hermione's hands and read. The prophecy was written in verse, Old English, archaic and difficult to parse, but the meaning was clear enough. When time is broken and fate undone, the heir of time shall be the one. Not born of magic, blood, or breath, but forged in loss and shaped by death. He walks the path that none should tread, a living ghost among the dead. His choices crack the walls of years, and wake the ancient, hungry fears. Beware the one who waits outside, who feeds on futures yet untried. For every soul the heir will save, he digs another's timeless grave. Harry read the words 3 times. Then he read them again. The heir of time, Hermione said quietly. That's you? I didn't choose this. I know. She touched his arm. But that's what the prophecy says. You're the one who broke time. You're the one who woke the enemy. And every time you save someone, someone else dies. The words hung in the air, heavy and cold. No, Hermione said firmly. That's not what it means. It says another's timeless grave, not that someone else will die. It means, she frowned, searching for words. It means there's a cost. But not necessarily the cost you think. What other cost could there be? The fabric of time itself. Every change you make weakens reality, makes the cracks bigger. And when the cracks get big enough, the enemy gets through. Harry closed the book. His hands were shaking. I have to destroy it, he said. The diadem. Tonight. If I can destroy one Horcrux, just one, that's a change. A big one. It could weaken Voldemort before he even returns to power. And it could strengthen the enemy. I know. Harry's jaw tightened. But I can't do nothing. I can't just sit here and wait for the war to start. Hermione was silent for a long moment. Then she said, Then we do it together. But we do it carefully. We plan. We prepare. And if something goes wrong, nothing will go wrong. You don't know that. No, Harry admitted. I don't. But I've faced worse odds. Hermione looked like she wanted to argue. Instead, she nodded. When? Tomorrow night. After curfew. The room of requirement will be empty. The diadem is there? Hidden in a cabinet behind a bust of an old warlock. I remember exactly where. Hermione took a breath. Okay, she said. Tomorrow night. They met in the common room at midnight. Harry had waited until Ron's breathing became the slow, steady rhythm of deep sleep. Neville was already snoring. Seamus and Dean were curled in their beds, oblivious. He had slipped out of the dormitory and down the stairs to find Hermione waiting by the fire, already dressed in dark robes, her wand clutched in her hand. Ready? She whispered. No. Good. Neither am I. They climbed through the portrait hole and into the darkened corridor. The castle at night was different from the castle during the day. The shadows were deeper, the echoes stranger, the portraits whispering in languages Harry couldn't understand. They moved quickly, staying close to the walls, their footsteps muffled by the stone floors. Harry led the way. He knew these corridors like the back of his hand, knew which suits of armor creaked, which paintings snored, which floorboards groaned under pressure. He had sneaked through this castle 100 times in another life. The knowledge was still there, burned into his memory like a scar. They reached the 7th floor without incident. The room of requirement, Harry said, stopping in front of the blank stretch of wall. You have to walk past 3 times, thinking about what you need. I need a room where we can destroy a Horcrux without being caught, Hermione said. Close enough. Harry walked past the wall once. Twice. 3 times. The door appeared. They stepped inside. The room of requirement had transformed itself into something Harry hadn't seen before. It was a workshop, stone walls, wooden tables, shelves lined with jars of strange ingredients and tools he didn't recognize. A fire burned in the hearth, casting warm light across the room, and in the center of the main table lay a small, leather-bound book. Not the diadem. What is this? Hermione asked, moving toward the table. Harry grabbed her arm. Wait. Something's wrong. The room was wrong. He had asked for a place to destroy a Horcrux, but he hadn't specified which Horcrux. The room should have given him access to the hiding place where the diadem was stored. Instead, it had given him this: a workshop, a book, a trap. The room responds to what you need, Harry said slowly. Not what you want. What do we need? Harry looked at the book on the table. The cover was unmarked, plain black leather, worn smooth by age. But as he stared at it, the title appeared, written in letters of pale gold. The Secrets of the Time Nexus. By Merlin Ambrosius. Time Nexus, Hermione breathed. The sphere Ron broke. The one that sent you back. Harry reached for the book. Don't, a voice said. They spun around. A man stood in the doorway of the workshop. He was tall, very tall, with long white hair that fell past his shoulders and a beard that reached his chest. His robes were deep blue, embroidered with silver runes that glowed faintly in the firelight. His eyes were the color of the sky at twilight, gray and purple and gold all at once, and they held a sadness so profound that Harry felt it like a physical blow. Who are you? Harry demanded, his wand raised. The man smiled. It was not a kind smile. I have had many names, he said. The students of Hogwarts called me the heir of Slytherin, though I was never his heir. The Muggles called me a myth. My enemies called me a demon. He stepped forward, and the runes on his robes flared brighter. But you, Harry Potter, you may call me Merlin. Harry's blood turned to ice. Merlin. The most powerful wizard in history. The creator of the Time Nexus. The one who had hidden the Fourth Hallow. The one who had worn the Sorting Hat about the enemy. You're dead, Harry said. Merlin died centuries ago. Yes, the man said. I did. And yet here I stand. He spread his hands. Time is not a line, Harry. It is a river. And rivers can be navigated by those who know the currents. You're not really here, Hermione said. You're a projection. A memory. Merlin's smile widened. Clever girl. Yes. The room of requirement is connected to the Time Nexus. When you walked through the door, you activated a fragment of my consciousness, a piece I left behind, centuries ago, for the one who would come after. The heir of time, Harry said. The heir of time. Merlin nodded. I knew you would come. I have always known. Because I have seen the future, not clearly, not completely, but in fragments. Like shards of a broken mirror. What did you see? Merlin's expression darkened. I saw a boy with lightning on his forehead. I saw a war that would consume the wizarding world. I saw betrayal and death and a green light that would end everything. He paused. And I saw a choice. A choice that would crack the foundations of time itself. You saw me come back. I saw the possibility of you coming back. The Nexus was designed to prevent exactly this kind of temporal manipulation, but it was also designed to preserve it, in case of emergency. I built a door, Harry. A door that could only be opened by someone who had lost everything. Harry's throat tightened. The Time Nexus sent me back. No. Merlin shook his head. The Time Nexus is a tool. A machine. It does not make choices. You made the choice. You, and the echo of every Hallowbearer who came before you. The voice in the light. An echo. A memory. Much like myself. Merlin gestured to the book on the table. I left this here for you. It contains everything I learned about the Nexus, how it works, how it can be repaired, and how it can be destroyed. Destroyed? Hermione's voice was sharp. Why would we destroy it? Because the enemy you face, the one who waits beyond time, it is drawn to the Nexus. The cracks in reality are like blood in the water. Every moment the Nexus remains unstable, the enemy grows stronger. Then we stabilize it, Harry said. We repair the damage. Merlin was silent for a long moment. Repairing the Nexus would require a sacrifice, he said finally. A soul tied to the timeline. A life freely given. Like Hermione, Harry thought. In the original timeline. Ron's ritual used her death to crack the Nexus. What would it take to repair it? What kind of sacrifice? He asked. I cannot tell you. Merlin's voice was heavy. The future must not be written too clearly. If you know the cost too soon, you will avoid it, and the avoidance will cause more damage than the sacrifice itself. That doesn't make sense. Time rarely does. Merlin stepped back toward the doorway. I have given you what I can, he said. The book. The warning. The knowledge that you are not alone. Others have walked this path before you, and others will walk it after. But the choices must be yours. The consequences must be yours. Wait, Harry said. The Circle of the Unbroken. Do you know them? Merlin's eyes flashed. I know them, he said. They are the ones who corrupted my original designs for the Nexus. They wanted to use it to control time, to reshape history to their liking. I stopped them, centuries ago. But they have never stopped trying. How do I stop them? You cannot stop them. They are not an organization. They are an idea, an infection, a corruption that spreads through the pure blood families like poison. You can cut off their heads, and new ones will grow. You can burn their meeting places, and they will build new ones. The only way to defeat the Circle is to make their ideology irrelevant. How? Merlin's form began to flicker, fading, like a candle burning low. By building something better, he said. A world where blood status does not matter. Where power is not hoarded by the few. Where the weak are protected and the strong are held accountable. That's what Dumbledore wants. Then perhaps, Merlin said, his voice barely a whisper now, you should trust him. He vanished. The room went still. Harry stood there, his heart pounding, the book on the table seeming to glow in the firelight. Hermione moved first. She walked to the table, picked up the book, and opened it to the first page. It's in Old English, she said. But I can translate it. It'll take time, weeks, maybe months, but I can do it. Read me the first line, Harry said. Hermione squinted at the page. Asterisk time is not a river, asterisk. She read. Asterisk it is a wound. And the Nexus is the scar that holds it closed. Asterisk. Harry closed his eyes. A wound. That's what the enemy was feeding on. The wound in time that his journey had opened. I need to see the diadem, he said. Hermione looked up. Harry. I'm not going to destroy it. Not tonight. But I need to see it. To know it's there. Hermione hesitated, then nodded. Harry walked to the far wall of the workshop and thought about the room of requirement as he had known it in another life. The junk room. The hiding place for 1,000 hidden things. The wall dissolved. Beyond it lay a cavernous space, piled high with broken furniture and cracked statues and the accumulated debris of centuries. Harry walked through the narrow passages between the piles, his hand trailing along the walls, his eyes scanning the shadows. He found the bust of the old warlock. Found the tarnished tiara sitting on its head. The diadem of Ravenclaw. Harry reached out and touched it. The metal was cold, colder than it should have been, colder than the room around it. And when his fingers made contact, he felt something stir inside the object. A hunger. A malice. A piece of Voldemort's soul, waiting for someone foolish enough to wear it. Soon, Harry thought. Soon I'll destroy you. But not tonight. He pulled his hand back. Harry? Hermione's voice came from behind him. We should go. It's almost dawn. Harry turned away from the diadem. He walked back through the junk room, through the workshop, through the door that led to the corridor. The room of requirement closed behind them, the blank walls smooth and unremarkable. Merlin said the Nexus could be destroyed, Hermione said as they walked back toward Gryffindor Tower. But he also said it could be repaired. Which would you choose? Hermione was silent for a moment. I don't know, she admitted. Both options sound terrible. Welcome to my life. They reached the portrait of the fat lady, who was snoring so loudly that the snores echoed down the corridor. Harry whispered the password, Asterisk Mimbulus Mimbletonia asterisk, and they climbed through into the common room. The fire had burned down to ash. The shadows were long and gray. And sitting in Harry's favorite armchair, waiting for them, was Ron. His face was unreadable in the dim light. "You went somewhere," Ron said. "Without me." Harry's stomach dropped. "He followed us. He knows." "We couldn't sleep," Hermione said quickly. "We went for a walk." "A walk?" Ron's voice was flat. "At 2 in the morning? In a castle full of teachers who would expel us if they caught us. We were careful." "Were you?" Ron stood up. His eyes moved from Hermione to Harry and back again. "Were you really?" "Ron," Harry started. "No." Ron held up a hand. "I don't want excuses. I don't want lies. I want the truth. Why won't you trust me?" The question hung in the air. Harry looked at him, at his freckled face, his blue eyes, his hands clenched at his sides. He looked angry. But underneath the anger, there was something else. Hurt. "He's hurt," Harry realized. "Because he thinks I don't care about him. Because he thinks I'm pushing him away. And maybe I am." "I'm sorry," Harry said. "I should have woken you." Ron blinked. "What?" "I should have woken you. We were stupid to go alone. If we'd been caught. But you didn't wake me." Ron's voice cracked. "You never wake me. You and Hermione are always whispering, always planning, always looking at me like you're waiting for me to do something wrong." "Because I am," Harry thought. "Because I know what you're capable of. Because I've seen it." "I'm sorry," Harry said again. "I'll do better." Ron stared at him. Then, slowly, the tension in his shoulders eased. "Okay," he said. "Okay." He turned and walked toward the boys' dormitory. Harry watched him go. Hermione touched his arm. "That was close," she whispered. "I know. What are we going to do?" Harry looked at the staircase where Ron had disappeared. "I don't know," he said. "But we need to figure it out. Fast." The fire crackled. The dawn crept through the windows. And somewhere, in the shadows between seconds, the enemy waited. Chapter 11 Hermione Learns the Truth. The library at midnight was a cathedral of shadows. Harry sat in their usual corner, the one hidden behind the restricted section's furthest shelf, where the dust was thickest and the lantern light barely reached, and watched Hermione read. She had been at it for 3 hours now, her finger tracing lines of ancient text, her lips moving silently as she translated Merlin's book into a language they could understand. The fire in the small lantern cast dancing shadows across her face. She looked older than 11. They both did. "I've found something," Hermione said suddenly. Harry leaned forward. "Merlin describes the time nexus as a fixed point," she continued, her voice low and urgent. "A knot in the fabric of reality that cannot be untied without destroying the entire tapestry. But he also describes something called a temporal anchor, a living being tied to the nexus. Someone whose existence is woven into the cracks." "What does that mean?" "It means..." Hermione looked up at him, her brown eyes wide. "It means that when you traveled back in time, you didn't just bring your memories. You brought a piece of the nexus with you. Inside you." Harry went cold. "I'm an anchor?" "You're the anchor. The only one. If the enemy kills you, or if you die any other way, the cracks in time will collapse. Everything you've changed will snap back to the original timeline. Everyone you've saved will die the way they were meant to die." Harry's hands clenched on the table. "So I can't die." "You can't die. Not until the nexus is stabilized. Which means..." Hermione swallowed hard. "Which means you're the most important person in the world. Not because of the prophecy or Voldemort or any of that. Because if you die, reality breaks." "That's a lot of pressure." "That's an understatement." Harry stared at the book in Hermione's hands. Temporal anchor. Piece of the nexus inside him. That's why the golden light had erupted from his scar. That's why he had survived the fall. That's why the enemy was watching him so closely. Asterisk. He wasn't just a time traveler. He was a living, breathing crack in the universe. Does the book say how to stabilize the Nexus? He asked. Hermione nodded slowly. There's a ritual. But it's. She hesitated. It's complicated. Complicated how? It requires 3 things. First, the blood of the one who cracked the Nexus. That's Ron. His bloodline was used to break it, so his blood is needed to seal it. Ron won't agree to that. He might not have a choice. The second requirement is the magic of a true seer, someone who can see the threads of fate. Luna, probably. Her mother was a seer, and the gift runs in families. Luna? Harry frowned. She's not even at Hogwarts. Yet. She doesn't start until next year. Then we wait until next year. Hermione's voice was firm. We can't rush this, Harry. If we do the ritual wrong. What's the third requirement? Hermione looked down at the book. The third requirement, she said quietly, is the willing sacrifice of a soul tied to the timeline. A life freely given to repair the damage. Harry's heart stopped. A life, he repeated. Someone has to die. Yes. Who? Hermione didn't answer. Hermione. Who? She looked up at him, and her eyes were wet. It doesn't say. The page is damaged. The only words I can make out are the heart that loves most deeply and asterisk the blood that runs most true. Asterisk. Harry sat back in his chair. The heart that loves most deeply. The blood that runs most true. He thought about his mother. About the sacrifice she had made, the love that had protected him for 17 years. He thought about Dumbledore, who had loved him in his own complicated way. He thought about Hermione, who had died for him in another timeline. Someone has to die. Someone I love. You can't tell anyone, Harry said. What? The ritual. The sacrifice. If people know, if Ron knows. If Ron knows that his blood is needed, he might refuse to help. Or he might use it as leverage. Hermione finished his thought. I know. I wasn't going to tell anyone. Not even Neville. Not even Neville. Harry nodded. The weight on his shoulders pressed down harder. Someone has to die. Someone I love. And I have to let them. The next morning, Harry woke to find Ron standing over his bed. Get up, Ron said. His face was pale, his jaw tight. We need to talk. Harry glanced at the other beds. Neville was already gone, herbology, probably. Seamus and Dean were still asleep, their curtains drawn. About what? About you. About Hermione. About the secrets you've been keeping. Ron's voice was low, fierce. I'm not stupid, Harry. I know something's going on. And I'm tired of being left out. Harry sat up. The morning light was gray through the dormitory windows, casting everything in shades of silver and shadow. Ron stood silhouetted against it, his red hair almost glowing, his blue eyes hard. You're right, Harry said. I've been keeping secrets. But not because I don't trust you. Then why? Because I've seen what you become, Harry thought. Asterisk because I've watched you murder my best friend. Because every time I look at you, I see the green light, asterisk. But I can't say that. Not yet. Because some secrets are dangerous. Harry said carefully. Because knowing them could put you in danger. Because I'm trying to protect you. Ron's expression flickered. Protect me from what? From yourself. The words hung in the air. Ron stared at him. What does that mean? Harry took a breath. This is it, he thought. The moment I decide. Trust him. Or lose him. Sit down, Harry said. I'll tell you everything. They met in the room of requirement. Harry had summoned it at dawn, walking past the blank wall 3 times, thinking I need a place where no one can hear us, where no one can interrupt, where the truth won't destroy everything. The room had become a small circular chamber with stone walls and a single window that looked out onto a sky that didn't exist. In the center of the room stood a round table with 4 chairs. Harry sat in one. Ron sat across from him. Hermione sat to Harry's right. And Neville, who Harry had fetched from the greenhouse, who had arrived with dirt still on his hands and confusion in his eyes, sat to his left. 4 chairs. 4 allies. 4 people who needed to know the truth. "I'm going to tell you something," Harry said. "And I need you to listen. All of you. Without interrupting. Without judging. Just listen." Ron nodded. Neville nodded. Hermione took his hand under the table. Harry began. He told them about the war, not all of it, not the details that would break them, but enough. About Voldemort's return. About the Horcruxes. About the final battle that had left Hogwarts in ruins. He told them about the betrayal, not Ron's, not yet, but the existence of the Circle. A secret society of pure-blood families who had been manipulating the wizarding world for centuries. Who had infiltrated the Ministry, Hogwarts, even the Order of the Phoenix. He told them about the Time Nexus. About Merlin. About the cracks in reality, and the enemy that waited beyond them. And then, finally, he told them about himself. About the future that no longer existed. About waking up in the cupboard under the stairs with 17 years of memories and an 11-year-old body. When he finished, the room was silent. Ron's face was white. Neville was staring at the table like it held the answers to questions he was afraid to ask. Hermione's hand was still in Harry's, warm and steady. "You're from the future," Ron said finally. His voice was strange, flat, hollow. "You lived through all of this. And then you came back." "Yes." "And in that future, the one you came from, what was I?" Harry's heart clenched. "This is the moment. The moment I tell him. Or the moment I lie." "You were my best friend," Harry said. "You stood by me through everything. You fought beside me. You saved my life more times than I can count." Ron's shoulders relaxed, just slightly. "And then," Harry's voice cracked. "And then something changed. The Circle got to you. They manipulated you, twisted you, turned your insecurities into weapons. And in the end..." He couldn't say it. "In the end," Hermione said quietly, "you betrayed us." Ron's face went from white to gray. "Betrayed you how?" "He killed me," Hermione said. The words landed like stones in deep water. Ron stared at her. "Killed you?" "With the killing curse. In a chamber beneath Hogwarts. You were trying to break the Time Nexus, to rewrite history so that you were the hero." Ron stood up. His chair scraped against the stone floor, the sound too loud in the silent room. His hands were shaking. His eyes were wide and wild and terrified. "I wouldn't, I could never." "In the future you did," Harry said. "But that future doesn't exist anymore. You haven't done anything wrong. You haven't even met the Circle yet." "But I could," Ron whispered. "That's what you're saying. I could become that person." "Anyone could become that person," Neville said softly. "That's the point. That's what the Circle does. They find the cracks in people, the insecurities, the fears, the desires, and they exploit them." Ron looked at Neville. "How do you know?" Neville's jaw tightened. "Because they tried with my parents. And when they couldn't corrupt them, they destroyed them." The room went very still. "My parents aren't dead," Neville said. "Everyone thinks they are, or that they're just sick. But the truth is worse. The Lestranges tortured them into madness because the Circle wanted to send a message. Refuse us, and this is what happens." "How do you know that?" Harry asked. "My grandmother told me. Last summer. She said I was old enough to understand, old enough to start being careful." Neville's voice was barely a whisper. "She said the Circle is everywhere. Watching. Waiting. And if they ever came for me, then we stop them," Ron said. Everyone looked at him. His face was still pale, his hands still shaking. But something had hardened in his expression, something that looked like determination. You said the circle approached me after 4th year, Ron said to Harry. That means I have 4 years. 4 years to get stronger. 4 years to figure out how to resist them. That's not how it works. Then how does it work? Ron demanded. You've been back for months. You've been planning, researching, keeping secrets. But what have you actually done? Harry opened his mouth. Closed it. What have I done? Asterisk, I've survived. I've watched. I've gathered information. Asterisk. But have I actually changed anything? The troll, Hermione said. He saved the Hufflepuff girl. That never happened in the original timeline. One person, Ron said. One person out of how many who died? There's also the diary, Harry said slowly. In the original timeline, it ended up in Ginny's cauldron at Flourish and Blotts. Lucius Malfoy slipped it to her to open the Chamber of Secrets. I can stop that before it starts. How? I don't know yet. But I have time. The diary isn't supposed to surface until 2nd year. 2nd year? Ron repeated. That's months away. What about the stone? Quirrell is after it right now, isn't he? Harry nodded. Then why haven't you done anything about it? The question hit Harry like a physical blow. Why haven't I done anything? Because I'm scared. Scared of changing too much. Scared of feeding the enemy. Scared of making things worse. Because every change I make strengthens the enemy, Harry said. The thing beyond time, it feeds on the cracks in reality. Every person I save, every death I prevent, makes those cracks bigger. So what? Ron's voice rose. So we just let people die? Let Voldemort come back? Let the circle win? No. Because that's what it sounds like, Harry. It sounds like you're so scared of making things worse that you're not making things better. Harry stood up. His chair scraped against the floor. You don't understand. Then make me understand. The room went silent. Ron was breathing hard, his fists clenched, his eyes bright with something that looked like tears. You come back from the future, Ron said. With all this knowledge, all this power, and what do? You befriend Neville instead of me. You tell Hermione the truth but not anyone else. You sneak around at night and whisper in corners and look at me like I'm already a monster. I don't look at you like that. Yes, you do. Every time I make a joke, you flinch. Every time I laugh too loud, you watch me like you're waiting for something terrible to happen. Ron's voice cracked. You're not my friend, Harry. You're my judge. And you've already decided I'm guilty. Harry felt the words like knives. He's right. I have been judging him. I've been so focused on the future that I forgot about the present. Asterisk, Ron is 11 years old. He hasn't done anything wrong, asterisk. And I've been treating him like a criminal. I'm sorry, Harry said. Ron blinked. What? I'm sorry. You're right. I've been. Harry took a breath. I've been so scared of what you might become that I forgot to see who you are. You're not the Ron who betrayed me. You're my friend. My best friend. And I've been pushing you away because I'm terrified. Ron stared at him. You really mean that? I really mean it. Slowly, Ron sat back down. His hands were still shaking, but some of the tension had left his shoulders. So what do? He asked. Harry looked around the table. Hermione. Neville. Ron. 3 people who had trusted him, who were still trusting him, even after everything. We stop Quirrell, Harry said. We protect the stone. Not by hiding it or running from it, but by facing it head on. How? Harry thought for a moment. In the original timeline, Dumbledore set up a series of traps to protect the stone. They were meant to slow down anyone who tried to steal it, but they were also meant to test us. To prepare us for what was coming. So we just let the traps do their job? No. We help them. We watch Quirrell. We figure out when he's planning to make his move. And then we stop him before he gets anywhere near the stone. That's dangerous, Hermione said. Quirrell is a grown wizard. He has Voldemort on the back of his head. He's also a coward. Voldemort is possessing him, but Quirrell is still in control, barely. If we can separate them. That's dark magic, Harry. Advanced dark magic. We're first years. I'm not a first year, Harry said quietly. Not really. I've fought Voldemort before. I've won. The room was silent. Okay, Ron said finally. Okay. I'm in. Me too, Neville said. Hermione sighed. Someone has to keep you all from getting killed. Fine. I'm in. Harry looked at each of them. His allies. His friends. His family. Then let's get started, he said. They spent the next 3 hours planning. Harry told them everything he remembered about the traps guarding the stone, Fluffy the three-headed dog, the devil's snare, the flying keys, the giant chess board, the troll, the potions riddle, and finally the mirror of Ariste. Ron perked up at the chess board. That's mine, then. I'm the best chess player in the family. You're 11, Hermione said. Age doesn't matter in chess. It's about strategy. Harry smiled. It was a small smile, fragile, tentative, but it was real. Maybe, he thought, maybe this will work. Maybe I can save everyone. Even Ron. The room of requirement began to fade, the walls growing translucent, the window disappearing into gray mist. The room knows we're finished, Hermione said, gathering her notes. We should go. It's almost breakfast. They stood up. Ron lingered behind, his hands in his pockets, his eyes on the floor. Harry, he said. Harry turned. I meant what I said. About being your friend. I'm not going to betray you, not in this timeline, not ever. Harry looked at him. The same freckles. The same red hair. The same blue eyes that had watched Hermione die. But different, too. Softer. Younger. Unscarred by the darkness that would one day try to claim him. I know, Harry said. And for the first time since waking up in the cupboard, he believed it. Chapter 12, The New Alliance. December arrived at Hogwarts like a whispered promise. Snow fell in soft, thick blankets, turning the castle grounds into a landscape of white and silver. The Black Lake froze solid, its surface gleaming like obsidian beneath the pale winter sun. Icicles hung from the battlements like crystalline teeth, and the cold seeped through the stone walls no matter how high the fires burned in the common rooms. Harry stood at the window of the Gryffindor boys' dormitory, watching the snow accumulate on the sill, and thought about Christmas. In the original timeline, he had stayed at Hogwarts for the holidays, his first real Christmas, his first taste of the warmth and magic he had been denied his entire life. He remembered the presents, the feast, the invisibility cloak wrapped in brown paper with no note except use it well. The cloak. His father's cloak. The third Hallow. I need to get it back, he thought. Not because I want to use it, though I will, but because it's mine. It's always been mine, But getting the cloak meant confronting Dumbledore. Meant asking questions that would raise suspicions. Meant revealing more than he wanted to reveal. One thing at a time. First Quirrell. Then the cloak. Then the Horcruxes. And always, always, the circle. The new alliance met every night. The room of requirement had become their headquarters, a warm, comfortable space with a crackling fire, overstuffed chairs, and a long oak table covered in maps and notes and books. Harry had asked for a place to plan, and the room had provided exactly what they needed. Hermione sat at the table, translating Merlin's book by lantern light. Neville paced by the fire, muttering about herbology and poison antidotes. Ron studied the chess board that the room had conjured for him, moving pieces in complicated patterns that made Harry's head hurt. And Harry watched. He watched them all. He watched Hermione's frustration as she struggled with Merlin's archaic language. He watched Neville's nervous energy, his constant need to be doing something, preparing something, learning something. He watched Ron's focus, the way his face changed when he was thinking, the way his brow furrowed and his lips moved silently and his fingers twitched. Like he was already moving pieces on a board he couldn't see. These are my people, Harry thought. These are the ones I trust. These are the ones I will save. I've found something, Hermione said. Everyone turned. She was holding the book open to a page near the middle, her finger pressed against a paragraph written in red ink, different from the rest, newer, more urgent. This is a section about the Mirror of Ariste, she said. The final trap guarding the stone. Merlin describes it as a window into the deepest desires of the heart, but he also describes something else. A modification Dumbledore made to the original enchantment. What modification? Harry asked. The mirror won't just show you what you want. It will also reveal whether your intentions are pure. If you want the stone for yourself, for power, for greed, for personal gain, the mirror will keep it hidden. But if you want it to protect it, to keep it from falling into the wrong hands, the mirror will give it to you. Harry's chest tightened. That's why I got the stone in the original timeline, he realized. Asterisk because I didn't want it. I just wanted to stop Quirrell. Asterisk. So Quirrell can't get the stone, Ron said. Even if he gets past all the other traps, the mirror won't give it to him. Not unless his intentions change, Hermione said. But Quirrell is working for Voldemort. His intentions are about as impure as they come. Then why are we worried? Neville asked. Because Voldemort is possessing him, Harry said. And Voldemort's intentions, his desires, are not the same as Quirrell's. The mirror might respond differently to the Dark Lord's consciousness. Hermione nodded. That's what Merlin's notes suggest. The mirror reads the soul, not just the surface thoughts. If Voldemort's soul is dominant when Quirrell reaches the mirror, he could get the stone. Silence fell. Then we stop him before he gets that far, Ron said. We take him out at one of the earlier traps. How? Harry asked. He's a grown wizard with decades of experience. We're first years. The only reason we succeeded in the original timeline was because we had each other, and because Quirrell couldn't touch me. Literally. My mother's protection burned him. Can we use that? Neville asked. The protection? It only works if Quirrell tries to hurt me. And it only works because of Voldemort's connection to me. In the original timeline, Quirrell couldn't lay a hand on me without his skin blistering. So we let him touch you, Ron said. Harry stared at him. That's your plan? Let the Dark Lord's possessed servant touch me? It worked before, didn't it? That's not a plan. That's a gamble. Most of life is a gamble, Ron said with a shrug. The question is whether the odds are in our favor. Harry wanted to argue. But Ron wasn't wrong. In the original timeline, he had defeated Quirrell through a combination of luck, love, and his mother's protection. He hadn't planned it. He hadn't strategized. He had just acted. Maybe that's what I need to do, Harry thought. Asterisk stop planning. Stop analyzing. Just act. Asterisk. But acting got Hermione killed. Acting got everyone killed. Acting was what I did in the original timeline, and look where that led. Harry? Hermione's voice was soft. Where did you go? Nowhere. Harry shook his head. I'm here. I'm listening. You're brooding, Ron said. You've been brooding for weeks. It's like living with a thundercloud. I don't brood. You absolutely brood. You brood more than anyone I've ever met. And I have 5 brothers, so that's saying something. Despite everything, Harry almost smiled. We need more information, he said. About Quirrell. About his schedule, his habits, his weaknesses. Hermione, can you research him? I already have a file. A file? Of course a file. I started it the day you told me about the stone. Hermione pulled a thick folder from her bag. Quirinus Quirrell. Born September 26, 1967. Ravenclaw graduate. Top marks in defense against the dark arts, though his practical scores were always higher than his theoretical. Spent 5 years traveling, Albania, Romania, Egypt, Greece. Returned to England in 1990 and applied for the defense position. Rejected 3 times before Dumbledore finally gave him the job. What changed? Neville asked. According to the records, Dumbledore received a letter of recommendation from someone in the Albanian Ministry of Magic. Someone vouched for Quirrell's expertise in dark creature defense. Harry's mind raced. Albania. That's where Voldemort was hiding. Someone in the Albanian Ministry, or someone pretending to be in the Albanian Ministry. Someone who wanted Quirrell inside Hogwarts. Voldemort wrote the letter, Harry said. Or he had someone write it for him. The whole thing was a setup. Probably. Hermione agreed. But we can't prove it. Not yet. So we watch him. Ron said. Follow him. See where he goes, who he talks to, what he does when he thinks no one is watching. Follow him how? Neville asked. He's a teacher. We're students. We can't just. I have an invisibility cloak, Harry said. Everyone stared at him. An invisibility cloak. Ron repeated. You have an invisibility cloak. It belonged to my father. Dumbledore gave it to me for Christmas in the original timeline. But if I ask him for it now, he'll want to know why. Hermione finished. Exactly. So don't ask him. Find it yourself. Harry blinked. What? The cloak is in the castle, isn't it? Dumbledore has it somewhere. Probably in his office, or in a hidden room nearby. If you can find it. Breaking into Dumbledore's office is suicide. Not if you're invisible. And not if you know where to look. Harry stared at Hermione. She stared back. You're crazy, he said. I'm logical. There's a difference. She's right, Ron said. If you have an invisibility cloak, you can follow Quirrell without being seen. You can figure out his plans. You can stop him before he even gets to the traps. And if Dumbledore catches me? Then you tell him the truth. The truth about what? About being from the future? About needing the cloak to protect the stone. Ron's voice was steady. Dumbledore isn't stupid. He knows something is going on. Maybe it's time you trusted him. Trust Dumbledore. The man who raised him like a pig for slaughter. The man who kept secrets that cost lives. The man who, in the end, had loved him, but not enough to tell him the truth. I'll think about it, Harry said. That's code for no, Ron said. It's code for I'll think about it. Ron opened his mouth to argue, but Hermione shook her head. Let him think, she said. We have time. Quirrell isn't going to make his move until the end of the school year. That's months away. Months we could be using to prepare. Months we will be using to prepare. But we need to be smart about it. Rushing in without a plan is how people get killed. Ron fell silent. Harry looked at him, at the frustration in his eyes, the hunger to act, the desperate need to prove himself. He wants to be a hero, Harry realized. Asterisk, he wants to matter. The same way he wanted to matter in the original timeline. Asterisk. The same hunger the circle will exploit. I need to give him something else to hunger for. Ron, Harry said. The chessboard. The giant one that guards the stone. In the original timeline, you sacrificed yourself so I could go on. Ron's eyes widened. Sacrificed myself? Not literally. You were knocked unconscious. But you were willing to die, to let the queen take you, so I could checkmate the king. Ron was silent for a long moment. I did that? Yes. In the other timeline. The one that doesn't exist anymore. Yes. Ron looked down at his hands. I didn't know I had that in me, he said quietly. You do, Harry said. You always have. The circle, they'll try to convince you otherwise. They'll try to make you believe that you're selfish, that you're jealous, that you're not good enough. But I've seen you, Ron. I've seen the person you can be. And he's worth saving. Ron looked up. His eyes were bright. Thanks, he said. Don't thank me. Just. Harry hesitated. Just remember. When the time comes, remember who you are. Ron nodded. The fire crackled. The snow fell outside the window. And somewhere in the depths of the castle, Quirinus Quirrell paced his chambers, whispering to the face on the back of his head. The next week, Harry made a decision. He would find the invisibility cloak. Not by breaking into Dumbledore's office. That was still suicide, even with Hermione's logic, but by thinking. By remembering. By using the knowledge he had gained in another life. In the original timeline, Dumbledore had given him the cloak at Christmas. Which meant the cloak was somewhere in the castle, probably hidden in a place Dumbledore thought was safe. But Dumbledore's idea of safe was not the same as everyone else's. The Room of Requirement, Harry thought. If I were Dumbledore, hiding a legendary hallow where no one could find it, the room would be the perfect place. He went that night. Alone. The 7th-floor corridor was empty, the torches flickering in their brackets, the shadows deep and cold. Harry walked past the blank wall 3 times, thinking, I need the hiding place of the invisibility cloak. The door appeared. He stepped inside. The room was small, barely larger than his cupboard at Privet Drive, with stone walls and a single wooden chest in the center. The chest was old, bound in iron, with a lock that looked like it hadn't been opened in decades. Harry knelt in front of it. He didn't have a key. He didn't need one. He pointed his wand at the lock and whispered, Asterisk. Alohomora. Asterisk. The lock clicked open. The lid creaked as he lifted it. Inside, folded carefully, surrounded by mothballs and lavender sachets, was the invisibility cloak. Harry lifted it out. The fabric was cool against his fingers, cooler than it should have been, like holding a piece of the night sky. It shimmered in the dim light, reflecting colors that weren't there, shifting between silver and shadow and something that looked almost like starlight. His father's cloak. His cloak. Asterisk. Use it well. Asterisk. Harry wrapped it around his shoulders. The world disappeared. He was invisible, not hidden, not disguised, but gone. The room reflected in the stone floor showed nothing where he should have been. He stood up. He walked to the door. He stepped out into the corridor. And for the first time since waking up in the cupboard, Harry smiled. A real smile. Now, he thought, now I can move. Now I can fight. Now I can win. He found Quirrell in the 3rd-floor corridor. It was 2 a.m, and the castle was silent except for the distant howl of the wind and the creak of old wood settling. Harry moved beneath the cloak like a ghost, his footsteps muffled, his breathing shallow. Quirrell stood before the door that led to Fluffy. He was muttering to himself, or not to himself, to the face on the back of his head. The boy is watching us, a voice hissed. High, cold, terrifying. Voldemort's voice. Harry froze. He knows something, Quirrell whispered. Asterisk. I've seen him in the corridors. Following me. Watching. Asterisk. Asterisk. Then kill him. Asterisk. Asterisk. I can't. Not yet. Dumbledore is suspicious. If the boy dies now. Asterisk. Asterisk. Then find another way. Silence him. Control him. Use the girl, the mudblood. She is close to him. Asterisk. Asterisk. The Granger girl? Asterisk. Asterisk. Yes. Threaten her. Make him choose between her safety and his curiosity. Asterisk. Harry's blood ran cold. They know. They've seen me. And now they're planning to hurt Hermione. He backed away from the door, slowly, carefully, his heart pounding so loud he was sure they could hear it. He retreated down the corridor, around the corner, into the shadows. Then he ran. He ran through the castle, past the sleeping portraits, past the suits of armor, past the windows that looked out onto the snow-covered grounds. He burst through the portrait of the fat lady and into the Gryffindor common room, gasping for breath, the cloak falling from his shoulders. Hermione was there. She was sitting by the fire, a book in her lap, her eyes wide. Harry? What happened? They know, he said. Quirrell and Voldemort. They know I've been watching them. And they're going to come after you. Hermione went pale. Me? To get to me. To control me. Voldemort said. Harry swallowed hard. He said to use you. To threaten you. To make me choose. Hermione set down her book. Her hands were shaking, but her voice was steady. Then we prepare, she said. We learn. We train. We make sure that when they come for us, we're ready. Harry nodded. The fire crackled. The snow fell. And the war that had begun in another timeline, the war that Harry had hoped to prevent, crept closer with every passing second. Chapter 13, The Fall of Pettigrew. January brought a cold so bitter that it seemed to seep into the very stones of Hogwarts. The corridors grew darker, the fires burned higher, and the students huddled in their common rooms like animals seeking shelter from a storm that wouldn't end. Harry watched the days crawl past with a mixture of impatience and dread. Quirrell was still in the castle. Voldemort was still whispering from the back of his turban. And somewhere in the shadows, the Circle of the Unbroken was watching, waiting, for the moment when Harry would make a mistake. But Harry wasn't thinking about Quirrell. He wasn't thinking about Voldemort. He was thinking about Peter Pettigrew. The rat. The traitor. The man who had betrayed his parents to Voldemort, and then framed Sirius Black for the crime. In the original timeline, Pettigrew had lived as Scabbers, Ron's pet, for 12 years, hiding in plain sight, waiting for his master to return. And now, Scabbers was sleeping in Ron's bed. Harry hadn't forgotten. Couldn't forget. Every time he saw Ron pull the rat from his pocket, every time he watched Neville flinch away from the creature's yellowed teeth, every time he heard the soft squeaking in the dormitory at night, he remembered. Peter Pettigrew. The man who had sold his parents to Voldemort. The man who had cut off his own finger and blamed Sirius. The man who, in another timeline, had died by his own hand when Harry spared his life. I can't let him stay, Harry thought. Not another day. Not another hour. But how do I expose him without revealing everything? The answer came to Harry in the middle of potions class. Snape was droning on about the properties of Moonstone, something about its use in forgetfulness potions, though Harry wasn't really listening, when Ron leaned over and whispered, Scabbers is acting weird. Harry glanced at Ron's pocket. The rat's head was poking out, twitching, its tiny eyes fixed on the front of the classroom. On Snape. No, not on Snape. On something behind Snape. On the door. What do you mean, weird? Harry whispered back. He's been like this for days. Twitching. Scratching. Trying to get out of the dormitory at night. Harry's heart began to pound. Pettigrew knows something is wrong. He's sensing the changes in the timeline. He's getting nervous. Maybe he's sick, Harry said, keeping his voice casual. Sick? He's a rat. Rats don't get sick. They get eaten. Then maybe he's scared. Ron frowned. Scared of what? Harry didn't answer. He was watching the rat, watching the way it scanned the room, the way its nose twitched, the way its eyes lingered on the door to the corridor. It looked like it was planning an escape. If Pettigrew runs, Harry thought, I might never find him again. I need to act. Now. That night, Harry gathered the Alliance in the room of requirement. He told them about Pettigrew. Not everything, not the time travel, not the future, but enough. He told them about the night his parents died. About the betrayal. About the secret keeper who had sold them to Voldemort. About the rat that had been living in Ron's pocket for 3 years. Ron's face went gray. Scabbers, he whispered. Scabbers is a man? An animagus. Unregistered. He's been hiding as a rat ever since he faked his own death. How do you know? Harry took a breath. Because in the original timeline, I found out the truth in my 3rd year. Sirius Black escaped from Azkaban to kill Pettigrew, to avenge my parents. And at the end of the year, We captured Pettigrew and proved Sirius was innocent. Sirius Black, Hermione said slowly. Your godfather. Yes. He's in Azkaban right now. For a crime he didn't commit. Yes. Neville's hands were shaking. And Pettigrew, the real traitor, has been sleeping in our dormitory? For 12 years, Harry said. Hiding. Waiting. Ron stood up. His chair scraped against the floor, too loud in the silent room. His face was white with rage, his hands clenched into fists. I'm going to kill him, Ron said. Right now. I'm going to go upstairs, grab that rat and… Sit down, Harry said. I'm not going to. Sit. Down. Something in Harry's voice made Ron freeze. Harry had spent years learning to command, on the Quidditch pitch, in the DA, on the battlefields of a war that no longer existed. His voice carried weight now, even in his 11-year-old body, and Ron felt it. Ron sat. We're not killing anyone, Harry said. We're capturing him. Alive. And we're turning him over to the Ministry so Sirius can be freed. How? Hermione asked. The Ministry is corrupt. Half the Wizengamot is in the Circle's pocket. If we just hand Pettigrew over, they'll make him disappear. Then we don't hand him over. We hand him over to someone we trust. Who? Harry thought. In the original timeline, he had trusted Remus Lupin. But Lupin wasn't at Hogwarts yet, wouldn't be until 3rd year. He had trusted Sirius, but Sirius was in Azkaban. He had trusted Dumbledore. Dumbledore. The headmaster, Harry said. We go to Dumbledore. We tell him everything, about Pettigrew, about Sirius, about the betrayal. And we let him handle it. Will he believe us? Neville asked. He'll believe us when he sees Pettigrew transform. Ron shook his head. Scabbers has been in my family for years. My mum loves that rat. If I just walk up to Dumbledore and say, by the way, this is a 40-year-old man who betrayed Harry's parents. We don't walk up to him. We show him. Harry pulled the invisibility cloak from his bag. The fabric shimmered in the firelight, silver and shadow, starlight and smoke. Ron's eyes widened. Hermione reached out to touch it, her fingers hovering just above the surface. Where did you get that? Ron asked. The Room of Requirement. It was my father's. Your father had an invisibility cloak? He was a Potter. They had a lot of things. Harry spread the cloak across the table. Tomorrow night, he said, we catch Pettigrew. Ron, you bring Scabbers to the common room after curfew. I'll be waiting with the cloak. Hermione and Neville will guard the exits. What about Dumbledore? Hermione asked. Once we have Pettigrew, we take him straight to the headmaster's office. No detours. No stopping. No letting anyone else see him. And if Pettigrew tries to escape? Harry's hand moved to his wand. Then I'll make sure he doesn't. The next night, the castle was restless. Wind howled against the windows, rattling the frames and sending shadows dancing across the walls. Harry stood in the corner of the Gryffindor common room, hidden beneath the invisibility cloak, and watched the embers of the fire fade to gray. The portrait hole opened. Ron stepped through. He was wearing his pajamas, faded blue with the Chudley Cannon's logo on the chest, and carrying Scabbers in his hands. The rat was squirming, twisting, trying to escape, its tiny claws scratching at Ron's fingers. I don't like this, Ron whispered. He knows something's wrong. Bring him here, Harry whispered back. Ron walked to the center of the common room. Harry threw off the cloak. Scabbers froze. For a moment, just a moment, the rat looked at Harry with eyes that were not the eyes of an animal. There was recognition there. Fear. And something else, something that looked almost like resignation. He knows who I am, Harry thought. He knows I'm not an ordinary first year. He knows I've come for him. Asterisk. Petrificus totalis. Asterisk. The spell hit Scabbers mid-squeak. The rat went rigid, toppling sideways onto the rug, its tiny legs sticking out at awkward angles. Harry knelt beside it, his wand still raised, and checked for signs of life. The rat's chest was moving. Shallow, rapid breaths. Good, Harry said. He's alive. What now? Ron asked. Now we take him to Dumbledore. The walk to the headmaster's office was the longest of Harry's life. They moved through the darkened corridors like shadows, Ron carrying the frozen rat, Harry with the cloak draped over both of them, their footsteps muffled by the stone floors. The portraits whispered as they passed, but none of them raised the alarm. The suits of armor stood silent. The ghosts drifted through walls without looking back. Too easy, Harry thought. It's too easy. Something is going to go wrong. They reached the stone gargoyle. Sherbet lemon, Harry said. The gargoyle sprang aside. The spiral staircase carried them upward, turning slowly, grinding like the gears of an ancient clock. Harry's heart pounded in time with the steps. Don't let him be gone. Don't let him be asleep. Don't let us be too late. The door to Dumbledore's office was already open. Harry stopped. The office was lit, candles flickering, instruments chiming, the portraits of former headmasters wide awake and watching. And behind the desk, his silver beard gleaming. In the candlelight sat Albus Dumbledore. He wasn't alone. Sirius Black stood by the window. Harry's heart stopped. Sirius was younger than Harry remembered, younger than he had been in the cave, younger than he had been in the Department of Mysteries. His hair was long and dark, his face unlined by Azkaban's horrors, his gray eyes bright and alive. He was wearing Azkaban robes. Torn. Dirty. Stained with salt water and something darker. But he was standing. He was free. Harry, Dumbledore said quietly. Please come in. We've been expecting you. Harry stepped into the office. The invisibility cloak fell from his shoulders. Dumbledore's eyes moved to Ron, to the frozen rat in his hands, and something flickered across the old man's face, something that looked like sorrow, or perhaps relief. Mr. Weasley, Dumbledore said, would you please place the rat on the desk? Ron looked at Harry. Harry nodded. Ron walked forward and set Scabbers on the polished wood. Dumbledore stood. He moved around the desk, his long robes whispering against the floor, and stopped in front of the frozen rat. For a long moment, he simply looked at it, studying it, weighing it, measuring something Harry couldn't see. Peter Pettigrew, Dumbledore said softly. It has been a long time. The rat didn't move. Couldn't move. But Harry saw something in its eyes, a glint of yellow terror, and knew that Pettigrew understood. I received a letter from an old friend this morning, Dumbledore said, turning to look at Sirius. A letter that explained many things. Things I should have seen years ago. Sirius's jaw tightened. I tried to tell you. After James and Lily died. I tried to tell everyone. But no one listened. I know. And I am sorry. Dumbledore's voice was heavy. I failed you, Sirius. I failed James. I failed Lily. And I failed Harry, by allowing a traitor to roam free while an innocent man rotted in Azkaban. Harry's throat tightened. He knows. He knows everything. Professor, Harry said, how did Sirius escape? Dumbledore looked at him. Sirius did not escape, Harry. He was released. The Wizengamot reviewed his case 3 days ago, anonymously, quietly, without the publicity that would have tipped off Pettigrew's allies. The evidence was compelling. What evidence? An anonymous deposition. Detailed. Accurate. Including the exact location of Pettigrew's hiding place. Harry stared at him. Anonymous deposition. He's talking about me. About the information I planted through Hermione's parents, through the Muggle Post, through a dozen different channels designed to hide my identity. You knew, Harry said. You knew it was me. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled, but the twinkle was sad. I suspected, he said. I have suspected many things about you, Harry. From the moment you stepped off the Hogwarts Express. You are not an ordinary boy. You are not an ordinary wizard. And the more I learn about you, the more I realize that I have been given a second chance, a chance to make things right. He turned to Sirius. Sirius, if you would. Sirius stepped forward. His gray eyes moved to Harry, studying him, measuring him, looking at him with an intensity that made Harry's skin prickle. You look like James, Sirius said. But your eyes are lilies. Harry couldn't speak. He had dreamed of this moment for years. Had imagined it 1,000 times, Sirius free, Sirius alive, Sirius standing in front of him without the shadow of Azkaban hanging over his shoulders. And now it was real. You're my godfather, Harry said. Sirius nodded. I am. The Potters named you as Harry's guardian, Dumbledore said, in the event of their deaths. The will was sealed, improperly, I now believe, by forces within the Ministry who wanted Harry placed with his Muggle relatives. The Circle, Harry thought. Asterisk, they wanted me isolated. Controlled. Vulnerable, asterisk. They won't control me, Harry said. Dumbledore smiled. No, he said. I don't believe they will. The transformation was difficult to watch. Dumbledore had released the full body bind, and Pettigrew had tried to run, scrambling across the desk, leaping for the window, squealing in a voice that was almost human. But Sirius was faster. He caught the rat by the tail and held it suspended in the air, twisting, struggling, desperate. Transform, Sirius said. Now. The rat didn't move. Transform. The air crackled. The rat's body began to twist, fur receding, bones cracking, limbs lengthening. The squealing became a scream, a human scream, high and terrified and desperate. And then Peter Pettigrew stood before them. He was small, smaller than Harry remembered, with watery eyes and stringy hair and a face that belonged on a rat even when he was in human form. His hands were clasped together, trembling, and his lips moved in silent, frantic prayers. Sirius, Pettigrew whimpered. Sirius, please, we were friends. We were never friends, Sirius said. His voice was cold, colder than Harry had ever heard it. You betrayed James. You betrayed Lily. You sold them to Voldemort, and then framed me for their murder. I didn't, I never. Liar. Ron made a sound, something between a gasp and a sob. He was staring at Pettigrew with wide, horrified eyes. I slept with that, Ron said. For 3 years. I slept with a murderer. You didn't know, Hermione said, putting her hand on his arm. None of us knew. I should have known. He was always wrong. The way he looked at me sometimes. Stop. Dumbledore's voice was soft but firm. There will be time for guilt later. Right now, we have more pressing matters. He turned to Pettigrew. Peter, he said, you will be turned over to the Ministry. You will stand trial for your crimes. And this time, there will be no escape. Pettigrew's face crumpled. You can't, he whispered. They'll kill me. The Death Eaters, the ones who are still free, they'll kill me before. I can testify. Then perhaps you should have thought of that before you betrayed your friends. Pettigrew's eyes darted to Harry. The boy, he said. The boy knows. I saw it in his eyes. He's not normal. He's not. Take him away, Dumbledore said. Sirius grabbed Pettigrew by the arm and dragged him toward the door. Harry watched them go. Watched the man who had destroyed his family being led away by the man who had loved that family more than anything. And then he was alone with Dumbledore. Harry, Dumbledore said, I think it is time we had a proper conversation. Harry sat down in the chair across from the desk. The fire crackled. The instruments chimed. Fawkes the Phoenix watched from his golden perch, his bright eyes reflecting the flames. I know you're from the future, Dumbledore said. Harry didn't flinch. I know you've come back to change things. To save people. To prevent a war that, in another timeline, destroyed everything you loved. You've known all along? I've suspected. The Sorting Hat told me that you carried a weight no child should bear. The way you move, like a soldier, not a student. The knowledge you possess, The spells you cast, the predictions you make. Dumbledore leaned forward. I have lived a long time, Harry. I have seen many things. But I have never seen a boy like you. What are you going to do? Help you. Dumbledore's voice was soft. If you'll let me. Harry stared at him. Trust Dumbledore. The man who raised him like a pig for slaughter. The man who kept secrets that cost lives. The man who, in the end, had loved him. Why should I trust you? Harry asked. Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. Because I have made mistakes, he said finally. Terrible mistakes. I have kept secrets I should have shared. I have manipulated people I should have trusted. I have believed that the ends justify the means, and I have been wrong. He took off his half-moon spectacles and rubbed his eyes. When your parents died, he said, I made a choice. I sent you to the Dursleys, to your mother's sister, because I believed the blood protection would keep you safe. And it did. But it also cost you your childhood. It cost you the love and care you deserved. I know. I should have checked on you. Should have made sure you were treated well. But I was afraid that if I interfered too much, the protection would break. So I left you there. Alone. Unloved. Harry's throat tightened. And I am sorry, Dumbledore said. I am more sorry than I can ever express. Sorry doesn't bring them back. No. It doesn't. But action can change the future. And I am offering you my help, Harry. Not as a headmaster to a student. As an ally to an ally. As a soldier to a soldier. Harry looked at him. Really looked. And for the first time, he saw Dumbledore not as a legend or a manipulator or a symbol, but as a man. Old. Tired. Carrying the weight of his own mistakes. Asterisk. Wisdom. Patience. The ability to trust, even when trust has burned you. Asterisk. Okay, Harry said. Dumbledore's eyes widened. Okay? Okay. I'll trust you. But I need you to promise me something. Anything. No more secrets. No more keeping things from me because you think it's for my own good. If we're going to do this, if we're going to save the future, I need to know everything. Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. Then he nodded. You shall, he said. I promise. The fire crackled. The instruments chimed. And somewhere in the darkness, the circle of the unbroken felt the first thread of their web begin to unravel. Chapter 14. Ron's Dark Path Begins. February came to Hogwarts like a hell breath. The snow melted into gray slush. The days grew longer but no warmer. And the castle settled into a strange, anxious quiet, the kind of quiet that precedes a storm. Harry felt it in his bones. The others felt it too. Even the ghosts seemed restless, drifting through walls with more urgency than usual, their translucent faces pinched with concern. Sirius Black had been declared innocent. The news broke like a thunderclap across the wizarding world. Rita Skeeter's quill had worked overtime, spinning the story of the decade, the heroic Auror wrongly imprisoned for 12 years, the traitorous Peter Pettigrew hiding as a family pet, the miscarriage of justice that had allowed an innocent man to rot in Azkaban while a murderer roamed free. The Weasleys were devastated. Molly had cried for 3 days straight, not just for Scabbers, but for the betrayal. For the years she had held Pettigrew in her arms, fed him at her table, trusted him with her children. Arthur had gone pale and silent, his knuckles white around his fork at dinner. The twins had made dark jokes that weren't really jokes. Percy had locked himself in his room. And Ron was not handling it well. Harry watched him from across the common room, sitting in his favorite armchair by the fire, his face half hidden in shadow. Ron hadn't spoken much in the 2 weeks since Pettigrew's capture. He went to classes. He ate his meals. He nodded when spoken to. But the light had gone out of his eyes, the spark of mischief, the quick grin, the easy laugh. All gone. Replaced by something that looked like shame. He blames himself, Harry realized. Asterisk he thinks he should have known. Thinks he should have seen what Scabbers really was. Asterisk. And the circle. The circle will use this. He's getting worse, Hermione said. It was late, past midnight, and the three of them were huddled in the room of requirement. Neville had gone to bed an hour ago, exhausted from studying. But Hermione had refused to leave, and Harry couldn't sleep anyway. I know, Harry said. We need to do something. Talk to him. Make him understand that it wasn't his fault. He won't listen. Then make him listen. Harry looked at Hermione. Her face was flushed with frustration, her brown eyes bright with the fierce determination that had always defined her. She wasn't just worried about Ron, she was worried about the alliance. About the cracks that were beginning to show. Ron's not like us, Harry said carefully. He doesn't process things by talking. He processes them by brooding? Sulking? Pushing people away? By trying to figure things out on his own. Hermione sighed. That's the problem, she said. He thinks he has to prove himself. Thinks that if he'd been smarter, more observant, more something, he would have seen the truth about Pettigrew. But he was a kid. We were all kids. Tell him that. Harry stood up. Where are you going? To talk to him. Now? It's after midnight. The best time. Harry found Ron in the boys' dormitory, sitting on his bed with his back against the headboard, staring at the ceiling. The other boys were asleep, Neville snoring softly, Seamus mumbling in his sleep, Dean curled around a pillow like it was a quaffle. Ron didn't look at Harry when he entered. He didn't look at him when Harry sat on the edge of the bed. He didn't look at him when Harry said, "We need to talk." "There's nothing to talk about," Ron said. "There's everything to talk about." Ron's jaw tightened. "I had a murderer in my bed," he said. "For 3 years. I petted him. Fed him. Talked to him when I was lonely. And I never, not once, suspected anything. Because you weren't supposed to. Pettigrew was a master of disguise. He fooled Dumbledore. Fooled the Ministry. Fooled everyone. He didn't fool you." Harry was silent. "You knew," Ron said. "From the beginning. You knew Scabbers was Pettigrew, and you didn't tell me. I couldn't. Not until I had proof. Not until I knew Dumbledore would believe me. You could have told me. I would have believed you. Would you?" Harry asked gently. "If I'd walked up to you on the train and said your pet rat is a 40-year-old man who betrayed my parents, would you have believed me?" Ron's silence was answer. "Enough. I'm not angry," Ron said finally. "I'm not even upset. I'm just—" He stopped. Swallowed. "I'm tired, Harry. Tired of being the one who doesn't see things. Tired of being the one who needs to be protected. Everyone needs to be protected sometimes. Not you. I need to be protected all the time. I just hide it better." Ron looked at him. For the first time in weeks, there was something in his eyes besides shame. Something that looked like curiosity. "What do you mean?" Harry took a breath. "In the original timeline," he said, "I spent 7 years running toward danger. Fighting dark wizards. Hunting Horcruxes. Walking into the Forbidden Forest to die. And every single time, I had people beside me, people who protected me, saved me, kept me alive when I should have died 100 times. Hermione. Hermione. And you. And Neville. And Luna. And 100 others who believed in me even when I didn't believe in myself." Ron's eyes widened. "I was the hero," Harry said. "But I wasn't the only one. I was never the only one. So what happened? In the original timeline? How did it end?" Harry's chest tightened. "I won," he said. "But I lost everything." "How?" "I can't tell you. Not yet. You're not ready. When will I be ready? I don't know." Ron was silent for a long moment. Then he said, "The Circle. The ones who manipulated me in the future. Do you think they're already watching?" Harry nodded slowly. I think they're always watching. Looking for cracks. Looking for weaknesses. Looking for the moment when someone is vulnerable enough to listen. And I'm vulnerable now. Yes. Ron looked down at his hands. What do they offer? He asked. The circle. When they recruit someone, what do they promise? Harry thought about it. He remembered Ron's words in the bone chamber. Asterisk. They told me I was special. That the Weasleys had fallen from grace, but I could restore us. Asterisk. They promise you that you matter, Harry said. That you're not invisible. That you're not just the youngest son of a poor family, the spare, the afterthought, the one everyone forgets. Ron flinched. They tell you that you have power. Harry continued. Real power. The kind that comes from blood and legacy and ancient magic. They tell you that you can change the world, reshape it into something better, something fairer, something where you're not overlooked. That sounds... Ron hesitated. That sounds like what I want. I know. Does that make me a bad person? No. It makes you human. Ron looked at Harry. His eyes were wet, but he wasn't crying. I don't want to become that person, he said. The one who betrays you. The one who kills Hermione. Then don't. How? How do I stop something that hasn't happened yet? You remember who you are. Harry's voice was fierce. Not the person the circle wants you to become. Not the jealous sidekick, or the overlooked brother. The person who stood on a broken leg and faced down a killer. The person who destroyed the locket Horcrux. The person who came back. I came back? In the original timeline. After the locket made you leave. You fought your way back to us, through snow and dark magic and your own demons, and you saved my life. Ron stared at him. I did that. You did that. Ron sat up straighter. Some of the shadows had lifted from his face. Not all, but some. Okay, he said. Okay. I'll try. Try what? Try to remember. Try to be the person you say I can be. Harry nodded. That's all I ask? The next morning, Ron was different. Not dramatically. He didn't burst into the common room singing or throw his arms around Hermione in a bear hug. But he came to breakfast on time. He made eye contact. He ate his eggs without staring at the table. And when Hermione made a comment about the proper way to pronounce Leviosa versus Leviosa, Ron didn't roll his eyes. He said, You're right. I've been saying it wrong for years. Hermione nearly choked on her pumpkin juice. Harry hid a smile behind his goblet. Maybe, he thought, maybe I'm getting through to him. Maybe we're all getting through to each other. But the circle was not idle. Harry felt their presence in the corridors, a whisper of dark robes, a glimpse of a familiar face that shouldn't have been there. He saw them in the way certain students looked at him, the children of Death Eaters, the scions of pure-blood families who had never fully accepted Voldemort's defeat. Draco Malfoy had started watching Ron. Harry noticed it in potions class, when Draco's pale eyes lingered on Ron's freckled face for a beat too long. Not with malice, not yet. With curiosity. With calculation. He's assessing him, Harry realized. Seeing if he's recruitable. Asterisk, the circle uses children. Uses students. Uses anyone who feels overlooked. Asterisk. And Ron. Ron is the perfect target. We need to talk, Harry said to Hermione after class. They ducked into an empty classroom. What's wrong? Draco. He's been watching Ron. Hermione's face paled. You think he's connected to the circle? I think his father is. Lucius Malfoy is exactly the kind of pure-blood aristocrat who would join a secret society dedicated to preserving blood purity. And if Lucius is in the circle, then Draco is being groomed to join. Or he's already a member. Not a full member, he's 11, but a recruit. Someone who can identify other potential recruits. Hermione pressed her hands to her cheeks. This is moving faster than I thought, she said. I thought we had years. Years before the circle made their move. So did I. Harry's jaw tightened. But I forgot something. What? The Pettigrew situation. In the original timeline, he wasn't exposed until third year. That gave the Circle time to plan, to recruit, to build their network. But now they're scrambling. Moving faster than they intended. Making moves they wouldn't have made otherwise. Exactly. Hermione sat down on a dusty desk. So what do? We can't watch Ron every second of every day. We can't lock him in the common room until the threat passes. We can warn him. He already knows about the Circle. You told him. Knowing isn't the same as being prepared. Harry started pacing. Ron thinks he can resist because he knows what's coming. But that's not how manipulation works. The Circle won't approach him with an offer to join. They'll approach him with a friendly conversation. A compliment. An invitation to dinner. They'll make him feel special. Yes. And Ron has been waiting his whole life to feel special. Hermione was silent. The weight of the truth pressed down on both of them. We need to tell Dumbledore, she said finally. About Draco. About the Circle. About everything. He already knows. What? The night we caught Pettigrew. Dumbledore told me he suspected the Circle had infiltrated Hogwarts. He's been watching for years, looking for signs, gathering information. But he hasn't been able to prove anything. Then we help him prove it. How? Hermione's eyes lit up. The same way you proved Pettigrew was a traitor. Information. Evidence. Names, dates, locations, everything we can gather. That's dangerous. Everything about this is dangerous. Harry stopped pacing. He looked at Hermione, at her messy hair, her determined eyes, her hands already reaching for a quill that wasn't there. She's right, he thought. Asterisk, we can't just wait. We have to act. Asterisk. But acting means risking everything. Okay, he said. We gather evidence. But we do it carefully. No heroics. No unnecessary risks. When have I ever been heroic? You argued with Professor Snape in your first week. To his face. About the correct ingredients for a boil cure potion. Hermione's cheeks flushed. That was different. That was insane. And I loved every second of it. For a moment, just a moment, they almost laughed. Then the moment passed, and the weight returned. Ron's dark path begins now, Harry said quietly. Not in fourth year. Not when the Circle approaches him directly. Now. Today. With Draco watching him in potions class. Then we start now too, Hermione said. We watch Draco. We watch anyone who looks at Ron too long. We build a network of our own. A counter-circle. A circle of light. Harry almost smiled. I like that, he said. Circle of light. It's cheesy. It's perfect. That night, Harry dreamed of the enemy again. He was standing in the cracked glass void, the timelines bleeding beneath his feet, the weight of 1,000 futures pressing against his chest. The thing in the distance was closer now, close enough that Harry could almost see its shape. It had no face. No body. No form that human eyes could comprehend. But it had a voice. The red-haired boy, the voice said. You are trying to save him. Yes. You cannot. Watch me. The thing moved closer. The glass beneath Harry's feet cracked wider. Every choice you make strengthens me, the voice said. Asterisk, every life you save feeds my hunger. You are not saving the future, Harry Potter. You are delivering it to me, asterisk. Then I'll find another way. Asterisk, there is no other way. The cracks are already too deep. The timeline is already too damaged. And the boy, the red-haired boy, is already mine, asterisk. He's not yours. He will be. Harry woke up screaming. Ron was at his bedside in an instant, his face pale, his hands gripping Harry's shoulders. Harry! Harry, wake up! It's just a dream! Harry gasped for breath. His scar was burning, not with Voldemort's presence, but with something else. Something older. Something that felt like the weight of the universe pressing against his forehead. "Ron," he whispered. "I'm here. I'm right here." Harry grabbed Ron's wrist. "You have to promise me," he said. "No matter what they offer you. No matter how good it sounds. You have to promise me you won't listen." Ron's eyes widened. "Harry. Promise me." Ron was silent for a long moment. Then he nodded. "I promise," he said. "No matter what." Harry released his wrist. The scar stopped burning. But the weight didn't lift. It never lifted anymore. Chapter 15. The Chamber Rewritten. March arrived with a fury that matched the storm brewing inside Hogwarts. The wind howled across the grounds, rattling the windows of the castle like a giant trying to break in. The lake churned with dark, angry waves. And somewhere beneath the stone floors, in the depths that no student was meant to explore, something ancient was stirring. Harry felt it in his scar. Not the burning pain he associated with Voldemort, but a different sensation. A pressure. A presence. Like someone was standing just behind him, breathing on his neck, waiting for him to turn around. The Chamber of Secrets, he thought. It's opening. But that wasn't possible. Not yet. The chamber wasn't supposed to open until second year. The diary wasn't supposed to reach Ginny Weasley until summer, at Flourish and Blots. Unless something changed. Unless the circle accelerated their plans. Unless... Harry. Hermione's voice cut through his spiraling thoughts. They were in the library, their usual corner, surrounded by books and shadows and the faint smell of old parchment. Hermione had been researching the time nexus for weeks, her notes covering 3 notebooks now. But today, she wasn't reading. She was staring at the window. "What is it?" Harry asked. "Something's wrong with the castle." Harry followed her gaze. The window looked out onto the grounds, the Quidditch pitch, the forbidden forest, the distant mountains. Everything seemed normal. But something felt off. The light was wrong, somehow. Too gray. Too flat. Like the world had been drained of color. "It's the magic," Harry said slowly. "Something is disturbing the castle's magic. Could it be Quirrell?" "No. Quirrell's been quiet since Christmas. He's barely left his chambers." "Then what?" Harry didn't have an answer. But he had a suspicion. A terrible, growing suspicion that the changes he had made to the timeline were rippling outward in ways he couldn't predict. The diary was still at Malfoy Manor. Ginny was still safe at the Burrow. The chamber should still be sealed. Should be. But what if it wasn't? The first attack happened on a Tuesday. Harry was walking to Charms class with Ron and Hermione when they heard the scream. It came from the second-floor corridor, high-pitched, terrified, the sound of someone who had seen something they couldn't process. They ran. Students were clustered outside the girls' bathroom, the one Moaning Myrtle haunted. Their faces were pale, their hands over their mouths. And on the wall, written in letters of blood, "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the air, beware." Harry's blood turned to ice. No. This isn't supposed to happen. Not yet. Not now. "Stand back!" Professor McGonagall's voice cut through the crowd. She pushed through the students, her face stern, her wand raised. Behind her came Snape, his black robes billowing, and Flitwick, his small frame trembling with barely contained fury. "Who is it?" McGonagall demanded. "Who was attacked?" No one answered. Then a small voice came from inside the bathroom. "Mrs. Norris." Filch's cat. Mrs. Norris was hanging from a torch bracket by her tail, stiff as a board, her eyes glassy and unseeing. She wasn't dead. Harry could see her chest moving, shallow but steady, but she had been petrified. Basilisk, Harry thought. Asterisk, but the basilisk isn't supposed to be loose. The diary, asterisk. "Everyone back to their common rooms," McGonagall ordered. "No one is to leave their house dormitories without a teacher escort. Anyone found in the corridors after dark will be expelled." The students dispersed, whispering. Harry lingered. He looked at the writing on the wall. The blood was still wet, still dripping, still fresh. Someone had done this recently, within the last hour. But not the basilisk, he realized. Asterisk, the basilisk petrifies. It doesn't write messages. Asterisk. Someone else opened the chamber. Someone else is controlling the monster. Someone else. Potter. Snape's voice was silk over steel. Harry turned. Back to your common room. Now. Harry wanted to argue. Wanted to ask questions. Wanted to demand answers. But the look in Snape's eyes stopped him cold. There was something there, something that looked almost like fear. Snape knows, Harry thought. Asterisk, he knows something about this. Something he's not telling. Asterisk. Come on, Ron said, tugging Harry's sleeve. Let's go. Harry let himself be pulled away. But he didn't stop thinking. He didn't stop planning. And he didn't stop watching. That night, the Alliance met in the room of requirement. Neville was pacing by the fire, his face pale, his hands shaking. Hermione was reading through her notes at double speed, her quill flying across the parchment. Ron was staring at the wall, his jaw tight, his fists clenched. Harry stood at the window, looking out at the darkened grounds. The Chamber of Secrets, Hermione said. It's opened before. In the original timeline. But not until second year. And not like this. What's different? Neville asked. Everything. Hermione flipped through her notes. In the original timeline, the diary Horcrux was slipped into Ginny Weasley's cauldron at Flourish and Blots. She wrote in it all summer. Tom Riddle's memory possessed her and used her to open the chamber. But Ginny isn't at Hogwarts yet, Ron said. She's still at home. How could she be involved? She isn't. Someone else opened the chamber. Who? Hermione shook her head. I don't know. The diary is still at Malfoy Manor, or it should be. Unless the Circle got to it first. Harry turned from the window. The Circle? It's possible. If they wanted to destabilize Hogwarts, to create chaos, to distract Dumbledore, releasing. The basilisk would be a perfect strategy. But the basilisk kills, Neville said. Mrs. Norris was only petrified. Because she's a cat. She saw the basilisk's eyes indirectly, through a reflection, probably. A human wouldn't be so lucky. Ron shuddered. So someone is walking around Hogwarts with the Horcrux, he said. Someone who can speak Parseltongue. Someone who can command a monster that's been asleep for 1,000 years. Or someone who's being controlled by someone who can speak Parseltongue, Harry said. He thought about Ginny in the original timeline, how innocent she had been, how helpless, how unaware of the darkness growing inside her. The diary had used her. Consumed her. Almost killed her. Is that happening to someone else now? Is there another victim? Another child being drained by Tom Riddle's memory? We need to find the diary, Harry said, before it finds another victim. How? Ron asked. Hogwarts is huge. It could be anywhere. Not anywhere. It has to be somewhere the person who found it would keep it. Somewhere private. Somewhere safe. The common rooms? Hermione said. Each house has its own common room. If someone in Gryffindor found the diary, it would be in our dormitory. The room went silent. Harry looked at Ron. Ron looked at Harry. Search the dormitory, Harry said. Tonight. While everyone's asleep. And if we find it, then we destroy it. The boys' dormitory was dark and still. Harry moved beneath the invisibility cloak, his wand held low, his footsteps silent on the cold stone floor. Ron walked beside him, not invisible, but careful, his shoes in his hand, his breathing shallow. They searched methodically. Seamus's trunk. Dean's trunk. Neville's trunk. Harry's own trunk. They found old quills, broken wands, chocolate frog cards, a half-eaten bag of every flavor beans, and a sock that had been missing since September. No diary. It's not here, Ron whispered. Check again. I've checked. Twice. Then check Neville's bed. Ron hesitated. Neville? He's been acting strange lately. Jumpy. Nervous. More than usual. Neville's always nervous. Not like this. Ron walked to Neville's bed. The curtains were drawn. Neville had taken to sleeping with them closed ever since the attack on Mrs. Norris. Ron pulled them back gently, trying not to make noise. Neville was asleep. But he wasn't alone. Clutched to his chest, held against his heart like a lifeline, was a small black diary. Harry's breath caught. No. Not Neville. Anyone but Neville. Ron reached for the diary. Neville's eyes snapped open. Don't touch it. Neville's voice was different, older, colder, harder. He sat up in bed, the diary still pressed to his chest, his eyes fixed on Ron with an intensity that made Harry's skin crawl. Neville, Harry said, throwing off the cloak. It's me. It's Harry. I know who you are. Then give me the diary. No. Neville scrambled out of bed, backing toward the window, the diary clutched in both hands. His face was pale, paler than usual, and there were dark circles under his eyes that hadn't been there a week ago. Neville, listen to me, Harry said, keeping his voice calm. That diary is dangerous. It's a Horcrux. It contains a piece of Voldemort's soul. I know what it is. You know? It told me. Tom told me everything. Harry's blood ran cold. Tom Riddle. The diary was already speaking to Neville. How long have you had it? Harry asked. Since Christmas. Someone left it under my pillow. I thought it was a gift. From my gran. Or from. Neville's voice cracked. I thought someone finally noticed me. Someone did notice you, Ron said. The Circle. They're the ones who put the diary in your bed. Neville shook his head. No. Tom said he wanted to help me. He said I was special. He said I didn't have to be scared anymore. Tom is lying, Harry said. He's using you. Just like he used Ginny in the original timeline. He's going to drain your life force until there's nothing left, and then he's going to use your body to open the Chamber of Secrets. Neville's eyes widened. How do you know? Because I've seen it happen. In another timeline. To another person. Neville looked down at the diary. His hands were shaking. He said my parents would be proud of me. He said I could make them proud. All I had to do was trust him. Neville. Harry took a step forward. Your parents are already proud of you. They've always been proud of you. You don't need Tom Riddle to tell you that. Neville's lip trembled. But I'm not brave like them. I'm not strong. I'm just. You're Neville Longbottom, Harry said. You stood up to Draco Malfoy on the train. You faced a troll to save a girl you didn't even know. You've been coming to our meetings every night, learning about dark magic and Horcruxes and the secrets of the Time Nexus. You're braver than you know. Neville stared at him. Tears were streaming down his face. I don't want to be a monster, he whispered. You're not a monster. You're a victim. And we're going to help you. Harry held out his hand. Neville looked at the diary. He looked at Harry. He looked at Ron. And then, slowly, he held out the diary. Harry took it. The leather was warm, warmer than it should have been, like it was alive. He could feel the magic pulsing beneath the cover, the piece of Voldemort's soul stirring, sensing the danger. Harry Potter. A voice whispered. Not aloud, inside his head. Asterisk. We meet again. Asterisk. Not for long, Harry thought. He carried the diary to the window. The moonlight caught the cover, illuminating the name stamped in faded gold, T. M. Riddle. Harry, Ron said. What are you doing? Ending this. He pulled out his wand. He didn't have basilisk venom. He didn't have the sword of Gryffindor. But he had something else, something that might be enough. He had the knowledge of the future. Asterisk. Incendio. Asterisk. Flames erupted from the tip of his wand. The diary caught fire. The scream that came from it was not human, not entirely. It was the sound of something ancient and evil being unmade, piece by piece, second by second. The leather curled. The pages blackened. The gold lettering melted and ran. And then it was over. The diary lay on the windowsill, a pile of ash and smoking leather. Tom Riddle was gone. The Horcrux was destroyed. Neville collapsed to his knees, sobbing. Ron caught him before he hit the ground. "It's okay," Ron said, holding Neville's shaking shoulders. "It's okay. You're safe now." Harry watched them. The moonlight streamed through the window, silver and cold. One Horcrux down, he thought. 6 to go. And Neville. Neville is free. The next morning, Dumbledore called Harry to his office. Harry went alone. The gargoyle stepped aside at the password, *lemon drop*, and the spiral staircase carried him upward. The door was open, and Dumbledore was waiting, his silver beard gleaming in the morning light. "Sit down, Harry." Harry sat. "The diary," Dumbledore said. "You destroyed it." "Yes." "May I ask how you knew where to find it?" Harry took a breath. He had been expecting this question. Had been preparing for it for weeks. But now that the moment was here, the words felt heavy in his mouth. "Neville had been acting strangely. I searched his bed and found the diary." "And you knew what it was?" "I suspected." Dumbledore's eyes searched Harry's face. "You are not lying," he said. "But you are not telling the whole truth." Harry said nothing. "You know more than you should, Harry. About the diary. About the chamber. About the Horcruxes. And I suspect." Dumbledore leaned forward. "I suspect you know who created them." Harry met his gaze. "Tom Riddle," he said. "The boy who would become Lord Voldemort." Dumbledore's expression flickered, surprise, perhaps, or recognition. "You know his name." "I know many things, Professor. Things I can't explain. Things I shouldn't know. Because you come from the future." The words hung in the air. Harry's heart stopped. "Professor, I have suspected for some time," Dumbledore said gently. "The Sorting Hat told me you carried a weight no child should bear. Your knowledge of events before they happen. Your familiarity with magic you should not have learned. The way you look at certain people, with recognition, with grief, with love." Harry's throat tightened. "I didn't mean to keep secrets from you. Secrets are sometimes necessary, Harry. I have kept my share. But I hope you will trust me now." Harry looked at him. The old man's eyes were kind. Wisdom. Patience. The ability to trust, even when trust has burned you. "Yes," Harry said. "I'm from the future. I came back to change things. To save people. To stop the war before it starts." Dumbledore nodded slowly. "Then we have much to discuss," he said. "But first, tell me about the Horcruxes. All of them. And tell me how we can destroy them." Harry began to talk. And for the first time since waking up in the cupboard, he didn't hold back. The Chamber of Secrets did not open. Without the diary, there was no one to control the basilisk. No one to write messages in blood. No one to petrify students or whisper in Parseltongue or summon the monster from its 1,000-year sleep. The threat passed. But Harry knew they had all been lucky. If Neville had been any weaker, any more desperate, any more willing to believe Tom Riddle's lies, the chamber would have opened. The basilisk would have killed. And the war would have begun years earlier than planned. "We need to be more careful," Harry said that night, in the room of requirement. The Alliance was gathered around the table. Hermione, Ron, Neville, and now Luna, who had joined them after the diary incident. Luna sat in the corner, reading the Quibbler upside down, her radish earrings catching the firelight. "The circle is moving faster than we expected," Harry continued. "They're not waiting for the original timeline. They're accelerating their plans. Because you're accelerating yours." Hermione said. Every time you change something, they adapt. Then we need to change more. Faster. Before they can keep up. How? Ron asked. We're first years. There's only so much we can do. Harry looked at Dumbledore's face in his memory, the kindness, the wisdom, the willingness to trust. We have an ally, Harry said. Someone powerful. Someone who can help us in ways we can't help ourselves. Dumbledore, Luna said dreamily. Everyone looked at her. He's been helping us all along, Luna continued. He just didn't know it. Harry nodded. Dumbledore knows the truth now. He knows I'm from the future. He knows about the Horcruxes, the Circle, the enemy beyond time. And he's going to help us. Neville's eyes widened. The headmaster? Helping first years? He's not helping first years. He's helping soldiers. And that's what we are now. The room was silent. The fire crackled. Somewhere in the distance, a clock struck midnight. Tomorrow, Harry said, we start the real work. The Alliance nodded. And the war that had been fought in another timeline, the war that had ended in blood and fire and betrayal, began again. But this time, Harry was not alone. This time, he had allies. This time, he had hope. And this time, he would win. Chapter 16, The Enemy Beyond Voldemort. April brought rain and restless dreams. Harry woke each morning with the taste of ash on his tongue and the echo of ancient whispers in his ears. The scar on his forehead had stopped burning, the Horcrux was gone, Voldemort's connection severed, but something else had taken its place. A cold pressure behind his eyes. A weight in his chest that made it hard to breathe. The enemy was getting closer. He felt it in the corridors, a flicker of shadow where no shadow should be. He felt it in the Great Hall, a sudden chill that had nothing to do with the weather. He felt it in his dreams, the cracked glass void, the formless thing in the distance, the voice that spoke in a language older than magic. You cannot save them all. Every change feeds me. Every life you protect makes me stronger. Harry woke from those dreams gasping, his sheets soaked with sweat, his hands clenched into fists. Ron would stir in the bed beside him, mumbling something in his sleep, and Harry would lie still until his breathing slowed and his heart stopped pounding. I can't tell them, he thought. Not about the dreams. Not about the voice. They're already carrying so much. They don't need my nightmares too. Dumbledore called Harry to his office 3 times a week now. They met in the evenings, after dinner, when the castle was settling into its nightly rhythm and the shadows were longest. Dumbledore would pour them both tea, Harry's with too much sugar, Dumbledore's with none, and they would talk. About the Horcruxes. About the Circle. About the enemy beyond time. The entity you describe, Dumbledore said one evening, stroking his long silver beard, is not mentioned in any text I have read. Not in the restricted section. Not in the private libraries of the oldest pure-blood families. Not even in the archives of the Ministry. That's what scares me, Harry said. Indeed. Dumbledore set down his teacup. If this being has erased itself from history, if it has hidden its name so completely that no record remains, then it is more powerful than even I imagined. The Sorting Hat said it was waiting. Watching. That it feeds on the cracks in time. The cracks you created when you traveled back. Yes. Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. Then he said, Harry, I must ask you something. And I need you to answer honestly. Okay. Do you regret coming back? Harry thought about it. He thought about Hermione, alive and laughing in the library. He thought about Sirius, free and standing in Dumbledore's office. He thought about Neville, rescued from the diary before it could consume him. He thought about Ron, still innocent, still his friend, still fighting beside him. No, Harry said. I don't regret it. Even knowing that every change you make strengthens this enemy? Even knowing that. Dumbledore nodded slowly. Then we must find another way, he said. A way to defeat this enemy without undoing the good you have done. How? By understanding it. By learning its nature, its weaknesses, its origins. By finding the weapon that can destroy it. What weapon? Dumbledore stood up and walked to a bookshelf near the window. His long fingers traced the spines of ancient volumes, books that looked older than Hogwarts itself, their leather cracked, their pages yellowed with age. He pulled one down and carried it to the desk. This, he said, is the Journal of Merlin. Harry stared at the book. It was smaller than he expected, no larger than a diary, bound in what looked like dragon hide. The title was written in silver ink, in letters that seemed to move when Harry looked at them. I found it in the Room of Hidden Things, Dumbledore said. Hidden behind a bust of an old warlock. The same place you found the diadem. The diadem. Harry's breath caught. You know about the diadem? I know about all the Horcruxes now. You told me, remember? Dumbledore smiled gently. I retrieved the diadem last week. It is currently in a lead-lined box in my private vault, awaiting destruction. The basilisk venom has been procured. The diadem will be destroyed by the end of the month. Harry felt a surge of hope. One more Horcrux gone. One step closer. But that is not why I called you here tonight, Dumbledore said, opening Merlin's journal. I called you here because of this. He turned the book to face Harry. The page was covered in dense handwriting, not the flowing script of the medieval wizard Harry had seen in other texts, but something sharper, more urgent. The ink was dark red, almost black, and some of the words had been crossed out and rewritten multiple times. I have seen it, Dumbledore read aloud. Asterisk. The thing that waits beyond time. The hunger that predates magic itself. It has no name, for names give power, and it will not be controlled. But I have felt its presence. I have heard its voice in my dreams. And I know, with a certainty that terrifies me, that one day, someone will break the timeline. And when that happens, the thing will wake. Asterisk. Harry's hands trembled. He knew, Harry whispered. Merlin knew this would happen. Merlin knew it was possible. Dumbledore corrected. He did not know it was inevitable. The journal makes clear that the timeline can only be broken by a specific combination of events, a specific person, a specific betrayal, a specific sacrifice. Ron, Harry said. The ritual. The time nexus. Yes. Dumbledore's voice was heavy. In the original timeline, Ronald Weasley's betrayal cracked the nexus. Your journey back in time was only possible because of that crack. But the crack itself fed the enemy. Exactly. Harry looked down at his hands. So Ron's betrayal didn't just kill Hermione, he thought. Asterisk, it woke something older than Voldemort. Something that could destroy reality itself. Asterisk. And I'm the one who made it worse. Don't, Dumbledore said softly. Harry looked up. Don't blame yourself. You didn't know. You couldn't have known. I should have. You should have nothing. You were a boy, a child, fighting a war that adults should have fought. You did the best you could with the information you had. It wasn't enough. It was more than enough. It was everything. Dumbledore leaned forward. Harry, you defeated Voldemort. You destroyed the Horcruxes. You saved the wizarding world. That you could not also save yourself from the consequences of time travel, that is not failure. That is being human. Harry said nothing. The fire crackled. Fawkes trilled softly from his perch. There is a way to defeat the enemy, Dumbledore said. Merlin describes it in the final pages of his journal. But the price. There's always a price. Yes. Dumbledore's eyes were sad. In this case, the price is memory. Memory? The enemy feeds on the cracks in time, on the changes you have made, the lives you have saved, the futures you have rewritten. If those changes were forgotten, if no one remembered the original timeline except you, the cracks would begin to heal. You're saying I have to make everyone forget? I'm saying that Merlin believed the only way to defeat the enemy was to seal the timeline. To prevent any further changes. To let the future unfold as it will, without interference from the past. But the circle would still exist. Voldemort would still return. The war would still come. Dumbledore's voice was gentle. But the enemy beyond time would be weakened. Perhaps even defeated. Harry stood up. His chair scraped against the stone floor. That's not a solution, he said. That's surrender. You're asking me to let people die, to let the war happen, because I'm too scared to fight. I'm asking you to consider the consequences of your actions. Every time you save someone, the enemy grows stronger. Every time you prevent a death, you bring the end of reality closer. Then I'll find another way. Harry. I said I'll find another way. Dumbledore was silent. The fire crackled. Fawkes trilled again. Very well, Dumbledore said finally. But I want you to remember this conversation. I want you to remember that there is a cost to every choice, and that some costs are higher than others. Harry walked to the door. Harry, Dumbledore said. Harry stopped but didn't turn. Whatever you decide, I am with you. Until the end. Harry left without looking back. The dreams got worse. Harry stood in the cracked glass void, the timelines bleeding beneath his feet, the weight of 1,000 futures pressing against his chest. The thing in the distance was closer now, close enough that Harry could see the shape of it. It had no face. No body. No form that human eyes could comprehend. But it had eyes. Thousands of them. All staring at Harry. You have been told the truth now, the voice said. The old man showed you Merlin's words. You know that every change you make strengthens me. I don't care. You should. Why? Because when I am strong enough, I will break through. Not into your world, but into all worlds. Every timeline. Every possibility. Every reality that has ever existed or ever will exist. And I will consume them all. Harry woke up screaming. He wasn't in his bed. He was in the common room, lying on the floor in front of the dead fireplace, his body cold and stiff. The others were gathered around him, Ron, Hermione, Neville, Luna, their faces pale with fear. What happened? Harry asked. You were sleepwalking, Hermione said. We found you in the corridor outside the room of requirement. You were talking to someone, but no one was there. Harry sat up. His head was pounding. The enemy, he said. It's getting stronger. It's reaching through the cracks. Reaching how? Ron asked. Into my dreams. Into my mind. It wants me to stop changing things, because every change makes it stronger. Then maybe we should stop, Neville said quietly. Everyone looked at him. Neville's face was pale, his eyes shadowed. I'm not saying we should let people die, he said quickly. I'm just saying, maybe we need to be more careful. More strategic. We can't just rush in and save everyone without thinking about the consequences. He's right, Luna said. Harry turned to her. The enemy is feeding on the cracks. Luna continued, her dreamy voice somehow more serious than usual. But the cracks aren't just from the big changes, the lives saved, the deaths prevented. They're from the small things too. Every time Harry does something differently than he did in the original timeline, a crack forms. So what do we do? Ron demanded. Do nothing? Let Quirrell steal the stone. Let Voldemort come back? No, Harry said. Everyone looked at him. He stood up. His legs were unsteady, but he forced himself to stand straight. We keep fighting. But we fight smarter. We don't save everyone, we can't. But we save who we can. And when the enemy finally breaks through. When? Hermione asked. When, not if. It's coming. We can't stop that anymore. Harry looked at each of them. His friends. His family. His soldiers. We fight it together, he said. With everything we have. With every spell, every strategy, every piece of knowledge we've gathered. And we win. Or we die trying, Ron said. Or we die trying. The fire flared, suddenly, violently, as if something had breathed on it. The shadows on the walls danced. And somewhere beyond time, the enemy smiled. The next day, Harry went to the library alone. He sat in their usual corner, the one hidden behind the restricted section, and opened Merlin's journal. Dumbledore had let him borrow it, though his hands had trembled when he handed it over. The enemy has no name. Harry read asterisk, but it has a nature. It is hunger. Pure hunger. The hunger of a void that has consumed everything within its reach and now reaches for more. Asterisk. Asterisk. It cannot be killed. It cannot be banished. It can only be starved. Asterisk. Asterisk. And the only way to starve it is to heal the cracks in time. Asterisk. Harry turned the page. Asterisk. Healing the cracks requires a sacrifice. A soul tied to the timeline. A life freely given. Asterisk. Asterisk. But not any life. The sacrifice must be the one who caused the cracks, the one who traveled through time. The heir of time must give himself to seal the wounds he created. Asterisk. Harry's blood turned to ice. Me. The sacrifice is me. He read the words again. Asterisk. The heir of time must give himself to seal the wounds he created. Asterisk. Not Hermione. Not Ron. Not anyone else. Me. Harry closed the book. His hands were shaking. He sat in the library, surrounded by books and shadows and the dust of centuries, and tried to breathe. I have to die. Asterisk. Not in battle. Not fighting Voldemort. Not saving someone I love. Asterisk. I have to die to heal the timeline. And if I don't, the enemy breaks through. And everyone dies. Harry put his head in his hands. He didn't cry. He was too tired for tears. But he sat there, in the silence, and let the weight of the truth settle onto his shoulders. I came back to save everyone. And now I have to die to do it. The irony. The cruel, perfect irony. Harry? He looked up. Hermione stood at the entrance to their corner, her arms full of books, her brown eyes wide with concern. What's wrong? You look like you've seen a ghost. Harry looked at her. She died for me in the original timeline. Now I have to die for her. For all of them. Nothing, he said. I'm fine. You're not fine. I will be. He stood up, tucked Merlin's journal under his arm, and walked past her toward the door. Harry. He stopped. Whatever it is, Hermione said, you don't have to face it alone. Harry turned. Her face was earnest, frightened, determined. She doesn't know, he thought. She doesn't know that I'm going to die. And I can't tell her. Not yet. Not until I have to. I know, he said. He walked out of the library. The corridor was empty. The torches flickered. And somewhere beyond time, the enemy waited. Chapter 17, Brothers Divided. May arrived with a heat that felt wrong for Scotland. The sun beat down on the castle grounds, turning the grass brown and cracking the surface of the Black Lake. Students sprawled on the lawns between classes, their robes discarded, their faces turned toward the sky like flowers seeking light. But Harry couldn't enjoy the warmth. Couldn't relax. Couldn't forget the words from Merlin's journal that had burned themselves into his mind. The heir of time must give himself to seal the wounds he created. He had told no one. Not Hermione, who would have argued. Not Ron, who would have raged. Not Dumbledore, who would have looked at him with those sad, knowing eyes and said something about the greater good. The secret sat in Harry's chest like a stone, heavy and cold, pressing against his ribs with every breath. I have to die. Asterisk. Not today. Not tomorrow. But eventually. Asterisk. Asterisk. When the cracks are too wide to ignore. When the enemy is too strong to contain. Asterisk. Then I walk into the void and never come back. He pushed the thought away. There was still work to do. The Quidditch pitch had become Harry's escape. He flew in the evenings, when the sun was low and the shadows were long and most of the students were at dinner. The broom was school issue, nowhere near as good as his Nimbus 2000, which was still waiting for him at the start of term, but it was fast enough. Fast enough to feel the wind in his hair. Fast enough to pretend, for a few precious minutes, that he was just a boy on a broom, not a soldier carrying the weight of the future. Ron found him there. Harry was circling the goalposts, practicing maneuvers that wouldn't be taught for years, when he heard someone climbing the rickety stairs to the stands. He landed and looked up. Ron stood at the edge of the pitch, his hands in his pockets, his red hair bright in the dying light. "You've been avoiding me," Ron said. "I've been busy. You've been avoiding me." Harry didn't deny it. He had been avoiding Ron. Not because he was angry, not anymore, but because every time he looked at his friend, he saw two versions of the same person. The boy who had offered him a sandwich on the train, and the man who had raised his wand and spoken words that could never be unsaid. The heir of time must give himself. Ron's betrayal cracked the nexus. "My death will seal it." "I know about the sacrifice," Ron said. Harry's blood ran cold. "What?" "The one in Merlin's journal. The one where the heir of time has to die." Ron's voice was flat, emotionless. "I overheard you and Dumbledore. Last week. When you thought I was asleep." Harry's throat tightened. "Ron! Don't!" Ron held up a hand. "Don't lie to me. Don't tell me it's not true. I heard what he said. The heir of time must give himself to seal the wounds. That's you. You're the heir." Harry said nothing. "You came back to save everyone," Ron continued. "And now you have to die to do it. That's the most Harry Potter thing I've ever heard." "It's not. It's exactly what you would do. Sacrifice yourself? Again. Because you think that's the only way. What else am I supposed to do? Let the enemy break through? Let reality fall apart?" "Yes." Harry stared at him. "No," Ron said, stepping closer. "That's not what I meant. I meant, there has to be another way. There's always another way. There isn't. There is. We just haven't found it yet." Harry shook his head. "You don't understand." "Then make me understand." Ron's voice echoed across the empty pitch. His face was flushed, his eyes bright, his hands clenched into fists at his sides. He looked terrified and furious and desperate all at once. "You're my best friend," Ron said. "The only one who's ever looked at me like I mattered. And you're telling me you're going to die, just walk into the void and let the enemy consume you, and I'm supposed to be okay with that? No one said you had to be okay with it. You're not even going to fight it. You're just going to accept it. I'm going to do what needs to be done. Like you did in the forest? When you walked to your death because Dumbledore told you to?" Harry flinched. "That was different. Was it? You let yourself be led to slaughter because some old man with a beard told you it was the only way. Now you're doing the same thing. Letting Merlin's journal tell you how to live, how to die, without questioning it. I've questioned it. Not enough." Ron turned away. He walked to the edge of the stands and looked out at the setting sun. "In the original timeline," Ron said quietly, "I betrayed you. I killed Hermione. I broke the Nexus. I did all those terrible things because I was jealous and scared and weak. That wasn't you. It was. It was me. The worst version of me, maybe. But still me." Ron turned back to face Harry. "And I have to live with that. Every day. Knowing that somewhere, in another timeline, I destroyed everything you loved. That timeline doesn't exist anymore. It exists in your memory. In mine now. That's enough." Harry walked toward him. "Ron. I'm not going to let you die. Ron, listen." "No." Ron's voice cracked. "You listen. You came back to save us. To save me. And I'm going to spend the rest of my life making sure that wasn't a mistake. That means finding another way. Another sacrifice. Another solution that doesn't end with you dead." There is no other solution. Then we'll make one. Ron held out his hand. Harry looked at it. He thought about the train, the sandwich, the chess game, the spiders, the midnight duel, the tent in the forest of Dean, the locket, the return. He thought about the bone chamber, the green light, the look in Ron's eyes when he raised his wand. Two versions of the same person. The one who betrayed him, and the one standing in front of him now, hand outstretched, eyes bright with tears he refused to shed. Harry took Ron's hand. Okay, he said. We find another way. Ron's grip tightened. Together. Together. They didn't tell the others about the sacrifice. Not yet. Harry wasn't ready. Ron wasn't ready. And the alliance was already strained, cracks forming between them that had nothing to do with time travel or ancient enemies. Neville had pulled away since the diary incident. He still came to meetings, still sat at the table, still nodded at the right moments. But something had dimmed behind his eyes. A light that had been there before, hope, maybe, or innocence, was gone. Luna had noticed. The Noggles are worried about him, she said one evening, watching Neville pace by the fire. They say his thoughts are tangled. Like knots that can't be undone. Can the Noggles untangle them? Hermione asked. Luna tilted her head. No. That's not their job. Their job is to notice. Then what's our job? To help. But helping Neville meant knowing what was wrong. And Neville wasn't talking. The confrontation came on the last day of May. Harry was walking back to Gryffindor Tower after a late-night meeting with Dumbledore. They had been discussing the locket Horcrux, still hidden in the cave, still waiting, when he heard voices from an empty classroom. Ron and Neville. Harry stopped. He shouldn't eavesdrop. He knew he shouldn't. But something in Ron's tone, low, urgent, almost pleading, made him press his ear to the door. Can't keep pretending everything is fine, Ron was saying. You've been different since the diary. We all see it. It's nothing, Neville said. It's not nothing. You barely talk. You don't eat. You spend all your time in the greenhouse, even at night, even when you should be sleeping. I like the greenhouse. You're hiding. Silence. Maybe I am, Neville said finally. His voice was small, smaller than Harry had ever heard it. Maybe I have a right to hide. Tom Riddle was in my head for months. He knew everything about me, my fears, my secrets, my weaknesses. He used them against me. And I let him. You didn't let him. I held that diary to my chest every night. I read his words. I believed his lies. I was this close. Neville's voice broke. This close to opening the chamber myself. To killing people. To becoming a monster. But you didn't. Because Harry stopped me. Because you stopped me. Not because I was strong enough to stop myself. Ron was silent for a moment. Then he said, Do you think I'm any different? What do you mean? In the original timeline, I betrayed Harry. I killed Hermione. I did all the things you're afraid of doing. And I wasn't possessed by a Horcrux. I wasn't being controlled by an evil memory. I just chose wrong. That wasn't you. It was me. The worst version of me. But still me. Ron's voice was heavy. And if it could happen to me, if I could fall that far, it could happen to anyone. Including you. So what do? We watch each other. We hold each other accountable. And when one of us starts to slip, Ron paused. We pull them back. Even if they don't want to be pulled? Especially then. Harry heard Neville exhale, a long, shaky breath. Okay, Neville said. Okay. Okay? Okay. I'll try. To stop hiding. To stop blaming myself. To trust that you won't let me become something terrible. I won't, Ron said. I promise. Harry stepped away from the door. His heart was pounding. Ron saved Neville, he thought. Asterisk, not with magic. Not with strategy. Just by being there. By understanding. By refusing to give up. Asterisk. Maybe. Maybe he's already different from the Ron in the original timeline. Maybe he's already saved. June brought exams and tension and the creeping sense that something was about to break. Harry studied for his finals, not because he needed to, but because the routine was comforting. The familiar rhythm of review sessions and practice spells and late-night cram sessions with Hermione. It reminded him of another time. A simpler time. Before the war had consumed everything. But the war was coming. He could feel it. The circle was moving. Harry saw the signs everywhere, students who looked at him differently, teachers who watched him too closely, messages left in places they shouldn't be. Someone had carved a dark mark into the wall of the second-floor corridor. Someone had left a dead crow on the steps of the Great Hall. Someone had painted mudblood on Hermione's trunk. She hadn't told him. He had found it himself, late one night, when he went to the girls' dormitory to return a book she'd lent him. The word was scrawled in red paint, not blood, but close enough, and Hermione had tried to scrub it off with her sleeve. "When did this happen?" Harry asked. "It doesn't matter. It matters. It happened. I dealt with it. That's what matters." Harry looked at her. Her face was calm, controlled, but her hands were shaking. "Hermione, I know what I am," she said quietly. "I know what they think of me. I've always known. But I'm not going to let them scare me. I'm not going to let them win. They won't win. No. They won't." She looked up at him. "Because I have you. And Ron. And Neville. And Luna. And Dumbledore. And everyone else who believes that blood doesn't define who we are." Harry nodded. But he couldn't shake the feeling that the circle was testing them. Probing for weaknesses. Looking for the cracks they could exploit. Ron, he thought. They're going to come for Ron. And when they do, I need to be ready. The night before finals, Ron couldn't sleep. Harry found him in the common room, sitting in the dark, staring at the dead fireplace. The embers had long since faded, but Ron's eyes still glowed, reflecting moonlight, or something else. "Can't sleep either?" Harry asked, sitting down beside him. "Too much thinking." "About what?" "About the future. About the circle. About whether I'm strong enough to resist them when they finally come." "They haven't come yet." "They will." Ron's voice was flat. "You said it yourself? They approached me after fourth year in the original timeline. That's less than 3 years from now. 3 years is a long time. Not long enough." Harry was silent. The moonlight streamed through the windows, silver and cold. "Sometimes," Ron said, "I wish I could see the future. Not the way you saw it, not the war and the death. And the betrayal. But just what I'm going to become. Whether I'm going to make the right choices. You can't know that. I know. That's what scares me." Harry put his hand on Ron's shoulder. "You're not the same person who betrayed me," Harry said. "You're already different. The choices you're making now, the loyalty, the courage, the way you stood up for Neville, those matter. They're changing who you are. Or they're just delaying who I was always going to become." "No." Harry's voice was firm. "I don't believe that. I've seen what you're capable of, the good and the bad. And I choose to believe that the good is stronger." Ron looked at him. "You really believe that?" "I really do." Ron was silent for a long moment. Then he said, "If I ever start to become that person, the one who betrays you, I need you to stop me." "Stop you how?" "I don't care. Curse me. Lock me in a dungeon. Send me to Azkaban. Whatever it takes. Just don't let me become him." Harry's throat tightened. "You won't become him. Promise me, Harry." Harry looked into Ron's eyes. Blue. Earnest. Terrified. "He's asking me to kill him if I have to," Harry realized. "He's asking me to choose the hard path. The path I didn't choose in the original timeline. The path that led to Hermione's death." "Okay," Harry said. I promise. Ron nodded. The moonlight faded. The first light of dawn crept across the horizon. And somewhere in the shadows, the circle watched and waited for their moment. The next day, exams began. Harry moved through them like a ghost, wrote memorization, practiced spells, essays that wrote themselves. He knew this material. Had lived it. Had taught it to others in another lifetime. The tests were easy. But nothing else was. The final exam was defense against the dark arts. Quirrell was twitching more than usual, his turban askew, his hands trembling on the desk. He looked ill, pale, sweaty, on the verge of collapse. Voldemort was pushing him harder. Now, Harry realized. Demanding more. Driving him toward the stone. He's going to make his move soon, Harry thought. Asterisk before the end of term. Before Dumbledore can stop him. Asterisk. I need to be ready. The written exam was easy. The practical was easier. Harry cast spells he had learned years ago, shield charms, disarming charms, even a Patronus when Quirrell asked for an example of advanced defensive magic. The silver stag burst from his wand and galloped around the classroom, and the other students gasped. Quirrell's eyes widened. Excellent, Mr. Potter, he whispered. Excellent. But there was something in his voice, something that sounded like hunger. He knows, Harry thought. Asterisk Voldemort knows what I am. What I can do, asterisk. They're not afraid. They're interested. The last day of term arrived with thunderstorms and howling wind. The castle groaned beneath the assault, stones shifting, windows rattling, torches flickering in their brackets. Students packed their trunks, said their goodbyes, and boarded the Hogwarts Express for the journey home. But Harry didn't go to the train. He couldn't. Because Quirrell hadn't gone either. Harry stood in the entrance hall, watching the last students stream out the doors, the invisibility cloak clutched in his hand. Hermione stood beside him, her face pale. Ron was on his other side, wand already drawn. He's in the third-floor corridor, Harry said. I can feel him. Then let's go, Ron said. Not both of you. Someone needs to get Dumbledore. I'll go, Hermione said. I'm faster. Be careful. Hermione nodded and ran. Harry turned to Ron. You don't have to do this, Harry said. Yeah, I do. You could die. Then I'll die. Ron's jaw was set. But I'm not letting you face him alone. Harry looked at his friend. His brother. The boy who had betrayed him in another life, and the boy who was choosing differently now. Okay, Harry said. Together. They walked toward the third-floor corridor. The thunder roared. The shadows deepened. And the final battle of first year began. Chapter 18, The Battle Across Time. The third-floor corridor was darker than Harry remembered. The torches that usually lined the walls had been extinguished, not by accident, but by design. Someone wanted the passage to be shrouded in shadow. Someone wanted to hide what lay ahead. Harry walked with his wand raised, the tip glowing faintly, casting pale light on the stone floor. Ron walked beside him, close enough that their shoulders almost touched, his breath shallow and quick. You okay? Harry whispered. Terrified, Ron admitted. But I'm still here. That's all I ask? They reached the door that led to Fluffy. It was already open. Harry's heart pounded. Quirrell is inside. He's already past the dog. He's moving through the traps. We're too late. Or we're right on time. Fluffy was asleep. The three-headed dog lay in a heap on the floor, all six eyes closed, all three snouts wheezing gently. A harp stood in the corner, its strings still vibrating. Quirrell had played it to lull the beast to sleep, then left it behind. The trapdoor, Ron said, pointing. It was open. A ladder led down into darkness. Harry went first. The ladder descended into a chamber filled with Devil's Snare, the same chamber where, in the original timeline, Hermione had saved him with sunlight and logic. But Quirrell had already passed through. The vines were singed, blackened, barely clinging to life. Incendio, Harry murmured, and the remaining vines recoiled. They dropped into the next chamber. The flying keys were next. The chamber was vast, its ceiling lost in shadow, its walls lined with thousands of winged keys. A broomstick lay on the floor. Quirrell had used it to catch the right key, then discarded it. Harry mounted the broom. "I'll get the key," he said. "You find the door." Ron nodded. Harry kicked off. The keys swarmed around him, iridescent, furious, there. Tiny metal wings beating against the air. Harry flew through them, dodging and weaving, his eyes scanning for the one he remembered, the old-fashioned key, its wing damaged, its flight pattern erratic. There. He dove. The key tried to escape, but Harry was faster. He grabbed it mid-flight and flew toward the door, where Ron was already waiting. "Got it? Got it." Harry unlocked the door. The giant chess board was exactly as Harry remembered. The pieces were massive, taller than both of them, carved from black and white stone. Their faces were grim, determined, the faces of soldiers preparing for battle. On the other side of the board, a door waited. But Quirrell was not there. He had already passed through. Ron stepped forward. "My turn," he said. "Ron, I know what to do. I've been planning this since you told me about it." Ron's voice was steady. "Get to the other side. I'll hold them off." Harry wanted to argue. But there was no time. He watched Ron walk onto the board, watched the white pieces turn to face him, watched his friend begin to play the most dangerous game of chess of his life. "He's good," Harry thought. "He's really good. Better than I ever was." Ron moved his pieces with precision and speed, sacrificing here, capturing there, his eyes fixed on the board like nothing else existed. The White Queen advanced. Ron moved his king. The Queen's stone fist swung. And Ron fell. Harry ran. He ran across the board, past the fallen pieces, past the unconscious form of his best friend. He didn't look back. Couldn't look back. Because if he looked back, he would stop. And if he stopped... The door. He reached it. He opened it. And he stepped through. The troll was already dead. Quirrell had killed it, not with magic, but with something else. Something brutal. The beast lay in a pool of its own blood, its club shattered beside it, its face frozen in an expression of surprise. Harry stepped over the body and moved to the next door. The potion's riddle. He had solved it before. He could solve it again. But as he read the riddle, the same bottles, the same logic, he realized something. Quirrell had already passed through. He had taken the wrong potion. He doesn't know, Harry realized. Voldemort doesn't know the riddle. He guessed. He took the purple bottle because it looked like the right one, but it wasn't. And now he's trapped. Harry solved the riddle quickly, forward purple, back green, and drank the potion that would let him move forward. The flames parted. He stepped through. The mirror of Eris stood at the end of the chamber. It was as beautiful as Harry remembered, tall, ornate, its golden frame catching the light of floating candles. But the reflection was different. Not Harry. Not his parents. Quirrell. Quirrell stood before the mirror, his turban unwound, his face pale and sweating. And on the back of his head, Voldemort's face. The Dark Lord's eyes were red, slitted, terrible. His mouth moved, but no sound came out. He was whispering to Quirrell, commanding him, driving him forward. "Harry Potter," Quirrell said. His voice was trembling. "You came. I came. You should not have come." "Probably not." Harry raised his wand. "But here I am." Quirrell turned from the mirror. His face was gaunt, hollow, the face of a man who had been consumed from within. Voldemort's possession was destroying him, eating his soul, draining his life, leaving nothing but a shell. "The stone," Quirrell said. "Where is it? I've been standing here for hours, and the mirror won't show me. It won't give it to me. Because you don't want it for the right reasons." "Right reasons?" Quirrell laughed, a broken, desperate sound. There are no right reasons. Only power. Only survival. Then you'll never get it. Harry stepped toward the mirror. He didn't know what he was doing. Didn't have a plan. All he had was the memory of another timeline, another Quirrell, another battle, another choice. Asterisk in the original timeline, the stone appeared in my pocket because I didn't want to use it. I just wanted to protect it. Asterisk. Is that still true? Am I still worthy? He looked into the mirror. His reflection smiled. And in its pocket, the stone. Harry reached into his own pocket. His fingers closed around something warm, something that pulsed with light, with power, with the weight of centuries. He pulled it out. The Philosopher's Stone. Crimson. Glowing. Alive. No, Quirrell whispered. No, that's mine. He lunged. Harry didn't move. Quirrell's hands closed around Harry's throat. And the screaming began. The pain was immediate, white-hot, agonizing, like fire burning through Harry's veins. But the pain wasn't his. It was Quirrell's. The professor's hands were blistering, blackening, the skin peeling away like parchment in a flame. He tried to let go, but he couldn't. Something held him there, something ancient, something that recognized the blood of Lily Potter, and would not let the monster touch her son. Master! Quirrell screamed. Help me! Voldemort's face twisted on the back of Quirrell's head. The Dark Lord was shouting, spells, curses, words that should have killed Harry where he stood. But nothing worked. The protection was too strong. The love was too deep. And Harry held on. He held on to Quirrell's wrists, even as his own hands burned from the contact. He held on because if he let go, Quirrell would grab the stone. And if Quirrell grabbed the stone, everyone dies. Not just me. Everyone. Harry! Ron's voice. Harry turned his head, just enough to see Ron standing in the doorway, his face bruised, his lip bloody, his wand raised. Ron, get back! No! Ron stepped forward. He raised his wand at Quirrell. Asterisk. Petrificus totalis! Asterisk. The spell hit Quirrell in the chest. He froze, body rigid, hands still clamped around Harry's throat, and toppled backward, crashing to the stone floor. Harry fell with him, gasping for air, his vision swimming. The mirror of Eris looked down at them both, silent and watchful. Quirrell's body began to crumble. The skin cracked, flaked, fell away like ash. Beneath it was nothing, just shadow, just darkness, just the remnants of a man who had sold his soul for power and lost everything. And Voldemort's face. Voldemort's face rose from the ruins. The wraith of the Dark Lord, formless and furious, screaming with a voice that echoed off the stone walls. It circled the chamber once, twice, and then flew through the wall, disappearing into the darkness beyond. Gone. But not destroyed. Harry knew he would be back. He always came back. Ron helped Harry to his feet. The stone was still in Harry's pocket, warm, pulsing, alive. Is it over? Ron asked. For now. Just for now? Harry looked at the place where Voldemort's wraith had disappeared. He'll return, Harry said. He always returns. But we've bought ourselves time. Time to find the other Horcruxes. Time to prepare. And the enemy? The one beyond time? Harry was silent. He hadn't forgotten. Couldn't forget. The cracks in reality were still there, wider now, perhaps, because of this battle. Because of the changes he had made. Because of the lives he had saved. I don't know, Harry admitted. But we'll face that too. Together. Ron nodded. The chamber was silent except for the dripping of water and the distant rumble of thunder. We should go, Ron said. Dumbledore will be here soon. Harry nodded. They walked toward the door. But the door wasn't there. Harry stopped. The stone wall that should have contained the entrance was blank, smooth, featureless, impossible. He turned in a circle, scanning the chamber. The mirror of Eris still stood in the center. The candles still floated. The air was still cold. But the way out was gone. Harry, Ron said. His voice was strange, frightened, but not of anything in the room. Harry. Look. Harry looked. The floor was cracking. Not stone, the floor beneath the stone. The fabric of reality. The glass-like surface from his dreams, splintering, breaking, falling away into darkness. And beneath the darkness, something moved. Something vast. Something hungry. The enemy. Harry whispered. It's here? It's breaking through. The cracks are too wide. The changes, the stone, the diary, Pettigrew, they've weakened the barriers. What do we do? Harry didn't have an answer. The floor fell away. Harry and Ron fell with it. They fell through time. Harry had experienced this before, the white light, the compression of years, the feeling of being unmade and remade. But this was different. This was wrong. The light was gray. The compression was painful. And the voices were screaming. Harry saw everything. He saw the original timeline, the war, the deaths, the final battle. He saw Hermione fall. He saw Ron raise his wand. He saw the green light. He saw this timeline, the changes, the rescues, the lives saved. He saw the cracks spreading, widening, reaching through reality like fingers through wet clay. He saw the future. Dozens of futures. Hundreds. Thousands. Each one different. Each one ending the same way. The enemy always wins. In every timeline. In every possibility. The enemy always wins. No. Harry whispered. The gray light pulsed. Yes, the voice said. Asterisk, you have seen the truth now. No matter what you do, no matter how many people you save, I will always break through. I will always consume everything, asterisk. Then why haven't you? Harry demanded. If you're so powerful, if you're inevitable, why are you still waiting? The voice was silent. You can't break through on your own, Harry realized. Asterisk, you need someone to open the door. Someone to crack the timeline wide enough for you to slip through, asterisk. You need me. You need the air of time. You need my sacrifice. The gray light flickered. Asterisk, you think. You have power over me, asterisk, the voice said. You think you can choose whether to open the door. I know I can. Then you are a fool. The light exploded. Harry landed hard on a surface that felt like glass, cracked glass, splintering beneath his weight. Ron was beside him, gasping, his face white with terror. They were back in the void. The cracked glass void. The place between timelines. And the enemy. The enemy was everywhere. Harry could see it now. Not the formless thing from his dreams, but the truth beneath the form. The enemy was not a creature. Was not a being. Was not something that could be fought or killed or banished. The enemy was the void itself. The space between realities. The hunger that existed because existence created hunger. You cannot defeat me, the voice said. Asterisk, I am not your enemy. I am the consequence of your choices. The shadow of your actions. The price of your love, asterisk. Every time you save someone, I grow stronger. Every time you change the past, I expand. And when you finally die, when you give yourself to seal the cracks, I will consume you. And then I will consume everything else. Harry stood up. His body ached. His head throbbed. His scar was burning with a fire that had nothing to do with Voldemort. But he stood. Ron, he said. Ron looked at him. I need you to do something. Anything. When we get back, when this is over, I need you to tell the others. Everything. The sacrifice. The enemy. The cracks in time. Ron's eyes widened. Why me? Because I won't be there to tell them. Harry. I'm going to die, Ron. I've known it for weeks. The heir of time has to give himself to seal the wounds. There's no other way. There is. There isn't. Ron's face crumpled. Then I'm coming with you. No. I won't let you. You have to. Harry grabbed Ron's shoulders. You have to go back. You have to protect them, Hermione, Neville, Luna, everyone. You have to finish what I started. I can't do it. Without you. Yes, you can. Harry's voice was fierce. You're stronger than you know. Braver than you believe. And you're not the person who betrayed me. You proved that tonight. Ron was crying now. Tears streamed down his freckled cheeks, and he didn't bother to wipe them away. I don't want to lose you, Ron whispered. You won't. Harry smiled, a small, sad smile. I'll be with you. In here. He touched Ron's chest. Right over his heart. Ron sobbed. The void trembled. Go, Harry said. Find Hermione. Find Dumbledore. Tell them what I told you. How? How do I get back? Harry looked up at the cracked ceiling of reality. You let me go, he said. He pushed Ron away. Ron fell, not down, but sideways through a crack in the glass, disappearing into a stream of silver light. And Harry. Harry stayed. He stood in the center of the void, alone, and faced the enemy. You are brave, the voice said. I have consumed many beings over the eons. Gods. Demons. Wizards more powerful than you can imagine. But none of them faced me alone. I'm not brave, Harry said. I'm just too stubborn to give up. The same thing. Harry raised his wand. The void roared. And the battle across time began. Chapter 19, The Choice That Changes Everything. The void screamed. Not with sound, with something deeper, something that bypassed Harry's ears and clawed directly at his soul. The glass beneath his feet shattered into a million fragments, each one reflecting a different version of himself. A Harry who had never left the cupboard. A Harry who had died in the graveyard. A Harry who had joined Voldemort. A Harry who had never been born at all. All of them watching. All of them waiting. You cannot win, the voice said. I am not a foe to be defeated. I am the end of all choices. The silence after the last word. The darkness when the last light fails. Then why are you afraid? The void hesitated. I am not afraid. You are. I can feel it. You've been consuming realities for eons, but you've never faced someone like me. Someone who's already died. Someone who's already lost everything. Someone who has nothing left to fear. You have everything to fear. You fear losing the ones you love. You fear failing your friends. You fear dying before you've finished what you started. And I will use those fears against you. The void shifted. The cracked glass fragments swirled together, forming shapes, human shapes. Harry's breath caught. His mother. Lily Potter stood before him, her red hair glowing in the gray light, her green eyes, his eyes, filled with tears. Harry, she said. My baby. Harry's wand trembled. She's not real. She's a projection. A weapon, Don't listen. Don't be afraid, Lily said, stepping closer. I'm here. I've always been here. Watching over you. Protecting you. You're not my mother. I am. I died for you, Harry. I gave my life so you could live. And now you're going to throw that away? Harry's throat tightened. She's not real. She's not real. She's not. Harry. Another voice. His father. James Potter stood beside Lily, his glasses askew, his hair as messy as Harry's own. He was smiling, that cocky, confident smile that Harry had seen in photographs but never in person. We're proud of you, son, James said. So proud. You've done more than we ever could have imagined. Then let me go. Let you go. James's smile faltered. We're trying to save you. You're trying to stop me. The void flickered. The images of his parents wavered, cracked, and for a moment Harry saw what lay beneath. Not flesh. Not bone. Just hunger. Endless, formless hunger wearing the faces of the people he loved. You see, the voice said. Asterisk, you see what I am. What I can do. I can give you everything you've ever wanted. Your parents. Your friends. A world without Voldemort. A world without war. Asterisk. I can give you peace. At what cost? Asterisk, everything. But you would not be alive to mourn it. Asterisk. Harry lowered his wand. The void grew still. I've spent my whole life being told what to do, Harry said. Dumbledore told me to sacrifice myself. The prophecy told me I had to be the hero. The Sorting Hat told me I belonged in Gryffindor. Even you, even the enemy, is telling me that I have to die to save everyone. It is the truth. No. Harry shook his head. It's what you want me to believe. You've been feeding on my fears, my guilt, my sense of responsibility. You've been whispering in my ear since the moment I arrived back in time, telling me that every change I make strengthens you, that the only way to stop you is to give myself up. Asterisk, you have seen the cracks. You have seen the futures. Every path leads to me. Asterisk. Every path you've shown me, Harry said. But you're not omniscient. You're not all-powerful. You're just a parasite, feeding on the spaces between realities, growing stronger with every crack, but never quite strong enough to break through on your own. Asterisk, I have broken through. You stand before me now. Asterisk. In a vision. In a dream. In the space between seconds. Harry raised his wand again. But you haven't touched the real world. You haven't hurt anyone. Because you can't. Not yet. Not without me. The void trembled. You are wrong. Am I? Harry smiled, a cold, hard smile that didn't reach his eyes. Then strike me down. Right now. End me. Seal the cracks with my death and consume everything I've ever loved. Silence. I cannot. Because you need me alive. You need the heir of time to choose to sacrifice himself. If I die by your hand, if you take my life, the cracks don't heal. They widen. Because I'm not just the heir of time. I'm the anchor. The living knot that holds the timeline together. The void was silent. How do you know this? I didn't, Harry admitted. Not until just now. But you confirmed it. You could have killed me 100 times, in the dreams, in the void, in the moments between heartbeats. But you didn't. Because if I die, you lose. I will not lose. You already have. Harry turned his back on the void. He walked toward the edge of the glass, the place where Ron had fallen, where the silver light still flickered, where the way back to reality still existed. If you leave, the voice said, asterisk, the cracks will remain. The enemy will continue to grow. And one day, someone else will break the timeline. Someone else will open the door, asterisk. And I will consume everything you love. Maybe, Harry said. But not today. He stepped into the light. Harry woke up on the floor of the chamber beneath Hogwarts. The mirror of Eris stood over him, its golden frame dull in the candlelight. The stone was still in his pocket, warm, pulsing, alive. And beside him, Ron was shaking his shoulder, his face streaked with tears. Harry. Harry, wake up. Please wake up. Harry opened his eyes. Ron gasped. You're alive. Unfortunately. Ron laughed, a broken, hysterical sound, and pulled Harry into a crushing hug. Don't ever do that again, Ron said into Harry's shoulder. Don't ever scare me like that again. I'll try. They sat there for a long moment, holding each other, breathing together. Then the door opened. Dumbledore stood in the doorway, his silver beard gleaming, his half-moon spectacles reflecting the candlelight. Behind him, Harry could see Hermione, pale, trembling, her hand over her mouth. Harry, Dumbledore said softly. You came back. I had a choice. And you chose wisely. Harry wasn't sure about that. But he was alive. And for now, that was enough. The infirmary was quiet. Harry lay in a bed near the window, watching the moonlight filter through the gauze curtains. His body ached, every muscle, every bone, every memory, but he was alive. Hermione sat in a chair beside him, holding his hand. Ron was sprawled in a chair on the other side, snoring softly. Neville and Luna had come and gone, bringing flowers and get-well cards and strange, dreamy reassurances about Nargles and Raxburts. But now, in the quiet hour before dawn, Harry was alone with his thoughts. The enemy is still out there. The cracks are still there. And one day, someone will break the timeline again. Asterisk maybe Ron. Maybe someone else. Maybe me. Asterisk. But not today. Today, he had won. The door opened. Dumbledore stepped into the infirmary, his long robes whispering against the stone floor. He pulled a chair to Harry's bedside and sat down, his blue eyes sad and knowing. You saw the enemy, Dumbledore said. Yes. And you chose not to sacrifice yourself. I chose to live. Dumbledore nodded slowly. May I ask why? Harry thought about it. He thought about Hermione's hand in his. About Ron's laughter. About Neville's courage. About Luna's strange, unwavering faith. About Sirius, free and waiting. About the future he was trying to build, a future where children didn't have to be soldiers, where love was stronger than fear, where hope wasn't just a word. Because I'm not done yet, Harry said. There's still so much to do. Horcruxes to destroy. The Circle to defeat. Voldemort to stop. And I can't do any of that if I'm dead. Even if living means the enemy grows stronger? Even then. Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. Your mother made a similar choice, he said finally. When Voldemort came to kill you, she could have stepped aside. She could have lived. But she chose to die, not because she wanted to, but because she loved you too much to let you go. She sacrificed herself. Yes. And her sacrifice protected you for 17 years. Dumbledore leaned forward. But you are not your mother, Harry. You do not have to make the same choice. You are allowed to want to live. I know. Then why do you look so guilty? Harry looked down at his hands. Because I'm putting everyone at risk. Every day I stay alive, the cracks get wider. The enemy gets stronger. And one day, you will face that enemy again. But you will not face it alone. Harry looked up. Dumbledore was smiling, a warm, genuine smile that reached his eyes. You have friends, Harry. Allies. People who love you and believe in you. You do not have to carry this burden by yourself. They don't know about the sacrifice. Then tell them. And risk them trying to stop me? And risk them helping you find another way. Harry was silent. Another way. Was there another way? Could there be? Rest now, Dumbledore said, standing. Tomorrow, we begin the real work. The Horcruxes will not destroy themselves. He walked to the door. Dumbledore, Harry said. The headmaster turned. Thank you for believing in me. Dumbledore's eyes twinkled. I have always believed in you, Harry. From the moment I left you on the Dursleys' doorstep, I believed. And I have never stopped. He left. Harry lay back against the pillows. The moonlight streamed through the window. And for the first time in a very long time, Harry closed his eyes and slept without dreaming. The next morning, Harry gathered the Alliance in the room of requirement. The room had transformed itself into a circular chamber with a large oak table at its center. Maps covered the walls, maps of Hogwarts, of the Ministry, of the locations where Horcruxes were hidden. Candles floated overhead, casting warm light on the faces of his friends. Hermione. Ron. Neville. Luna. For people. For reasons to keep fighting. I'm going to tell you something, Harry said. And I need you to listen. All of you. They nodded. Harry told them about the sacrifice. About Merlin's journal. About the enemy beyond time and the cracks in reality, and the choice he had made in the void. When he finished, the room was silent. Then Ron spoke. You were going to die, Ron said. You were going to let the enemy consume you, and you didn't tell us. I didn't want to burden you. Burden us? Ron's voice rose. Harry, we're your friends. We're supposed to share your burdens. That's what friendship means. I know. Do you? Because you keep acting like you're alone. Like you have to carry everything by yourself. Harry looked at Ron. At his flushed face, his clenched fists, his eyes bright with unshed tears. I'm sorry, Harry said. I'm sorry I didn't tell you. I'm sorry I tried to do this alone. I won't make that mistake again. Ron stared at him. Then he nodded. Okay, Ron said. Okay. Hermione stood up. Then we find another way, she said. We research. We plan. We don't stop until we've found a solution that doesn't end with Harry's death. And if there isn't one? Neville asked quietly. Then we make one. Luna smiled, her dreamy, distant smile. The crumplehorn snorkack doesn't exist, she said. Everyone knows that. But people still look for it. Because looking is the point. The search. The hope. That's what matters. Harry looked at each of them. His friends. His family. His reason for living. Okay, he said. Let's find another way. The weeks that followed were the hardest of Harry's life. Not because of the danger, though there was plenty of that. Not because of the secrets, though there were more than ever. But because Harry had to watch his friends work, knowing that their efforts might be futile. Hermione buried herself in Merlin's journal, translating page after page, searching for any mention of an alternative to the sacrifice. Ron trained with Dumbledore, learning defensive magic that would have taken years in the original timeline. Neville studied herbology with Professor Sprout, looking for plants that could heal the cracks in reality. Luna communed with the creatures of the Forbidden Forest, asking questions that no one else thought to ask. And Harry waited. He waited for the enemy to speak to him again. Waited for the dreams to return. Waited for the cracks to widen. But the void was silent. The enemy was waiting too. For what? Harry wondered. For me to make a mistake? For someone else to break the timeline? For the moment when I'm weak enough to give in? He didn't have an answer. But he knew, with a certainty that settled in his bones, that the choice would come again. And next time, he needed to be ready. The night before the end of term, Harry stood on the astronomy tower and looked out at the stars. The castle sprawled beneath him, dark and ancient, full of secrets and shadows and memories that would last forever. Somewhere below, his friends were sleeping. Somewhere beyond the horizon, Voldemort was plotting. Somewhere beyond time, the enemy was watching. You're thinking too loud. Harry turned. Ron stood in the doorway, his hands in his pockets, his hair bright even in the darkness. Can't sleep? Neither can you. Ron walked to the edge of the tower and stood beside Harry. I've been thinking, Ron said. About the original timeline. About the person I became. Don't let me finish. Ron's voice was steady. I've been thinking about why I betrayed you. Why I killed Hermione. And I think it was because I was scared. Not of Voldemort. Not of the circle. Of myself. What do you mean? I was scared that I wasn't good enough. That I didn't deserve to be your friend. That everyone was right about me, the jokes, the laziness, the jealousy. And the circle, they promised me that I could be more. That I could be special. That I didn't have to live in your shadow anymore. But you're not in my shadow. Yes, I am. Ron smiled, a sad, self-deprecating smile. I've always been in your shadow. Everyone is. But that's not your fault. It's not even a bad thing. It's just who you are. I don't want to cast a shadow. You can't help it. You're Harry Potter. Ron shrugged. The boy who lived. The chosen one. The heir of time. You've got more titles than a pure-blood genealogy. Harry almost laughed. The point is, Ron continued, I've accepted it. I've accepted that I'm not the hero. I'm the sidekick. The funny one. The one who stands beside the hero and makes sure he doesn't die. That's not. It's exactly what it is. And I'm okay with that. Because without you, I'm just Ron Weasley, the sixth son of a poor family, the one no one notices. With you, I'm Ron. I'm someone. I matter. You've always mattered. I know that now. Ron turned to face Harry. And I know that the person who betrayed you, the person I became in the original timeline, wasn't me. Not really. He was the worst version of me. The version that gave in to fear and jealousy and the whispers of the circle. And the version standing in front of me now? He's the version that chooses differently. Ron held out his hand. Every day. Every moment. I choose to be your friend. I choose to fight beside you. I choose to believe that we can win, together. Harry took Ron's hand. Together, he said. The stars shone down on them. The castle slept. And somewhere, in the depths of the void, the enemy waited for the next crack in time. Thank you?